Podium Audio presents The Deities War, Book 11 of Condemning the Heavens, written by Tinalynge, performed by Scott Merriman. Chapter 1. Retreat from the Start. Prepare for a retreat. Hey Gao, you take care of the scorpions on the left side. Lin Xiao, you're on the right. Don't let any of them get through. Lolo and Bai Tianyi, you two will take the front. I'll bring up the rear. Get moving. Xue Wei's voice was calm, but the urgency within was not hard to hear as he gave the orders sternly. It had not been long since they entered the no-man's land, and they were still in the desert-like area where the sand had covered the ground. But even so, they had already encountered their first life-threatening situation. Unknowing whether they were unlucky or if this area was much more dangerous than first assumed, they had managed to encounter a swarm of black-scaled vine scorpions. These black-scaled vine scorpions on their own were not a great danger, but when they gathered in groups they could number more than 10,000, and their lethality became much more remarkable. The swarm that they had encountered did not number a full 10,000, but it was not less than 8,000, and when faced with their small group of 5 experts, they truly had no other option than to retreat. Even so, they could not run heedlessly into the sand dunes in front, as Xue Wei had already understood that this area was not simple. To survive, they had to stay together. So his orders were orderly and easy to follow, and the group began to fight their way through the agitated swarm of black-scaled vine scorpions. Why is it that your sovereign beast aura has absolutely no influence on the beasts of the no-man's land? While they began to retreat, Lin Xiao could not help but feel frustrated. He had grown up in a monastery where he was taught about the dangers that these sovereign beasts posed to the human world, as they could control all living beasts. But after traveling alongside Xue Wei, he found that, at least this sovereign beast, seemed to be quite defective. Focus! Xue Wei was also somewhat exasperated. He was aware that the black-scaled vine scorpions in front of him were considered fierce beasts, but it was as if they had a strange barrier surrounding their mind that kept them from thinking clearly or even following their instincts. It was even more clear that something was wrong when they kept killing these beasts, as the ones at the back kept advancing without caring for the death of their comrades. It was as if these black-scaled vine scorpions had entered a strange berserk state where they could not connect to the outside world, and even the innate fear they should have when facing off against a sovereign beast was completely gone. While the phenomenon was quite intriguing, now was not the time to pay attention to these details, and Xue Wei grit his teeth as he transformed his arms. Azure scales had sprouted from his skin, and his fingers had turned into strong claws that ripped apart any scorpion that dared to get close. Lin Xiao was wielding his staff with familiarity as he swept the scorpions on the ground, and even cracked their protective shell, causing them to slowly die. However, those that did not die right away would struggle to continue the battle, and they would only stop if they were physically incapable of continuing their assault. This strange and desperate attack was not normal for any kind of beast. But while Xue Wei and his group noticed these things, they were not in a position to ponder the cause or the reason, and they kept retreating further and further away. Their formation had proven to be working. Lolo and Bai Tianyi were working together, but both of them possessed great strength, so they would also lend a helping hand to all others when needed, which managed to keep some of the pressure away from the other flanks. Their retreat was slow but orderly, and they seemed to maintain a manageable routine that could be kept going. We have to keep an eye out for other dangers on the way. Although they were currently facing a swarm of black-scaled vine scorpions, they all knew that this was not the most dangerous thing within no man's land. So when He Gao mentioned the need to constantly observe their surroundings as well, they all felt cold sweat wet their backs. Their retreat had been in a random direction, and they did not have much control over their path, so the only thing they could do was keep vigilant and try to protect themselves. Something is happening! Bai Tianyi's childish voice suddenly sounded, but unlike the usual cheer and joy one could find in the voice of a child, this one was full of gloom and solemnity. The moment Bai Tianyi had finished speaking, the ground began trembling. The group of black-scaled vine scorpions seemed to have sensed something special, and their bodies began shivering before they stopped all actions they were doing altogether. Even when Xue Wei and the others continued to kill them, none of them reacted. It was as if they all had their entire focus on the trembling of the ground.
"I would suggest we change our direction right now."
Lolo seemed to sense something, and she glanced toward the distance in the direction they were walking.
"Right now!"
Hearing the urgency in her voice, Xue Wei understood that the situation was dire, and he called out to the rest of the group. "The scorpions are dazed. Let us cut a route through them." His claws began to rip apart the scorpions without much care, as he no longer spent the time cautious and worried, but simply rushed through the dazed group of scorpions to get away. He made the road, and his comrades followed behind him, all hoping that their escape would be timely. Chapter 2. Overwhelming Pressure. Xue Wei had initially been bringing up the rear, but now that they found the increasingly dangerous pressure coming closer, he was using his transformed arms and claws to rip apart any scorpion that was in their way. Luckily, the scorpions seemed to have entered a strange state where they did not seem to realize what was happening around them, and even when they were being brutally harmed, they did not even seem to register the pain. "Don't fall behind!" Although Xue Wei was the one at the front, he would often look back to ensure that the others could follow, and was trying to maintain such speed that they would not be left behind. While survival was important, he had no intention of running away on his own, but fortunately the scorpions showed no signs of fighting back, so they easily created their own path of blood and flesh. Although the group was able to flee at a much swifter pace when compared to the speed previously used when trying to escape the horde of scorpions, they did not feel much joy. The pressure that was emitted from the unknown creature that was advancing on their location was enough to make them understand why the no man's land was known as a deadly area. Although they had experienced great breakthroughs, and some of them had even shed their mortal bodies, they still felt the pressure emitted from this unknown creature, so they could easily guess that its strength would have at least reached the Emperor rank. They were not naive enough to think that they could successfully fight with such a gap in strength, so they were eager to get away. "It is catching up!" Just as the pressure came closer to them, Lin Xiao's expression turned grim and his brows furrowed worriedly. Just as his words were spoken, a resounding screech reverberated through the land, and the ground beneath their feet began to tremble.
"It has reached the scorpions!"
Lolo had looked back, and her eyes widened as she gasped out a few words.
"It is eating them! Run!"
Her words made all of them see a glimmer of hope, as this unknown creature had begun to feast on the scorpions. As long as it was stopped in its tracks for a short while, their chances of survival would increase, but they were also aware that they could not rest yet. The final line of scorpions was quickly broken through, and their speed increased drastically as they no longer had to pave a usable road. The group's speed increased many times over, and they succeeded in opening up a large distance between the scorpion group and themselves. But they did not stop running before they had gone a long distance. "Do you think that it can find us here?" Although they had run far away, they were still able to be found if this beast truly wished to do so. So when Lin Xiao asked the question, his body began trembling slightly. "It might, but I don't think it will be willing to spend the effort to chase after us. This no man's land is not simple, and if we keep running, we might unintentionally run into another danger zone controlled by some even stronger creature. Also, Lolo said that the beast began eating the scorpions, so I don't think that it will need to continue to hunt after eating them all. So we should be safe. As long as we do not threaten it, and it is not hungry, then we should be fine." After considering their situation, they all agreed that the current location was better than looking for anywhere else, so they quickly began to settle down and restore their energy. Even so, they did not dare to leave no one to guard, so while Xue Wei kept watch, the others began to cultivate and restore their strength before they switched. Their current location was not bad. There were no strong beasts or beast packs around, and they could easily rest and restore their health. "We will stay here for a night. Let us get some good rest, because I fear that we will only encounter more and more dangers as we get deeper into the no man's land." Xue Wei had been the one to make the decision, but his reasoning was very understandable, and they all agreed. Before entering the no man's land, they had stocked up on all the items that could allow them to set up a resting area, but they dared not take out any lights or start a fire. Although their strength was known to be extremely high, this place seemed to defy all logic, and their fire was likely to attract the braver beasts, which would destroy their intentions of resting. During the time they had been traveling, He Gao had been quiet. He had stood by their side, but at the same time he also seemed very distant. His eyes were currently unfocused as he looked at the moon in the sky above. There was a strange longing in his eyes that Xue Wei did not understand, but he was also not willing to break the tranquil but slightly melancholic atmosphere that surrounded his good friend. Although Xue Wei would like to help him regain his memories, he also understood that He Gao was no longer aware of their past together. Although some feelings were still present, He Gao was still not aware of what they had gone through, so he would not be able to fully understand the bond that they shared. Xue Wei frowned as he contemplated what to do. Their team was relying on one another for survival, so he needed He Gao to feel the same connection that had become natural to the others. Chapter 3. No Regrets.
I feel a strange sense of tranquility, but a longing for something unknown is also growing inside my heart. It is as if there is something important that I have forgotten, but every attempt at grasping it just pushes it further away.
He Gao had sensed the worry within Xue Wei's gaze, but even though he knew that this young man was very important to him, he was simply incapable of finding out why and how deep these feelings ran. Xue Wei went to He Gao's side and sat next to him. He did not look at the other, but instead gazed into the dark sky above and sighed gently.
Life is unpredictable. Although neither of us are old, we have already experienced many things. I grew up thinking that I was a human, and my entire childhood focused on the enmity with the fierce and primordial beasts. I thought that I could become a hero and save humanity. I believed that only if I could carve my name into the history books as a savior of humanity would I have lived a worthy life. Later I realized that I was not purely human, and due to the unbalanced sovereign beast blood in my body, many thoughts were chaotic and contradicting. The constant worry and fear about who I was and what I was almost swallowed my reason. But I managed to keep sane and stay alive due to you and the rest of our friends. Although we are not old, I have already realized that my childhood dreams were useless. I do not live for anyone else, nor do I need the world to recognize me as a hero or to have expectations from me. The current situation in this world is not my problem. Lan is the one in control of this world, and his responsibility is that the world itself will not suffer. At the same time, it is the residents themselves that have to ensure that their lives are worth living. We face danger again and again. Every time we enter a battle, it is uncertain if we will die or live. But if we want to live, someone else will have to die. And one day our luck and abilities will no longer be enough. After considering my current life and all these hidden secrets, I have reached a new clarity in life. I am not in control of when I will die, nor do I know what the world will think of me. But these things are not actually important. When the day of my death arrives, I wish to be able to look back at my life and think that it was not such a bad life. I wish to die with no regrets, while working towards my own dreams. I do not need others to approve of me or my actions. All that matters is that I live with no regrets. Xue Wei had been thinking about many things after his bloodline had become stable. He had understood many things, and knew that the danger he faced was much more severe than he had been able to guess previously. Although he wished to overcome these dangers, there was a chance that he might not. Even so, he refused to cowardly hide and give up his dreams. He would rather shine brightly but die young than hide in darkness and regret for eternity. Xue Wei did not speak about their past, but their future, and his words made He Gao feel better. The emptiness within his heart slowly began to fill, and he no longer felt a strange sense of loss and depression.
Although their past was still not mentioned in the details of their conversation, He Gao found that this pleasant conversation was enough to calm his frazzled nerves, and he slowly felt at ease. Even Xue Wei could feel how he slowly began to accept the feelings that occupied his mind. Although it was not mentioned with words, Xue Wei knew that He Gao was uncomfortable with the feelings of attachment he felt towards Xue Wei and the others. All his memories were gone, and his mind was very vigilant. He was unaware of many things, but he knew that he had to be careful. So this almost controlling need to stay by this group's side was enough to make him unhappy and worried. However, as the hours went by and he slowly began to speak with Xue Wei, his suspended heart slowly settled, and he began to feel as if he could integrate in the group without suffering. Not once did Xue Wei ask if he had remembered anything, and he truly managed to make him feel at ease and accepted for who he was now. Such a feeling made the sense of resistance his logical mind had raised slow down again.
This no man's land is going to be a challenge for us. Not only will it test our ability to fight and react in dangerous situations, it will also test our group's cooperation. I am aware that I am currently a weak link, but I will try my best to become a part of the group once more.
As the sun's first rays of light broke over the horizon, He Gao seemed to have finally found his inner peace once more. He was no longer feeling worried or uncomfortable, but began to willingly accept Xue Wei and the others. While he could no longer trust them as before, he was willing to open his heart, which was a great start, and his words caused Xue Wei's cold face to soften as a smile adorned his lips. Although He Gao's personality had changed after forgetting his memories, Xue Wei still felt that deep within, the core of the two versions of the black dog were the same. As long as he was willing to openly give their group a try, then Xue Wei had no doubt that they would soon return to being a very steady group that could depend on one another. Chapter 4. Merging Two Worlds.
Where do we go from here?
Lin Xiao looked at the vast expanse of flat ground that stretched in front of them. Although it seemed peaceful and without danger, they all knew that it was full of creatures beneath the ground or hiding themselves from sight. These beasts would, in normal situations, not pose much of a threat to their group, as Xue Wei had an overpowering sovereign beast aura. But their previous encounter had already made it clear that in the no man's land, this aura was useless. For now, all of them had to depend on one another to survive, and even the slightest mistake might lead to their demise.
From what we have seen so far, there are not only hordes of scorpions in this area, there is also some sort of overlord. This overlord is likely to be much more dangerous than the other beasts, since it is able to petrify them and make them lose their ability to fight back while being consumed. Even if we encounter another group of scorpions or some other beasts around this level of strength, then we can fight our way through. But if we encounter this overlord, then we might be facing some real danger.
Xue Wei was also feeling a little uncertain as to how to progress.
It is a beast, and the amount of scorpions it ate yesterday should be enough to make it feel full for a period of time. I would suggest that we find the most direct way away from this area, and hope that it will not feel hungry before we have left.
He Gao had not taken the initiative to participate in these conversations after losing his memories, but after the talk with Xue Wei the previous evening, he was willing to open up. Among their entire group, He Gao was without a doubt the one who understood beasts the best. Even Xue Wei, who was at a higher rank, would not have the same kind of understanding since he was raised as a human and had been in constant confusion about what it meant to be a beast.
Since the colossal is likely to have fallen asleep now that it is eaten, it should be the most suitable time for leaving. However, even though this beast is sleeping, the many others are likely to be more active, since they are the most used to the habits of this killer. So we still have to be careful and alert.
Lin Xiao was not a beast himself, but after He Gao, he was the one with the most experience in how to hunt beasts, and thus also on how to avoid them. As an inheritor of the diviners within the Chang'an continent, he had been taught how to hunt and subdue beasts from a very young age, and he used some of this knowledge to warn the others. Xue Wei and the spirits were painfully aware how important it was to stay vigilant, so all three nodded their heads in agreement. This no-man's land was truly dangerous, and not a place that could be easily traversed. It feels as if we have entered some sort of alternative world. While this area is still connected to our own world, it is more as if a pocket dimension has been forcefully attached. The usual laws and regulations that control the rest of our world do not seem to have any influence here. Also, the air seems different, and even the beasts are unlike any we have encountered before. Tinalynge could not help but speak suddenly. They had walked for a whole morning, and it was close to noon when he pointed out the things he had noticed this morning throughout their movement. Ever since they began moving, they had not encountered any other beasts, so he had a good time to examine their surroundings. Although he heard about this no-man's land, he had never been here before, and thus the knowledge he had was purely based on rumors. Now that he was here himself, he found that it was as if they had entered a new world, and many things did not seem to add up.
Is it possible to integrate one world with another?
Xue Wei could not help but frown. He was reminded of his visit to the ghost realm, and while they had removed the inability to ascend, he had never thought it would be possible to physically move the realm and then merge it with the world they lived in now. Yet, after considering it, he decided that, even if it was a possibility, he would not have been a great supporter of this. Although the ghost realm was a ruthless and dangerous place, the major problem was that it was extremely glum and depressing. The ghosts living within were ruthless and used to killing for survival, and if a whole realm of ghosts were merged with their world, it was likely that these ghosts would end up destroying this world. Tinalynge was looking around and could not help but frown. I think it is, in theory, possible, but it would have to be done prior to Lan's arrival. I doubt that he is the one who merged the two realms, and it could not be done after he took over the position as sovereign god. Xue Wei frowned and nodded his head. Many things were unclear, and after realizing that someone had schemed against him for so many years, he could not help but wonder if this merger of worlds had anything to do with the culprit in the darkness. However, if the merge was done prior to Lan's arrival, it should not. However, it was hard to say, when considering that even their visit to the ghost realm was calculated so accurately. Chapter 5. True Horror in No Man's Land. Xue Wei was somewhat confused about the purpose of merging two different worlds. When merged, they would, in theory, belong to the same world, but due to the various rules and regulations, most things could be ignored, and they would end up clashing against one another instead. This was also the reason why the No Man's Land was considered a dangerous area where no one would venture to unless they had no other option. While this area was located in their world, it was actually uncontrolled by the laws that the local cultivators were used to, so they would have to either adapt quickly or simply be lucky to survive. However, it was also because of these contradicting things that ensured that the beasts within this pocket dimension would not wreak havoc on the rest of the world. None of the strongest beasts had the ability to leave the No Man's Land where they were locked up within.
If this is the case, then the dangers we will face in the future will only get worse.
Although they had all thought of this, only He Gao was willing to mention it, and his words made the others feel somewhat helpless. It was indeed the case. Since this no man's land was in conflict with the rest of the world, then it was clear that the beasts within would not be able to ascend to a higher realm upon breaking through to the immortal realm. However, even if they could not break through the realm itself, they would have been in this no man's land for so long that they would be considered equally strong to a weaker immortal. And if they were to encounter these beasts, then they would be helpless, no matter how swiftly they fled.
Fortunately, that last creature was only interested in the scorpions. Also, I don't think that it was at the immortal realm, but even that thing was able to make us flee in fear. Imagine those true overlords of this area. Since Heigao had already mentioned the danger of those near-immortal beasts, Lin Xiao could not help but comment as well. It was clear to them all that although they had been prepared to face danger upon entering this area, they did not know just how severe the threat to their lives were before now. Even so, none of them had any intention of backing down. They had not gone here for fun or to experience the environment. To them, the journey through the no-man's land was purely done for the sake of moving forward and not becoming passive in the hands of their hidden enemy. Since they were likely to die if they stayed passive, then they might as well take this great risk and try to move forward. I am sorry. Xue Wei was aware that none of them would back down. Even Heigao, who had forgotten his memories, did not seem to have any intention of leaving them behind. But the target of this hidden enemy was clearly Xue Wei, and they were risking their lives only to ensure that he could keep living. Such willingness to gamble with their own lives made Xue Wei feel moved. Although he was not a person who would show off his affection, and while he knew that his verbal thanks was pale when compared to the surging emotions inside, he still wished to say a simple thanks. He was not going to try and convince them to turn back, because he knew that if any of them were the targets of this villain, and they tried to persuade him to step back, he would get angry and stay back anyway. He was certain that his companions felt the same, so he was going to show his gratitude with his actions, and ensure that none of them would die in front of him. Even if they faced an unresolved danger at some point, then he would stand in front to face these threats and try to buy them enough time to escape. Lin Xiao, Heigao, Bai Tianyi, and Lolo all understood Xue Wei's thoughts, but none of them said anything. Even so, they all just smiled knowingly and shook their heads. To them, they did not need Xue Wei to risk his life for their escape. In many ways, he had given them a future. So to them, he was a very important person. Lin Xiao had fled the Chang'an continent to break away from his fate as the chosen heir to the diviners. He had nothing to return to, and even if he could keep living on his own, he had long since acknowledged Xue Wei and the others as true family. While life was important, it was not worth living at all costs. Rather than living a life of regret, he would prefer to shine brightly and rush ahead. Bai Tianyi had also finally found peace with his past, and he was no longer obsessed with immortality. To him, the most important thing was to simply enjoy every day and not worry about the future. So many years have been spent worrying, so why not just take it one day at a time? Lolo was saved by Xue Wei and the others. Although she was no longer childlike and weak, she was well aware that her future was a gift from them, so even if she died alongside her friends and family, she would never regret it. These people, although none of them were related by blood, they were closer than many families. To them, life was important, but they were not willing to do anything to live. They never claimed to be good people, but that did not mean that they were without their own views and morals. While they would rather kill an innocent than risk their friends and family, they would also rather sacrifice their lives than to see their dear ones suffer. Chapter 6. Gloomy Aura. The vast, sandy dunes in front of the group were seemingly never-ending. Although their group had seen the end of this area on the horizon, it was as if their journey would continue forever before they could reach this border. Their journey had been hurried as they dared not relax. They did not know if the overlord of these sandy dunes would suddenly get hungry once more, and if it decided that it no longer wished to eat scorpions but wanted to taste humans, so they dared not linger. Although their speed was as swift as possible, they still got delayed by a few groups of beasts here and there. And even now, 2 days after their decision of getting out of the area before the big beasts awakened, they still had not reached the border.
Is there really a reason for us to keep all these corpses?
Lin Xiao could not help but kick the carcass in front of him as he was starting to get frustrated. During the time they had fought against these beasts, Xue Wei had been adamant about keeping all the scorpion corpses in their storage treasures, as he felt that they might be useful later. This area was not native to this world, so everything that lived here was kept hidden because of their inability to leave. This meant that many things here could not be found elsewhere. Even the corpses of these scorpions were different from the rest of the world, so Xue Wei felt that it would only benefit them and not harm them to keep them. Also, in case they encountered another of these gluttonous beasts, they could always throw a whole mountain of beast corpses in front of these strong beasts to slow them down. Even though there was a reason behind Xue Wei's plans, Lin Xiao and the others were starting to feel disgusted when looking at these black-scaled vine scorpions, as they were more numerous than ants in a forest.
We should leave this area soon. I know that the scorpions are really annoying, but you can just think of them as an extra safety charm. If the stronger beasts suddenly feel like hunting for food and we happen to be in the way, then they can be thrown out to, hopefully, let them eat these annoying things.
Lin Xiao could not hide the disgust in his eyes, but he still gathered all the corpses within his storage treasure.
This area is very gloomy.
Although they had been here for a longer time, Lolo had been feeling uncertain about the gloom in the air. She had felt uncomfortable from the start, but from the very beginning she had felt uncertain whether or not this discomfort was due to the dangers and their current situation, or if there was something truly wrong with this area. As they kept moving forward, she had tried to figure out the origin of her feelings, and only now could she determine that the worry she felt was not based on their situation or the danger of this area. There was a sense of gloom in this pocket realm that had been connected to their world that made her feel uncomfortable. Xue Wei and the others all paused as they looked at Lolo. Although she had not said anything special, her words were enough to prove that something was wrong with this area. Lolo was a pure spirit. She was created by the heavens and earth essence themselves, so she was very sensitive towards evil and changes in the aura. Since she dared to say that the aura was gloomy, then there was definitely something wrong.
Do you feel anything in particular? Or is it more of a general feeling since entering no man's land?
Xue Wei could not help but frown as he began to survey their surroundings once more. He was already very guarded about their journey through this area, but now he had to consider other things as well, as she would never have mentioned this without a reason.
At first I was merely worried. I felt that something was wrong, but was uncertain of the cause. During the time we have been moving forward, the feeling has been getting worse, but I had to ensure that the feelings were not based on our current situation, but the area we are in.
The more Lolo spoke, the more her brows furrowed as she kept thinking and trying to separate her emotions.
The feeling I have is full of depression. It is as if this entire world is drenched in blood and souls that died in agony. I can feel the despair and the heavy air that is everywhere. But when looking around, no traces of souls with such intelligence have appeared.
Xue Wei could not help but frown as well, as he began to re-examine the memories of the time they had traveled through this area. Although it was full of sand and beasts, there were no human remains to be found. There were also no traces of battles or deaths to be found anywhere. Could the traces of battles be hidden under all the sand? While they looked around, Bai Tianyi also felt a bit of gloom. But he had only become a true spirit recently, so while he was also more sensitive towards the surrounding aura, it was nowhere near Lolo's degree. None of the members in the group doubted Lolo's words. Instead, they began to ponder the cause of this gloomy aura, and tried to figure out a solution or find a cause, as it could turn out to be a great threat to them later on. Chapter 7. Familiar Feelings.
Looking at the gloom and depression in the air, this realm should be full of death and despaired souls. Even if the physical remains had been hidden somewhere under the sand, it should not make the air this uncomfortable unless countless souls had died in extreme agony and never got to leave this area. However, if the souls never left the area, the air should also not be like this. Some soul energy should still be present. Even if we can't use it to cultivate, I should still be able to sense it somewhere. But this realm is completely devoid of soul power.
Lolo's brows were furrowed, and the more she spoke, the more solemn the whole group became. Many things did not add up, and these things made them all feel uncomfortable.
Let us take a step back. I'm guessing that maybe these chaotic souls had gathered together and became a vengeful spirit. There should be some sort of ripple in the aura, but what I sense is not pure hatred that should have been present within a vengeful spirit. Instead, what I feel is despair and hopelessness.
Lolo's frown suddenly loosened as her eyes widened, and a trace of disbelief and confusion appeared within her eyes.
I think as if I have experienced this feeling before.
Although Lolo spoke hesitatingly, she would not mention it unless she was confident in her memory of this feeling, but her hesitation was still obvious. While she remembered the feeling very clearly, she could not remember when or where it was from.
My memory of when I was locked up at the Garden of Shadows is faulty, but I am quite certain that this feeling originates from there.
Xue Wei and the others looked doubtful, but they did not question the truth of her words. Instead, they tried to figure out why this feeling would appear in both places. Actually, this feeling is not only from the Garden of Shadows. I might not be completely certain, but after spending some time trying to recognize the feeling, I also find it somewhat similar to the aura that we encountered on the island within the Thunder Twilight Zone that we entered during our travels in the Sea of the Enchanted. Bai Tianyi was also trying to sense the aura, but unlike the uncertain Lolo, he seemed to remember this gloomy feeling much more certainly.
Why would the same feeling appear in both the Thunder Twilight Zone and in the Garden of Shadows?
Ling Xiao could not help but ask the question that all of them were thinking about. Although he had been part of their group during both of these adventures, he did not remember many things these two areas had in common. Xue Wei seemed to have a thought flashing past, but it was too quick for him to grasp, and he felt as if he was ignoring something important. He Gao was standing aside. He was present during both adventures, but his memories were locked up somewhere within a mist in the depth of his mind, so he was not able to help them figure out anything, as it depended on their past experiences.
I feel as if I am missing something important. There is a memory looming in my mind, but I can't grasp it properly.
Xue Wei's eyes were narrowed, and he looked into the horizon as he tried to catch this vague memory. He felt that it might be a lead to figuring out what was happening. Lolo frowned. She did not remember many details about her time in the Garden of Shadows. Her spirit had been severely harmed, and even the time she spent being locked up was vague and hazy, not to mention the rescue. The time in the Thunder Twilight Zone was a bit more distinct in her memory, but even so, she could not pinpoint anything specific that could explain the current situation.
We have to keep moving. Even if we are facing something more dangerous than initially expected, it is no longer possible for us to retreat.
Xue Wei's brows were still furrowed, but he knew that they could not spend too much time considering these vague worries.
For now, the most dangerous thing are the creatures that keep looming around us. Even if there is something more dangerous hidden within this no-man's land, we should not worry about it for now. The dangers that are in front of us cannot be ignored. If we are preoccupied with these hidden threats, we will end up in the stomach of some beasts before we can get harmed by something hidden. If this gloomy feeling has some sort of connection with our previous adventures, then it is very likely that it also has some sort of connection to the unknown enemy we are facing. Since this is the case, then things will be unraveled at some point in time. So for now, we just have to do our best to survive.
Although Xue Wei's words might sound as if he was pushing aside the troubles, there was truly no other option. The no-man's land where they were right now was not simple, and surviving was already difficult. If they had something else to confuse them, they might end up dead.
It is truly a desperate situation.
Lin Xiao could not help but smile wryly as he shook his head. The unknown enemy had pushed them to their limits. Although they were perfectly well aware of the dangers within this no-man's land, there was truly no other practical way to get to their destination. They had to risk their lives and suffer unmeasurable horrors. But even so, their future survival was still uncertain. Chapter 8. The Gloomy Forest.
Look!
Lin Xiao's excited voice startled the depressed group, and they raised their heads and looked ahead to where he was pointing. The time spent in this sandy landscape was truly dreadful, and during the last couple of hours a strong wind had been blowing, causing a sandstorm to increase the troubles they faced in their advance.
That's a forest! Look, it is so different! It is as if this sandy area and the forest are two completely different worlds, not to mention that the border between the two areas is so distinct and clear that it seems fake.
The rest of the group had noticed the phenomenon that he was talking about. In front of them was the border between the sandy areas and a strange forest, unlike any they had ever seen before. The forest was, as any others, dominated by trees, but these trees were all crooked, and their bark was covered in grime. Green leaves were at the very top of the trees, but instead of the majority of trees with countless leaves on each branch, these had fewer leaves, but their sizes were also many times bigger than ever seen before. In fact, each of these leaves was double the size of Xue Wei.
Although I am tired of these scorpions and the sand, I feel that our current area is many times more peaceful and less dangerous than that forest.
Bai Tianyi could not help but gulp as he spoke. Although he had heard many things about this no-man's land before, what had met them after their arrival was much more dangerous and terrible than he had ever expected.
Indeed. The sandy area seems pretty comfortable right now. In fact, I wouldn't mind even if the sandstorm continues to blow.
Lolo and Bai Tianyi were the ones most sensitive to the aura around them. Although the sandy areas had been gloomy and depressing, it was much more manageable than this forest in front of them that made their hearts palpitate just by looking at it.
The forest is naturally more dangerous, not only due to the plants we have never seen before, but also since most likely a wider variety of beasts live within. Not only will we be likely to encounter more beasts, they will also be much more camouflaged, so we have to constantly be alert when moving. We don't even know if the plants are carnivorous too.
Xue Wei was not as sensitive as Lolo and Bai Tianyi, but even he felt a strong resistance towards this forest. The trees were gloomy, and the dim light that breached through the leaves was not enough to release a gentle light. Even the grime on the trees made him painfully aware that the further into this no-man's land they got, the more dangers they would encounter. Instead of succumbing to this danger, they had to keep fighting and move forward together.
Understood.
Xue Wei was the youngest in their group, but he was also their moral support. He had brought them to see a much vaster world than they had ever known, or taught them the important things in life. Lolo even felt that he was the reason for her to gain her freedom, so all of them were willing to listen to this young man as he spoke. Although they all knew about the dangers they were to face, none of them mentioned the option of going back. To them, there was only one way, to keep moving forward. The most intriguing thing was that they had walked for so long. The sandy area was not full of hills and dunes, and although the sandstorm had limited their view a little, they should have noticed this forest way sooner than they did. By the time Ling Qiao had called out, the forest was only a few steps away from them, so they did not have much time to gather their thoughts.
Should we rest here before we enter, or go straight away?
He Gao looked at the forest in front and the sandy landscape behind. His eyes were dim, and he was feeling somewhat troubled. It seemed that no matter which option they picked, they would suffer and be unable to rest properly.
The sandstorm will not allow us any rest.
Although Xue Wei would have liked to gather strength before entering a new area, he understood that it was not possible. The sandstorm had become more and more fierce as they approached the border, and they would be unable to benefit even if they took a few moments to sit down.
In that case, let us give this new area a try.
He Gao naturally respected Xue Wei's decision. He too understood the reason for this decision, but still felt that the dangers ahead could not be belittled.
Wait!
Just as they got ready to enter, Lolo called out,
I am not the most familiar with these various realms, but if this realm was merged with our world, could it perhaps be a realm made from different pocket dimensions? Then each of these smaller realms has their own rules and regulations? If that is the case, then maybe this forest has other secrets and traps waiting. Some of the pocket dimensions I entered before getting caught had the habit of splitting apart groups when entering. I am not sure if this is possible here, but I would rather ensure that we do not get split than to take a risk.
As Lolo finished speaking, the others felt somewhat fearful. Amongst their group, only Lolo had entered more than a few pocket dimensions, so she had a better background knowledge than the rest. Even Bai Tianyi had not experienced this before, but he could already feel fear upon imagining what would happen if they got separated from one another. Chapter 9. The Bloody Mud. The air in the desert had been dry and unpleasant. Although they were all cultivators of a higher rank, they still suffered when breathing in the sandy air that made their throats dry. However, upon entering this strange forest, the air had changed from dry to humid, but the change was not something that they appreciated. The humid air was stale, and the smell resembled a puddle of stagnant and rotten water that could contain almost anything disgusting. The trees were all stretching towards the skies, but unlike the usual green leaves that hungered for sunlight, these trees seemed to shield themselves against the rays of light.
This place is extremely uncomfortable.
Lolo could not help but frown as she looked at the grime on the ground. The forest floor did not contain fallen leaves, moss, or other standard things you would imagine from this type of environment. With each step that Xue Wei and the others took, they felt how their feet would sink into the mud. But the mud itself did not seem to be the regular kind that was made from water and soil. Instead, it seemed that the liquid used to create this mud was blood. One could only imagine the amount of blood needed to create this much mud, but the amount was not the biggest issue. The stench was enough to make any weak person sick, and even this group was influenced by the disgust they felt.
The gloom is getting more intense the further we go. I am not sure if this area is especially bad, or if it is going to be even worse when we reach the next area.
Xue Wei could not help but frown as he looked around, but he did not reply to Lolo's statement. Although she might have some theories, it was not possible for them to reach any conclusions, as it was now. So instead of wasting time on these worries, he would rather focus on surviving for now. Even so, he did not admonish Lolo either. Although she was worried about something that was unimportant for now, she was merely worried about their future path.
Don't you find it too silent?
After looking around for some time, Xue Wei finally asked. They had been in this strange forest for a long time, but up until now they had not encountered even one living being. In fact, they had not even heard any sounds, not even a rustling of leaves or a snapping branch. The silence was almost suffocating.
Before arriving, we were already aware that the beasts would have a better chance of camouflaging in this forest, but we have not met anything at all. Do you think that there are no beasts at all?
He Gao could not help but frown as he asked. He looked around with some confusion in his eyes.
I cannot perceive any breath of beasts. It is as if this region is indeed devoid of all living beings.
But if there are no living beings, then where does the blood come from?
Ling Xiao did not doubt He Gao's words, but after looking around, his gaze could not help but land on the mud underneath their feet once more. Although they had not personally seen the blood wetting the soil under their feet, they had shed enough lives to know that it was high-graded blood that created this muddy ground, and thus they dared not relax their vigilance. Could the blood have flowed here from another region? Although it sounded unlikely, Xue Wei could not help but ask. He was not familiar with these strange, smaller dimensions, and thus he had to ask the two experts, Lolo and Bai Tianyi.
This realm is weird.
Lolo was the first to speak, and her eyebrows were deeply furrowed as she looked around.
It does not feel like one realm, but many that have been cut apart and put together. If they are all from their own worlds, then it might be difficult for the blood to come from elsewhere, as the two smaller regions are unwilling to integrate.
Xue Wei nodded his head and looked around. It turned out that the land itself was unwilling to assimilate with this new world, so it would not likely accept blood from elsewhere.
Maybe the blood is the reason for the silence?
Ling Xiao finally rubbed his chin.
Look at how soggy the ground is. It is clear that the blood is fresh. At the same time, the silence in the area can only show that all the creatures close by have died. Hence, I assume that this ruthless forest has killed all beasts for some reason.
While Ling Xiao was usually the least likely to come with reasonable theories, his sudden idea made sense.
Could the forest have killed all these animals after knowing that we have entered no man's land?
He Gao looked around the area, but the only thing he felt was that while the theory was reasonable, some things seemed a little off.
Even if we have entered this realm, there does not seem to be enough reason for this forest to slaughter all beasts. We are not the only humans who have entered no man's land, so there is no need for such desperate actions. At the same time, you also have to remember that if the forest wanted to kill all the beasts, it would suffer greatly. Beasts, if there had indeed been beasts living here, then they would have been a part of the natural habitat, and would have an influence on the survival of the forest in one way or another. At the same time, if the forest really killed off all these beasts, then where are their carcasses? Even if the trees are able to absorb the nutrients of the beasts, why would the blood flow like this? Also, if they are consuming the corpses, why are we only finding their blood?
Chapter 10. The Stagnant Sun. He Gao had made a clear analysis of their current situation. The bloody mud underneath their feet was not likely to have appeared due to the forest suddenly killing and consuming the beasts living within. So where could it come from?
For now, this might be to our advantage. We have already been walking through a fairly large patch of this forest, but we have not encountered any danger yet. While we have to stay alert and be prepared to fight at any moment, our current situation could be much worse. We have been in many forests before, and the ones with wet grounds like this one are usually filled with insects. While insects are not that troublesome in those forests, we are all aware that this no man's land cannot be compared to any other place, and the insects here are likely to become a true threat if they appear. Since this is the case, we should make use of our current peace. While the area is disgusting and disturbing, we can still advance without much trouble for now. So what if the mud is made from blood? It is not as if we have never seen rivers of blood before, so what does a little mud matter? What we have to focus on is not the bloody mud or its origin, but the threats and dangers that might jump at us at any moment. We should focus on the most secure, but also quickest way to exit this grim forest.
Xue Wei's eyes were full of vigilance as he looked around. His words contained a solemnity that could not be ignored, and the others also understood that his point was correct. Although the bloody mud was disturbing, it would not threaten them for now. If the forest had truly massacred all living beings within its borders before their arrival, it might even have done them a favor. So they should be more alert of anything living left behind.
Should we increase our pace, then?
Ling Xiao looked around and found that there were not actually any visible dangers for now, so if they wanted to leave this area as soon as possible, it might be viable to speed up their movements. We can't. However, his question just made Bai Tianyi frown as he sternly shot down his suggestion. Although we have not encountered anything dangerous yet, increasing our speed is a very bad idea. If we increase our speed, we will be much more easy to spot by any danger that might be lurking in the darkness, and attacks are also much more likely to succeed. Although I understand your eagerness to leave this place as soon as possible, it has to be done in a timely manner. We cannot rush anywhere, since it will just rouse the troubles we are working hard to avoid. By now, Bai Tianyi had gained complete peace with his appearance, so his facial expressions were natural and did not try to seem mature on purpose. Even so, the words spoken were heavy and contained a lot of wisdom and intelligence that was unheard of when looking at such a young boy. The contrast would have been intriguing if they had been in an environment where they had the option to appreciate it.
Let us keep going.
Lolo ended the conversation with a few sighs and kept moving forward. None of them dared to be less alert as they moved forward little by little, but they never really knew how much time had passed.
The sun does not move.
He Gao was the first to mention the phenomenon. Although the others had been feeling odd about their current circumstances, they did not know exactly what the origin of this strange feeling was. But after hearing He Gao's words, they suddenly understood. The sunlight could not break through the leaves of the trees, so it was reasonable to say that they were not influenced by the sun at all. But even if it could not break through, the light would still be present, as it gave a dim light in the forest thicket. However, ever since they entered the forest, the light had not changed in intensity at all. There were no signs of the sun moving around on the skies at all, and it was impossible to say if it was day or night. This sudden discovery made them feel apprehensive.
I would assume that each of these areas are truly their own individual pocket dimension from this discovery. The sun is not acting the same way here as it was in the area with the many scorpions, so it makes sense to believe that each area we enter will have its own rules and regulations. We have to pay attention to those details too. In the scorpion area, your sovereign beast aura had no influence, but it might help here in case we encounter a beast. However, just take it as an extra benefit if it does. Do not assume that it will be the case.
Lolo was the one who had been in most of these individual small realms, so she also gave some cautions to each of them.
However, since the sun does not move here, we might as well ignore the time spent. For now, we should focus on leaving as soon as possible, since we can no longer depend on the sun to know when to rest. We have to be more alert when listening to our bodies. Although we want to leave this area as soon as possible, the constant strain on our minds as we keep vigilant will make us exhausted, so we do need rest from time to time. Without rest, we will not be able to fight back if anyone or anything wants to engage us.
Chapter 11. They are here.
Let's continue.
The group had been wandering for days on end. Because the dim light that reached the forest floor was constantly present, they had no way to determine how many days had gone by, and could only travel depending on their current condition. They had rested more than 10 times already, and usually one rest a day would be enough. However, their surroundings were exactly the same as when they entered the forest at the very start, so they did not know how far they were or what their progress was. As the cascading light was constant, they also did not know if their rest time was the same as in other regions, or if it had changed after entering this forest. In fact, their normal sense of time had gotten lost, and they could only progress little by little.
This place is even worse than the damn scorpions.
Ling Xiao was getting frustrated, and he could not help but pull his hair in helplessness. Although he had felt annoyed when they were being constantly besieged by the black-scaled vine scorpions, it was much better than this constant worry and uncertainty. Also, the time spent when battling the scorpions felt much shorter than the time they had spent in this timeless jungle.
Quiet.
Xue Wei's brows furrowed as his eyes quickly roamed across the surroundings. His frown deepened as he felt something wrong. From the time they had entered and until now, they had not met any other living being than the trees, and they haven't yet found an explanation for the origin of the bloody mud. However, for the first time, Xue Wei felt the breath of living creatures closing in on them. But instead of feeling relieved to experience this change in their surroundings, he got extremely vigilant. The breath of living beings that approached them was not a single breath, but countless, and the speed by which they were advancing was also worrying. Prepare for battle. The others had also realized that something was wrong, so when they heard Xue Wei's order, they all gathered in pairs so they could guard each other's backs. Lolo and Bai Tianyi stood back to back, while Ling Xiao and He Gao made up the second pair. Xue Wei remained on his own intentionally, but the position he took was just in front of Bai Tianyi and He Gao. So although he did not have anyone standing back to back, he had full faith in the two of them and their ability to avoid letting anyone sneak up on him. Xue Wei's hands were already transformed into dragon claws, and the others were tightly holding onto their weapons as well. Even Bai Tianyi had conjured a sword from his spirit energy so that he would be able to react at the first possible moment. The group had been feeling frustrated due to the never-ending gloomy forest, but now that a change had happened, they did not know if they should feel relieved or depressed. The number of beings that were rushing their way was in no way small, and since they could not see what kind of creatures they were, they felt very helpless in their preparations.
If it is any kind of insect, then make sure to use the inscriptions. They are only one-time use, but I made a lot of them. Take the ones that explode and conjure up fires. Insects should be easy to burn, and we might not be able to fight them with our weapons. In case there are bigger animals, then you can use the freezing inscriptions to either slow them down or even stop their advance. With the number of approaching enemies, we need to use anything we have to keep an upper hand in the upcoming battle. Xue Wei was giving out orders, and he had at no point considered that these creatures that were approaching would be friendly. The whole no-man's land was full of dangers and traps. Any wrong move would cost them their lives. The atmosphere had turned tense, and all of them felt their heartbeat speed up. The adrenaline was rushing through their bodies, and they began to feel the familiar anticipation before a battle. This group of people had been dancing at the edge of life and death time and time again. They had gone from arrogant and hot-headed youths to more mature and hard-working experts. Throughout their short lives, they had already experienced many things and seen through the brutality and greed of man. The world was not black and white. It was not possible to speak about good or evil, and only those with enough strength could stand out. They're here.
Ling Xiao's voice was no longer as carefree and languid as usual. Instead, it was tense and hoarse. While he was the most casual and carefree of them all, he also understood the reality of their predicament and knew when to rein in his nonchalant attitude. He could be cynical and casual when the situation allowed for it, but right now they depended on one another, and the serious gleam in his eyes was not fake.
Throw the blazing fire inscriptions.
Xue Wei had also noticed that their opponents had arrived, and the sight that greeted him made him feel chilled to the core. He had initially expected to see either a huge swarm of insects or some beasts arriving, but what was in front of him made him feel disgusted. There were indeed countless insects and beasts standing in front of them, but none of them were alive. Their bodies were partly rotten, and decayed flesh could be seen through their fur. These undead beasts were emotionless as they charged at their group, making Xue Wei call out his orders as he too tossed out the first inscription at hand. Chapter 12. Rotten Flesh.
They are not able to feel pain.
Ling Xiao's voice reverberated above the sounds of battle as he had tried to kill a beast that had charged at them. The staff in his hands had been filled with power, and the beast in front of him had its lower body crushed, causing it to be unable to move as freely as before. Even so, it did not seem to have any sense of pain, and continued to drag its body forward with the purpose of attacking their group.
Use the inscriptions.
Xue Wei had realized the same thing. Although these beasts were breathing, they were not actually living. Their bodies were more like dolls than living creatures, and they seemed to be unable to sense anything else than a desperate need to attack and kill the intruding group of humans. As Xue Wei called out, he threw a few blazing inscriptions out, since the beasts in front of him were all surrounded by the disgusting bugs that could not be killed one by one.
They burn well, but it truly reeks.
It was not only Xue Wei who had taken to using the inscriptions. Tinalynge was standing on top of a sword conjured out of his soul, and was flying around the group of beasts, tossing inscriptions at them at random angles, ensuring that the inscriptions caused heavy damage and casualties to these attacking beasts. The beasts had rotten flesh showing in their wounds, and while the fire would usually transform animals into roast meat, there was a nauseating stench released from these creatures, making all of them feel sick to the stomach.
Their tenacity is insane, but they aren't that hard to kill. It is as if their bodies are already at their limits, so the only benefit they have is the sheer numbers and the inability to sense pain.
Lolo also seemed to find the battle easier than she had initially expected, but she still dared not look down on the horde of half-dead beasts in front of her. Due to their rotting flesh, it was hard to know if there was some sort of poison that could infect them, so they had to keep alert and do their best to eradicate this beast horde. The only one who did not comment on the battle was He Gao. He was the only real beast present. Although Xue Wei was also a beast, he was different, and thus he could not sense the agony and despair that was surrounding these beasts. But He Gao was strongly influenced by their emotions. He could sense the unwillingness and sadness that these beasts felt. He knew that they did not actually want to fight them, and they were not willing to die here. But they could no longer control their bodies. They were going to die no matter whether they won or lost this battle. So while their bodies were ferociously charging ahead, their minds were full of complicated emotions that resonated with He Gao. It was also this knowledge that caused He Gao to not hold back his attacks as he slaughtered the beasts without any pity or regret. Only by destroying their bodies would they be able to escape. The bodies that were supposed to be their strongest weapon that would follow them for the rest of their lives had instead become a prison that they could not escape. Such helplessness was hard to understand if they had never experienced it before. Although these beasts were not overly powerful by themselves, their biggest threat was actually the sheer number of creatures that had gathered. Xue Wei had created numerous inscriptions before entering No Man's Land, but currently he felt that he had truly looked down on the dangers they were to experience. This was only the second area within the zone, but he had already used this many inscriptions to ensure that they would be able to handle the bugs while also fighting the other beasts. They were not close to running out of inscriptions, but they had used around a quarter already, and while it might not seem to be unacceptable when compared to the sheer number of beasts they fought, it was still troublesome when considering their future journey. For some reason, he had a feeling that there would not be any peaceful places where he would be able to carve more inscriptions to help them during future battles. Even so, he could not save the inscriptions more than he already did. Although the beasts were not overly strong one by one, they were still countless in numbers, and they did not know how to keep them under control.
We will not try to find an exit from this gloomy forest for now. Instead of trying to get out of the area at the same time as fighting, I think we will benefit more from finishing this before moving elsewhere. When fighting against the scorpions in the previous area, Xue Wei would always guide their group to attack while moving forward, but this tactic was not possible here. Here, Xue Wei did not have a good overview to analyze their next movements, as the trees would block their advance and the distance he could see. Who knew? Maybe an ambush was waiting for them. Although this decision was made for the sake of their safety, Xue Wei still felt uncomfortable as he looked at the rotten carcasses that were lying in the mud, slowly sinking down and turning into a disgusting grime that merged with the rest of the ground. Only then did he understand that the mud was not made from soil and blood. The mud was simply the rotten flesh and bones left over by the beasts that once lived here. Chapter 13. Soulless.
They're still alive.
While their group was busy struggling to maintain control of the beast horde that was attacking them ferociously, He Gao was feeling more and more influenced by the heavy grief and despair that shrouded the bodies of the beasts. Although he did not pause his actions as he cut down one beast after another, he still did not manage to protect his mind from the despair that was surrounding him. He could feel the grievances that these beasts had, but he also knew that there was no way he could stop and try to speak with them to find out the cause for their lack of control over their own bodies. Also, even though they were still alive, the festering flesh on their bodies was clearly infected and inflamed. They would not be able to survive for long either way, so killing them might even lessen the amount of pain they would have to go through. The insects and bugs were not much of an issue, as their intellect was already very limited, so although they were confused, he did not sense much suffering from them. However, the larger beasts were truly in agony. Xue Wei frowned as he looked at He Gao. He had sensed that something was amiss with his friend, and after hearing his explanation, he understood that the problem was much more intense than he had initially expected.
How do the rest of you feel?
He suddenly called out as he randomly threw away another inscription that exploded upon colliding with the swarm of wasps that were charging ahead. Lolo and Bai Tianyi both heard Xue Wei's question, but neither of them felt any different. Even Ling Xiao mainly snorted as he answered,
I feel disgusted. The beasts are pretty gross with all this rotten flesh, and the bugs are nauseating, so I hope they can all die as soon as possible.
While Ling Xiao's disgust was obvious from his words, there did not seem to be any actual discomfort in his expression, and Xue Wei narrowed his eyes as he looked at the many beasts again. He Gao's mental state was clearly wrong, and even he could feel some discomfort, but as to where these feelings came from, he did not know.
Beasts!
Suddenly, Xue Wei called out a word that did not seem to have much of a connection with anything, as the rest of his friends were unaware of how he wanted them to react. But even so, they did not lose their grasp of the overall situation.
There is something wrong with this forest, and it will influence beasts. He Gao is already infected in one way or another. His mind is slowly being overwhelmed by the despairing beasts, and if he is allowed to keep being shrouded in this gloom, he will definitely become the same as them.
Although Xue Wei was not completely certain about his theory, it was the one that made the most sense. Only he and He Gao were influenced by the strange feelings surrounding them, and He Gao was a primordial beast, while he was a sovereign beast. It was reasonable for him to be less influenced by the creatures around them, as he was a natural emperor of the beasts, and the deaths of common citizens wouldn't matter much to such a noble figure. He Gao was different. While he was not among the most basic fierce beasts, he was still merely a primordial beast, and he was thus much more affected by the despair.
Have you guys realized that even after we kill these beasts, there does not seem to be any soul leaving their bodies? Although they are clearly alive, their bodies seem soulless, and even the air is devoid of any soul power.
Lolo was looking around as she spoke. She was not aware if this observation was of any use, but she still felt the need to mention it. He Gao's eyes widened as he looked around. He had never been skilled in spiritual cultivation, but he could still sense if there was spiritual energy around. And Lolo was correct. Not even one of these dead beasts had released any soul power. Did this mean that the bodies, which were acting like puppets, were actually without a soul? Had their souls been taken away and their bodies left to become a tool for hunting down the troublesome intruders in the forest? This would also explain why the emotions were still present, as the bodies would maintain the state of mind that the soul had at the time it was dragged away. Such despair had to be overwhelming, and thus He Gao was also affected by the remnant emotions.
He Gao, go to the center. You will not keep facing these beasts head-on. Instead, you will focus on tossing inscriptions at the larger hordes of bugs and insects.
Xue Wei felt that if He Gao continued to battle against these beasts, the lingering emotions might overwhelm him, and such terrible negativity could truly harm him for good. He had already lost his memories, so Xue Wei was not willing to allow for his mind to be injured further. He Gao did not pretend to be a hero either. He quickly retreated until he was standing in the middle of the four fighting comrades, witnessing how all of them killed off any beast that might try to approach him. The overwhelming gloom and depression that had swept over him previously slowly disappeared. But Hegao was not able to pay attention to these emotions, as he kept his eyes open and focused on the largest swarms of insects to kill, one group after another. Chapter 14. In the Depths of the Forest.
There is something wrong with this forest. It does not seem to target everyone who enters, but it seems to specialize in targeting beasts.
Xue Wei looked at Hegao, only to see that the depressive aura that had surrounded him was slowly dissipating as they were retreating further and further from the front of the battle.
For now, we don't have any need to know why the beasts have lost their souls and their bodies have become puppets that attack. Our only aim is to leave this cursed forest as soon as possible.
Once again, Xue Wei decided to put emphasis on their purpose. Since entering No Man's Land, they had come across many things that could not be explained with logic, and that they needed to truly spend more time trying to examine if they wanted answers. No Man's Land had existed for many years, and while it was dangerous and known to bring peril to any that entered, it had never brought danger to the rest of the world. Thus, Xue Wei felt no obligation to try and solve the problems in this place for the greater good. In fact, right now, he had a hard time to ensure his own survival. So how would it be possible for him to spend time trying to solve these mysteries that would not benefit him in the long run? Bai Tianyi, Lolo, Ling Xiao, and Hegao were all brought back to reality by Xue Wei. They had indeed been lured into the mysteries of this strange forest once more, but to them it did not matter what had caused the fate of these beasts. As soon as they left this area, they were not likely to return again in the future. Since it brought them no danger, they also did not need to dwell on these confusing things. One had to be aware that to save the world, they had to be alive first. Why would they get involved in more dangerous mysteries when they were already deeply entwined by some unknown enemy that was lurking in the darkness?
I will provide ranged support. I still have quite a few inscriptions in my storage treasures, so do not worry. Charge ahead while I will cover your backs.
Hegao had to retreat, but he was not willing to become useless during the battle. The others all smiled as they nodded, and their attack turned fiercer than before. While they were busy fighting, their full focus was on the situation in front of them. However, deep within the dark and gloomy forest, two figures were present. Unlike the grime and disgusting mud that was present elsewhere, this small area had turned into a beautiful clearing, with expensive spiritual jade having been placed on the ground, alongside furniture made from ancient magnolia. Even the light came from priceless luminous pearls, and the gloomy aura could not penetrate into the center.
I see that everything is going according to your expectations.
The one who spoke was the only one of the figures who was seated. His posture was rigid and solemn, and it contained immense nobility. Anyone would be scared off by looking at such a figure, as his aura was simply too holy.
I have to thank you, my lord, for assisting me with my search for vengeance.
The second figure was a mature man. He was above and beyond the age of a young man, but still did not look so old that one could consider him middle-aged. Although he also possessed an outstanding aura and seemed very powerful, he was still lacking when compared to the other male.
I have provided you with a chance for revenge, but you were the one who made it possible. You have been planning for more than 10,000 years, but even so, many things are different than before. However, you have to be aware of your greed. I understand your need for revenge, and the urge to ensure that the future you witnessed never becomes reality. However, your decision of toying with these mortals is questionable. You are doing your best to activate the young man's full bloodline, and then use it to break through. But have you ever considered that doing this might even cause your many years of hard work to fail? Upon the birth of this young man, you should have killed him immediately to gain your revenge, and then used your own abilities to progress.
Your current choice of raising him for slaughter is a double-edged sword. While I was willing to help you seek out vengeance, I am not willing to clean up any mess you might cause. If one day Xue realizes that you have been behind the scenes the entire time, then I will not protect you. I have used my abilities to shield you from his vision for now, but everything will resurface one day. I am not willing to become the enemy of Xue and his family for the sake of protecting you. Although your connection to the heavenly Tao of fate is great, it does not change the fact that your value is only so high. You are not able to fully utilize this Tao just yet, and if I were to become enemies of Hui Yu and Lan Feng's families, then I will lose out much more than I can gain. The other man dared not voice his complaints against this person, as he knew that he was currently depending on his goodwill to reel in the net and complete the revenge he had been planning for more than 10,000 years. Even so, he could not help but feel indignant. "My lord, I understand your worries. This young man is indeed talented, but he is also blindly arrogant and confident. I am aware that by letting him grow, I will endanger myself, but I also have great trust in my own abilities, and I am convinced that I will succeed." "I see. In that case, you can continue to move forward in accordance with your own beliefs. Just remember, I am not going to help you if anything goes wrong. Your memories of this young man are, after all, influenced by a life that never seems to have existed yet." Chapter 15. Dangerously Beautiful. Finally, Xue Wei took a deep breath as the final beast collapsed on the muddy ground. Although the battle had gone on for a long time, it was impossible to say exactly how many hours had passed due to the never-changing environment. Although their energy had not yet run out, they were still feeling frazzled, and the constant need to be on high alert was taxing on their minds. If their mental state began to become unstable, then their survival would be in jeopardy, and thus Xue Wei was eager to find a place to rest as soon as possible. "The beasts' corpses have no value to us, so we should hurry up and leave. Although I do feel uncomfortable with their fate, we are not in a position where we can try to avenge them. For now, we need to survive. When we have enough strength to wander these grounds without the constant threat of losing our lives, then we can return to find the reason behind their loss and give them justice." Xue Wei's voice was stern. Although he also pitied these beasts, he was not willing to risk his life and the lives of his dear ones for the sake of investigating their unfortunate deaths. However, at the same time, he also understood that the gloom and depression had rooted itself deep within his heart, and if he did not find a solution, or at least an explanation, he might develop a heart demon.
"I understand."
Hegao's voice was hoarse and a bit depressed, but his eyes were not weighted down by the gloom he felt. Although it had a great influence on his emotions, he still knew how to think logically, and understood that there was no way to risk his own life and the life of his friends for the sake of some unknown beasts. He was not a saint. The group quickly fixed their clothes and left the battleground behind. They were eager to leave this obscure forest as soon as possible, but they still did not dare to rush. Although the group of beasts was not impossible to beat, it was not a pleasant experience either, and who knew if even more dangerous creatures loomed within the darkness. The forest was filled with a bloody smell, but even the initial disgust that the group felt upon entering the forest had slowly evened out. Although they did not like the forest, they no longer felt influenced by the macabre surroundings. The rest of their journey through the grim forest went without encountering any other living beings. The beast horde from before seemed to be one of a kind, and although the forest was somewhat repulsive, it was not as dangerous as the previous area. Even so, the group felt excited upon witnessing the border of a new area appearing in the distance. The area in front of them was in sharp contrast to the forest they were currently in. The lush, green grass seemed to be well nourished, and the gentle breeze made it sway in the wind. Among the leaves, a few colorful flowers were spread, bringing a gentle color to the beautiful area, and the skies above were of a clear blue, with only a few white cumulus clouds drifting around. The area seemed so idyllic and beautiful that anyone who witnessed it would want to charge ahead and take a well-deserved rest.
Wait.
Although Xue Wei was also momentarily dazed by the beauty and temptation of peace in front of them, he quickly regained his senses and awakened the others from their stupor.
Although it looks innocent and tranquil, please remember the 2 areas we have passed so far. Nothing here in No Man's Land can be considered peaceful, so we need to be even more alert when encountering something as dangerously beautiful as this.
The words were said in a very plain tone of voice. Xue Wei did not need to put any emphasis on certain words or even try to stress his meaning, as he was well aware that all of them knew what he meant. Such beauty was likely to be even more deadly than the previous areas, and if they truly underestimated it, they would not know how they had died.
The flowers are unlike any I have ever seen before. Although they seem very beautiful, I fear that they might be very dangerous.
Ling Xiao could not help but shudder as he looked at the beautiful flowers in front of him. Although he was a mature man, he still felt an unexplainable fear towards the colorful petals, as if they were trying to absorb his life force or even lure him into an eternal sleep.
"You can't appreciate the beauty of flowers,"
Lolo said as her eyes glistened. She looked at the flowers with ardent admiration. But unlike ordinary women, her focus did not seem to be the beauty of the flower, but instead it seemed as if she wished to eat it.
"I bet this is a certain kind of ghost flower. I am not sure about how it is created, but it is bursting with soul power. If I eat it, I am sure that my strength will increase."
Such words made Xue Wei and the others stunned as they looked at the young girl. Lolo was usually a very calm and controlled person. Because she had undergone many different experiences throughout her life, she was more calm than most. But even she was drooling upon looking at the flowers in front of her. This meant that they had to be truly delicious in the eyes of a spirit. Upon seeing her extreme reaction, Ling Xiao, Xue Wei, and He Gao's faces all turned to look at Bai Tianyi to see if he was equally tempted. And it was as they thought. Even this usually arrogant sword spirit looked like a child that had entered a candy land. The drool was almost dripping from his mouth. Chapter 16. So perfect it appears fake. Xue Wei's reaction to the 2 drooling spirits was somewhat comical. Although they were in the middle of a dangerous area where they could lose their lives at any moment, he still felt somewhat amused by their identical reactions.
Since these flowers have such an abundant soul power, I guess that they have witnessed many deaths. Otherwise, where would all the soul power come from?
Xue Wei was aware that although neither Lolo nor Bai Tianyi were impulsive spirits, they might be blinded by some sort of temptation that the flowers sent out, and thus he decided to help them regain their senses.
Maybe this is where all the souls of those previous beasts ended.
He Gao was also trying to figure out what might have happened before, and although the beast horde had been defeated, he was still somewhat affected by the episode. Now, by seeing these flowers that were bursting with energy that could only come from numerous souls, he had a strange thought that perhaps the souls had been dragged from one area to another and swallowed by the beautiful herbs before leaving the gloomy-looking bodies to wander the forest as helpless puppets.
It is still unknown. This no man's land is very confusing, and while every area seems to be independent, there has to be some sort of connection between them. Even so, this is not important for us. Let us just rush through the area and try to find the shore as soon as possible. We have to reach the White Tiger clan as soon as possible. The more time we waste on the way, the less time we have to prepare for the hidden enemy in the dark. Although Xue Wei was very intrigued and curious about this no man's land, he understood that they could not risk their future to adventure through an unknown land. They had to protect themselves, and if they succeeded in winning against their enemy, then they could come back to find the reasons behind this peculiar area. One of the reasons that Xue Wei had to constantly warn about their purpose was not only to remind his companions, but also to dampen the excitement that kept trying to grow in his own heart. At any other time, he would have been eager to examine and venture deeper into this area and get to know the secrets behind these weird things, while hopefully also gain something in the process. However, he could not take the risk now, so he was trying to stop their excitement and focus only on the task at hand. The area in front is a new zone, much like the ones before. We still do not know what rules this area follows, so I suggest that we, once again, ensure that we cannot be separated upon entry. Also, considering the temptation that these flowers have to Lolo and Bai Tianyi, we have to be extra alert so that they will not be influenced by them. The group had reached the border of the new zone. Only one step was needed to enter this new area, and they all felt eager to leave the gloom behind for something more beautiful. Even if the danger was higher, their mental state should also improve when looking at something more pleasing to their eyes. The group did the same as last time, and after ensuring that they would no longer be separated upon entry, they took the deciding step into the new place. The moment they crossed the border, their entire environment changed. It was not only a question about the visual difference, but also the floral scent in the air and the sound of birds in the sky. The gloomy aura that seemingly had become familiar to Xue Wei and the others was swept away as they involuntarily became more relaxed. However, moments after, their muscles turned taut and their mind tense. This area was much more dangerous than the gloomy forest. Even a mere step inside had almost made them feel at ease, and the comfort was about to make them lose their senses and succumb to the tranquil surroundings. Who knew what would happen to them if they were to give in and let go of their vigilance? We will keep the chains that are holding us together throughout the entire time in this area. Xue Wei's eyes were solemn, and he kept surveying the surroundings. Upon entering, the group had used chains made from blood-infused iron to hold them together, and while this type of iron was fairly easy to obtain, it had a great benefit in this seemingly idyllic area. The blood-infused iron was made by being infused with the essence blood of special beasts and had enhanced durability. However, the downside was that the iron itself had a somewhat bloodthirsty aura that it carried with it, and could interfere with any ordinary person's mind if kept around for too long. However, this bloodthirstiness was precisely what they needed in this dreamy place. Everything seemed way too perfect, making it appear fake. Who knew how many corpses were hidden beneath the seemingly lush green carpet of grass?
The flowers are very tempting.
Lolo's voice was strained as she spoke up. Although the blood-infused iron was somewhat keeping her mind anchored, she was constantly assaulted by the scent of the overwhelmingly sweet and alluring soul power that these flowers exuded. And she was afraid that if she did not have the chains holding her back, she would have rushed towards these plants a long time ago. Chapter 17. Let's try.
Do you feel that there is a very uncomfortable smell around here?
He Gao's words suddenly interrupted the group as they progressed through the idyllic landscape. After getting their first taste of the area, they slowly managed to keep their minds under control, but this also caused them to realize many weird things that they had overlooked at first. The floral scent that they had at first enjoyed and found pleasant was suddenly becoming sticky and a bit overwhelming. It even caused some disgust when breathing in, as if they just longed for fresh and clean air without this overly sweet fragrance.
It does resemble the smell of rouge and perfume that you can find in a brothel,
Ling Xiao suddenly answered without time to consider which words he used. However, moments after the sentence slipped from his lips, he suddenly felt embarrassed. Diviners were considered monks at the Chang'an continent, and thus they usually stayed away from carnal pleasures unless their partners were a wife. However, Ling Xiao had always been troublesome, and he was not happy with the leaders of the temple, and thus he snuck into a brothel once before. Although he had only visited once, he would never forget the trauma he experienced after going there, and thus the scent here was somewhat familiar, and he instantly remembered this episode that he would never be able to forget for the rest of his life. The words were truly surprising. The entire group knew of Ling Xiao's personality, and he was not usually a playboy, nor someone who would indulge in pleasure at brothels, so they could not understand where his profound knowledge of such scent came from. However, they did not delve into it, although their eyes turned subtle and slightly amused. In fact, all of them knew him well and were perfectly aware that there had to be some other reason behind his words. But the current scenario was rather amusing as they witnessed his mental collapse after blurting out these words.
The scents in brothels are usually fake and made to cover the foul odors that are present. Ever since we arrived here, the land does not seem as perfect as first assumed, and there are a lot of smaller details that make me wonder if it is truly as idyllic as it seems. Lolo and Tianyi, do you think that it is possible for the two of you to absorb any of the soul power within these flowers? I want to see if this area will react differently after losing some of the energy.
Xue Wei would usually not have decided to become the one actively looking for trouble, but he had a feeling that everything around them was fake. If he did not find a way to shatter the current illusion, then he would not be able to get out of this place that became more and more unsettling the longer they stayed. His question was a bit abrupt, but although both Lolo and Bai Tianyi were constantly being tempted by the energy surrounding the flowers, they dared not rush to answer his question. I do want to try, but only one of us can make an attempt. At the same time, the rest of us have to be ready to interfere at any given moment, in case we lose control of ourselves. Bai Tianyi looked at the flower closest to their location, and a frown appeared on his brows. He knew that it was a risky strategy, but he was also aware that it might be their only chance to break the current deadlock they faced with this strange zone, and thus he contemplated about what the best solution was.
Why don't you try, Wei? Currently the soul power within these flowers are trying to lure Tianyi and me to gobble them up whole, but you also cultivate spiritual energy, so perhaps you won't be as influenced by them since you also have qi cultivation.
Lolo also considered the current situation when she made the request. It was not that she was unwilling to try, but for now she truly had no belief in her own or Bai Tianyi's self-control and ability to hold back if they gave in to the temptation. Xue Wei was different. Although he cultivated spiritual energy, it was clear that these flowers had no actual influence on him, so he should be able to keep his mind clear during the absorption.
Let's try,
Xue Wei quickly agreed. Although he cultivated spiritual energy, his level of cultivation had lagged behind recently, as the soul power in the atmosphere was limited, and the two spirits solely relied on this to advance. He, on the other hand, had found that after his bloodlines were activated, qi had become much more familiar to him, and while spiritual cultivation was still an option, it was not as beneficial as focusing on one path.
Although I am not currently being tempted by the flowers, we cannot guarantee anything when it comes to the actual absorption process. All of you should be ready to stop me in case I get too obsessed. If I lose my consciousness, you should at first try with pain, and if I do not react after you injure me, then simply knock me out right away. I believe that if I am fully focused on these flowers, my defense should be very low. But just to be safe, please make sure to have some inscriptions ready with high bursting abilities. If I fight back, I have to be beaten down as quickly as possible. Don't mind if I get injured.
Chapter 18. Targeting Spirits. The caution that their group showed these plants could easily be considered too exaggerated to others, but they were currently within no man's land, and none of them felt any sense of security. Their current area was making them feel very complicated, and although it appeared to be the most approachable zone they had visited so far, everything seemed fake and staged. This surreal feeling was enough to make them feel as if all the hairs on their bodies had stood up in horror, and thus they did their utmost to guard themselves. These plants were the only thing within the whole zone that appeared to contain energy, and the energy they contained was soul power. Under normal circumstances, soul power was already difficult to encounter, as it was connected to a person's death and soul. But here they encountered a massive amount of energy without any living beings in sight. This made them feel even more surreal, as the soul power should slowly diminish after the last death. But even with the current state, each of these flowers seemed to be bursting with energy, making Xue Wei and the others feel complex.
Okay, I will start now.
Xue Wei took a deep breath as he eased his mind and began to delve into the mindless state that accompanied him every time he began to cultivate. Even if he knew that there was a risk, he was much more calm now that he was the one taking the risk, and he tried to cultivate with full focus. It was some time since he had last actively cultivated using spiritual energy, and he could feel that his body was like a dry sponge that had been plunged into a bowl of water. The main reason for this extreme effect was naturally the sheer amount of soul power that these flowers contained, and although his mind was blank, a subconscious tremble ran through his heart as the overwhelming amount of energy seemed to tempt him into wantonly absorbing everything without a thought for the consequences. However, even with this subconscious feeling, Xue Wei kept cultivating. Had it been an ordinary situation, he would have automatically stopped the absorption, as any kind of threat would be multiplied many times over while cultivating. But the whole purpose of their experiment was to see if there was any extreme danger with these flowers. If there was none, then it would be stupid not to let his two companions gobble up all the useful energy for themselves. Xue Wei's cultivation had slowly settled down. He felt the relaxation and constant improvement of his soul and mind, but there was no danger to him as he kept cultivating. Even by the time he woke up naturally as the flower had run out of energy, there was no danger to him at any point. "How do you feel?" The first to ask was Lolo. Although they had stood by his side the entire time, none of them had noticed anything strange or wrong with Xue Wei. Even his facial expressions had been comparable to a stone, utterly rigid with no movements.
I felt no problems when absorbing the energy. It was easier to refine than usual soul power, and my spiritual energy has increased vastly from what it previously was. At first I felt a strange sense of temptation, but it was quite subtle and not enough to make me pay extra attention. I would suggest that either Lolo or Tinalynge try to absorb a flower next. I do not approve of both of them trying at the same time, since the temptation they have felt before is much stronger than mine, and they might become obsessed while cultivating. We have to be able to stop them at any time. Although Xue Wei was not one who would spend time unnecessarily, he also understood that their strength needed improvements. Although they were in no man's land now and wished to leave as soon as possible, they needed strength to leave, and perhaps these flowers could boost their strength. Even so, he was aware that many things seemed too simple and straightforward, not to mention fake, so he was extremely alert as he made his decision. Both Lolo and Tinalynge frowned as they understood the severity of the matter. They were both more than willing to risk themselves if it meant protecting the other, but they also knew that they should be completely assured that they had the ability to take on the task. If they were harmed for the sake of one of their companions, even if they felt relieved, their companion would, without a doubt, feel guilty.
"Let me."
Lolo finally made the decision. Even after being locked up for so long and drained for her energy, she was, after all, still an ancient spirit, and her foundations could not be easily manipulated. She should be able to withstand the energy more than Tinalynge.
Wait!
Xue Wei suddenly stopped the young woman before she sat down.
Let Tianyi. I have a guess, and according to my theory, you might be more influenced than Tianyi is. Xue Wei's eyes were subtle as he looked at the many flowers surrounding them. I was the one who absorbed the first flower, and although I felt a slight temptation, it was not difficult for me to suppress it. The reason that I made the first attempt was that I am able to absorb spiritual energy, but I did not feel the temptation, so I would imagine that the more spiritual you are, the more the flower will influence you. Xue Wei was not certain about the purpose of such flowers, but he felt that there could not be so many coincidences without reason. Well then, I'll give it a go. Bai Tianyi stepped forward, and his eyes were solemn as he prepared to absorb the energy within a nearby flower. Chapter 19. Corruption. Xue Wei's brows were slightly furrowed as he kept an eye on every move that Bai Tianyi made. Although he knew the risks involved, they had no other option than to try and figure out the secrets hidden deep within this zone. If possible, he would have ignored it and kept moving forward, but a nagging sensation kept telling him that this zone was different from the others. If he wanted to leave, he would have to shatter the illusion of it being perfect. So far, apart from the strange intuition that everything was fake, only these flowers had shown their difference, which made Xue Wei assume that their escape from this area would be connected to the said flower. However, it did not take long for them to realize that when Bai Tianyi began to absorb the soul power, a huge change happened in the area. The previously clear skies became overcast, and the gentle breeze turned into gusts of wind. The temperatures dropped, and even the fake feeling of comfort vanished. It was clear that these changes had not happened when Xue Wei was trying to absorb the energy from these flowers. Stop him! Xue Wei had noticed the many changes in the surroundings, but his eyes had never left Bai Tianyi throughout the whole process, and he began to be worried. Before Bai Tianyi had begun absorbing the energy, it was clear that the tempting soul power within was enough to make him eager and a bit impatient. However, after he began absorbing, his facial expression had turned calm and unmoving. If this was any other time, Xue Wei would not have noticed, but no matter how focused he was during cultivation, many things could influence one's ability to refine energy, and when considering the earlier obsession, his expression was now too calm. Something was definitely wrong. Ling Xiao was also quick at responding, and he waved his staff before the others had the time to react. The staff was made from wood and seemingly not able to do as much damage as the bladed weapons, but one should not underestimate the sheer destruction this staff could cause when used right. No one was more familiar with staves than Ling Xiao, and He Gao could not help but wince slightly as he looked at the quickly descending staff that hit Bai Tianyi on the top of his head. Although He Gao knew that Bai Tianyi was a spirit, and that his body was made from energy, and that this hit would not make him lose consciousness, the body would not be destroyed. Even so, the pain that was accompanied by such a hit was not to be belittled. Thump! The sound of the wooden staff hitting Bai Tianyi's head was loud and managed to make him lose consciousness right away, and this caused a domino effect, as the gusts stopped and became a gentle breeze once more. The sun came out from behind the clouds, and even the tranquil feeling returned. The change between the two situations was simply so extreme that the others were shocked to their cores.
I guess that this zone has some prejudice against spirits.
Lolo could just gulp as she looked at the sudden change in the weather, and she once more looked at the little beautiful flower in front of her that kept luring her closer. However, while she previously had a very hard time fighting against the temptation, she now felt more grounded. Although she was eager to absorb this energy, she had to stay alive first. Her reasoning had lowered the eagerness significantly, and she went to Bai Tianyi's side instead. As a spirit, Lolo had a better understanding of spirits, and she was quick to check if he had suffered any damage.
His spiritual energy has increased drastically, but the soul power he absorbed is not pure. I am afraid that if we do not get rid of the impurities quickly, his spiritual core might become corrupted.
Xue Wei did not know much about spirits, but the word corruption alone was enough to make him feel wary.
A spirit is created from pure energy, but anything can become a spirit if enough time and energy is used to nurture it. Bai Tianyi is a sword spirit, and his core is still the sword itself. However, when a spirit's core becomes corrupted, then the spirit will lose itself and become a creature that will either be controlled by others or simply lose its mind and wantonly seek to kill and absorb more energy to fuel the urge for power.
Lolo's brows were furrowed as she looked at Bai Tianyi. The two of them were spirits, but their cores were different. Even so, the stronger a spirit was, the more important the core became, and thus she felt that Bai Tianyi's situation could be considered dangerous. But she was also relieved that he had just recently become a true spirit. If it had been her, then the corruption would have already taken hold. However, even though Bai Tianyi had been considered a spirit for long, he was more identical to an artificial one, and thus his core was still fairly new after his transformation. The impurities had still not stained him.
How do we remove the impurities? Although Xue Wei was not a spirit, he had a great understanding of how dangerous the situation could become. When cultivators consumed pills, they also had to remove the impurities, or their futures would be severely affected. No matter who they were, they knew how to value themselves, and this was merely their bodies. It was easy to guess that the core of a spirit would suffer greatly if corrupted. Chapter 20. Purification. Lolo's brows were furrowed as she looked around with vigilance and hesitation.
Corruption is not simple at all. If you have a piece of white cloth and it gets tainted by a black dye, it might become ruined. Even if you manage to clean it and try to get all the stains off, the affected area will never return to be as pure white as it was before. Even if we do manage to remove the corruption from Tianyi's energy, he will have certain lasting sequelae. Even the best solution will make it so that he will become extra sensitive to corruption in the future, and that another corruption will invade his core instantly, and not like now, where he is still savable.
Xue Wei could not help but frown as he understood the severity of this corruption. Although Bai Tianyi was stopped in time, he would not be able to get away without consequences. Even the least invading after effect would be dangerous for his future.
We have to remove the corruption as soon as possible. The longer it stays, the more severe the consequences will be.
Lolo understood this situation better than any of the others. But it was also because of her understanding that the others were able to take it seriously and act accordingly.
Under normal circumstances, the spirit has to absorb energy with the same nature as their origin. Tianyi is in a special situation, though, as he was an artificial spirit before becoming a true sword spirit. Even so, I would assume that he should be consuming sword energy if possible, but this area is lacking all special kinds of energy.
Lolo was trying to stay calm, but her quivering voice was making it clear how panicked and worried she was inside.
Can he use sword energy from me?
Xue Wei looked at Bai Tianyi. Unlike Lolo and Bai Tianyi, he did not depend on spiritual energy, and he also had the ability to use a sword well. So, in a situation like this, where they had no other option, he was willing to use his own spiritual energy to purify Bai Tianyi.
It is possible, but the price is also high.
Lolo's expression was somber as she took a deep breath and explained.
A spirit is made when too much energy gathers at one place. It can be at a big river or a small plant. However, when created, all the energy will become part of this spirit. And if you wish to use your spiritual energy to help purify Tianyi, the situation will be very similar. Your energy is actually not the best option, but for now it is our only option. If you use your spiritual energy to purify Bai Tianyi, he will take away all of your energy of this kind, and you will lose all you have. You will either have to give up all soul cultivation for the future, or you will have to recultivate it all over. Whatever decision you come to, you have to act swiftly, as Tianyi cannot continue to hang on.
How do I help?
Xue Wei did not need time to consider the situation, as he already knew the decision he would make. Xue Wei's cultivation was currently dependent on qi, and even though he was cultivating his spiritual energy from time to time, it had long been his secondary choice. Although it was able to help him in some situations, it was not worth comparing to Bai Tianyi's well-being, so he was instantly willing to remove all the energy for saving his friend.
Gao, quickly hold Tianyi in a sitting position. It does not matter how he sits, as long as he is sitting upright and his back is facing Wei.
Lolo began to explain the process they had to follow, and none of the people present wasted any time as they hurriedly began working in accordance with the instructions.
Place your palms on his shoulder blades and let the energy enter his body through the meridians that are placed between the shoulder blades and the neck.
Lolo was explaining the steps in detail as she stared at every change happening to Bai Tianyi. She, Xue Wei, and He Gao were focused on Bai Tianyi, while Ling Xiao was keeping a vigilant watch on their surroundings in case something would use this opportunity to attack them.
Ensure that the energy is flowing clockwise, and do not let it become jerky. It has to flow smoothly, otherwise the corruption cannot be removed. Your spiritual energy has to flow through his entire body. Although his body is a spiritual body and not made from flesh and blood, the meridians are still created as channels for the energy, so you should be able to find them. The corruption is centered around his core, so you have to be extra careful when reaching this place. You cannot let the energy flow become stagnant, nor can it become too rapid. Keep a slow but secure pace, and just keep running your energy through his body until you run out. The energy you use will be gone for good, but every strand of energy that you transfer will make Bai Tianyi more likely to overcome this challenge.
Lolo was very solemn as she explained the consequences and the cost, but she also knew that their only option was for Xue Wei to sacrifice his spiritual energy. When considering the current situation, Bai Tianyi was much more important than this secondary cultivation method. Xue Wei also lived up to their expectations. He did not hesitate to follow her orders, and every action was done carefully and with deep concentration. He was doing everything he could to ensure that Bai Tianyi would have the best chances for purification. Chapter 21. The Sound of Chanting. Xue Wei could feel how his spiritual energy was slowly diminishing, but unlike usual, he knew that he could no longer replenish it as before. When cultivating any kind of energy, the expert would be trying to progress through various layers of strength, and for each layer the cultivation base would change. The cultivation base was the core of their strength. Even if Xue Wei used all of his qi or spiritual energy in normal situations, he would merely need to wait or cultivate for the energy to refill his body once more. However, the strength one could wield would be based on the layer one's strength had reached. So this layer of cultivation was known as the core. For spiritual energy cultivators, they indeed had a core within their bodies. It was a bit similar to that of spirits, but humans and beasts would never be able to control a spiritual energy as pure as these spirits, and thus their cores would be weaker and smaller. However, when one cultivated spiritual energy, it was this core that would determine the layer of strength the spiritual energy would reach. Xue Wei was currently pouring his spiritual energy straight from his own core into Bai Tianyi's body, but he was well aware that it was not only the energy that was leaving his body. It was also because of this that Lolo had stressed the fact that he would lose his spiritual energy cultivation if he wished to do the transfer to Bai Tianyi. The energy within his core was being depleted little by little, and a strange black slime began to force its way outside of Bai Tianyi's body through his pores. There was not much of this black slime, but it was clear the influence it would have on anyone that got their energy tainted by it, and Xue Wei suddenly understood why Lolo had compared the corruption of Bai Tianyi with something white splashed by a black dye.
Keep the flow of your energy steady, and continue until all your spiritual energy runs out on its own. Only then will the core of your spiritual energy be forced out, and the majority of the hidden dangers in Bai Tianyi's body be resolved.
Xue Wei grunted to indicate his understanding, but he did not answer or nod his head, since he knew that any movement could affect his pace. The energy he had gathered for so long was slowly disappearing, and he could feel the strange sensation of his soul cultivation base becoming hollowed out. Even so, although his efforts through many years were slowly ebbing out, he still did not regret his actions. In fact, he felt relieved to see how his actions were making a genuine difference, and how Bai Tianyi's body was slowly becoming better again. Knowing that he could actually make a difference made him feel accomplished for the first time in a long time. Throughout his life, he had lived in a muddle-headed manner. He had constantly hunted for the truth of his past, and tried to fight the invisible chains of fate that had him held down. But only recently did he realize that while he needed answers, answers were not the most important aspect. To him, his companions that had been by his side for so many years were the ones who truly mattered. Although he longed for answers, he was not willing to trade for the information at the cost of their lives. And the only reason he was fighting for survival now was due to this hidden enemy that seemed to have trapped and planned their every step. He knew that while he was the core of this group, he was also the one who needed their help and support throughout their journeys. Now that the consequences of him asking Bai Tianyi to absorb the energy of the flower were this severe, he felt grateful for the fact that his energy was able to make a difference in treating the corruption. This determination was making him even more focused, and while he was eager to heal Bai Tianyi, he was not in a hurry and kept the pace of his energy steady. "Keep it flowing." As time went by, the energy became less and less, and Xue Wei was struggling to keep the flow even. He felt as if he was trying to squeeze out the final drops of liquid from a sponge, but knew that it would soon be completely empty. This feeling of being emptied of energy was unlike the usual experience when he was using his qi to the limits. Even if it was made in a somewhat similar way, he could feel that this was not merely an overexertion, but a devastation of his spiritual cultivation base, and the final stretch was the hardest. Suddenly, a chanting sound reverberated in the surroundings, and the tremors brought by the sound caused the entire landscape to react. The chanting sound was continuous, and the intensity increased as the energy left Xue Wei's body. Lolo's eyes were solemn as she observed every change that was taking place. She knew well that what caused the sound was the spiritual energy core that was about to leave Xue Wei's body. Spiritual energy and qi were two very different types of energy, and the spiritual energy was connected to the soul. Although it would not injure his soul when it was removed, he would still feel uncomfortable, and his soul would send out warning sounds when it felt this internal danger approaching. Chapter 22. Successful Energy Transfer. Xue Wei grit his teeth as he persevered. He was feeling uncomfortable, and sweat was beginning to bead on his forehead as he took deep breaths in an attempt to keep his stream of spiritual energy even while roaming through Bai Tianyi's body. While he was trying to keep squeezing every drop of energy out of his body, he felt as if some sort of barrier was holding his energy back, trying to slow the speed of which it was leaving him in an attempt to avoid letting the last few drops leave his body. Even so, with the decisive actions of Xue Wei, the barrier was not enough to hold it back. And suddenly, as if a plug had been released, the final strands of spiritual energy left Xue Wei's body, alongside his entire cultivation base in this particular field. He was aware that with this change, he would no longer be able to refine medicinal pills, nor would he be able to make inscriptions or formations. But these things could be ignored. For now, he was focusing on Bai Tianyi, hoping that the treatment had helped him clear the corruption. "He should be fine." Lolo took a deep breath and released the stale air that she had held in. She had been fully focused on any move that Xue Wei had been doing during the energy transfer, and she had to admit that she admired this young man more and more. If Xue Wei had even the slightest doubt or hesitation when doing the transfer of energy, then the consequences would be grave for both him and Bai Tianyi. If not for being their only solution, Lolo would never have suggested this option. Fortunately, Xue Wei lived up to her trust and did not hesitate to give away his spiritual energy base in return for a hope that Bai Tianyi would be purified.
Will he wake up soon?
Xue Wei was feeling feeble and nauseous. Although he did not suffer any direct damage, his soul had weakened drastically, and so had his senses. The spiritual energy had usually helped him be able to oversee the entire area with his spiritual energy, but now that he was no longer able to do so, he felt as if all his senses had been crippled, or at least weakened greatly. Such an experience was not pleasant at all.
He should wake up within a day or two.
Lolo looked at Bai Tianyi's condition, and the heart that had been hanging in the balance since he became corrupted finally fell into its place.
The treatment was done in time, and while he will not be able to be saved if he becomes corrupted again, this time the results are already the best possible. In that case, let us just camp here for now, get some rest, and try to see if you can regulate your condition.
Xue Wei was not eager to pause anywhere within No Man's Land, but he did not have much of an option. No Man's Land consisted of many areas, and each area was different. It was clear that while the danger in each zone would not be the same as the one before, they were all dangerous to an extreme degree. So although he felt uncomfortable while being here, it was much better than being chased by endless hordes of beasts. As such, they should take the time to take a short rest to prepare for continuing their travels when Bai Tianyi woke up again.
Rest first. I will keep an eye on the surroundings and Bai Tianyi for now. After some time, someone else can take over.
Lolo volunteered to take the first watch as she needed to keep an eye on Bai Tianyi. Although it seemed as if the energy was delivered in a timely manner, she still had to ensure that the spirit body would accept the energy properly and purify the corruption. Since the energy did not come from his original source, there was a small chance of his core suddenly reacting violently and considering the energy as a hostile force. If this happened, she would have to sacrifice her own cultivation base to save Bai Tianyi, but doing this, she would suffer greatly. Xue Wei was not aware of Lolo's thoughts, but he was currently feeling uncomfortable and his head was heavy, so he accepted her offer right away. He closed his eyes and began to adjust his breath as he slowly began to clear his mind. Although his discomfort was not due to pain but due to the sudden change in his sensitivity and senses, he still had to take some time to adjust to his current body. Before he had gotten used to the current situation, he would feel uncomfortable, and it would also influence his fighting and general behavior. Time passed slowly. A few hours later, Lolo woke up Ling Xiao and asked him to take over the watch as she rested. She had made certain that Bai Tianyi would not have any violent reaction to the energy, and that he was absorbing the energy as planned, so it was merely a question about time before he woke up. Lolo had not used any of her energy on Bai Tianyi, but she had been very concentrated, and her entire mind had been focused on ensuring that the corruption could be purified, which had caused her to be tense and worried. Now that she was assured about Bai Tianyi's success, she no longer tried to hold on, and quickly made Ling Xiao take over the watch, while she also sat down in a similar way to Xue Wei and began to adjust her breathing. Unlike Xue Wei, she was not going to deal with the actual strength. Instead, she needed to calm her mind. Chapter 23. Final Adjustments. The time spent in the flower zone was longer than that in any of the other areas they had encountered so far. Although it was so far the one where they encountered the least danger, it was still necessary for them to readjust to their current conditions. Bai Tianyi had awoken, but his mind was not as clear as it had been before. He felt as if he had woken up after a long sleep, and his mind was slowly clearing itself. Although the process took time, it was much better than Lolo's initial expectations. The two who had the hardest time adjusting to their current conditions were Xue Wei and Bai Tianyi. While Bai Tianyi was slowly clearing his mind, Xue Wei was trying to get familiar with his weakened senses. The lack of spiritual energy had not completely removed his abilities to sense his surroundings, but it had lessened by at least 70%, and this was making him feel extra worried as he did not know what influence it might have. At the same time, he also knew that his abilities to create various pills and inscriptions were gone. But this was not that big of a worry, as he had no intention of crafting other things while being in no man's land. During the 2 days where Bai Tianyi got sober again, Xue Wei also managed to adjust completely, and he was once more able to fully exert his strength in a battle. As for whether or not he was planning on recultivating his spiritual energy, Xue Wei was not in a hurry to decide, as he had many other pressing matters that needed to be solved before he could slow down.
Nothing at all has happened while we have rested here?
Xue Wei could not help but frown as he asked He Gao and Ling Xiao about the details during their break. Although he was relieved that their rest had not been interrupted, he still felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. From their experiences in the previous zones, he knew that the area could suddenly erupt in intense danger, and that when this happened, their ability to respond was what determined their survival. So far, the only thing they had encountered was the flowers that caused problems. But these flowers did not seem to be actively attacking them. Could the dangers in this zone truly be this simple? Xue Wei looked around and narrowed his eyes. He had an uncomfortable feeling of being observed, but he did not know why he would feel like this. This sensation had come after he finished adjusting to his current condition, and was not there before, when his spiritual sense was much more sensitive, so he did not know if he should believe in this strange, nagging feeling, or simply place it aside. He glanced at Lolo and Bai Tianyi, the ones with the strongest spiritual sense in their group, but neither of them seemed to have noticed anything.
The flowers have bloomed twice during the time you have been cultivating. When the petals open up, the sickening feeling of comfort and perfume will increase. It feels as if their scent is trying to influence our feelings and lure us into an illusion. But when the petals close up again, the scent will lower slightly, and we can keep our minds clear.
He Gao was frowning as he spoke. He and Ling Xiao had been fully focused on every change in their surroundings while the trio had been focused on getting better, so such details were naturally noticed. There had been nothing else happening, only the increase and decrease in the sickening scent and the petals opening and closing. Even the gentle breeze had turned very stable, without any changes in the strength of the gusts. The entire world was too perfect, and the peace they had now seemed too unreal. So while they were not under attack for now, they could not help but feel uncomfortable and act vigilant. Xue Wei nodded his head as he looked at Lolo and Bai Tianyi.
When the flowers bloom, do you feel anything?
Although Bai Tianyi had only just gotten sober, he could still remember every sensation he had experienced since trying to absorb the energy of the flower. Even the corruption was painfully clear to him, and he had witnessed how Xue Wei's energy had forced the corruption away and purified his core. Although he was not a person of many words, he was truly grateful for Xue Wei for the sacrifice he had made. Although it was Xue Wei who had asked him to try and absorb the energy, there was no blame in his heart. They were in no man's land as a group, and none of them had any knowledge of what these flowers would do. Xue Wei had been the first to absorb the flower's energy, and he had been fine, so it was only natural for him or Lolo to try their hands at the energy. The road of cultivation was a constant battle for survival. To become a deity, one would have to experience numerous tribulations and experiences, and not even 1% of those who set out on such a journey to become strong would succeed. Bai Tianyi and the others were very well aware of this. They knew that their chances for survival were low, but this was not news to them. Since they had already stepped onto this path, they had to face the consequences of their actions. Chapter 24. Intractable Mirage Peony. I sensed nothing. Bai Tianyi shook his head regrettably as he furrowed his brows. Previously, these flowers had made him tempted to throw away all decency for the sake of absorbing them, but after having been corrupted and purified by Xue Wei's energy, he no longer felt affected by them. Looking around, Bai Tianyi found that the flowers were as numerous now as before, but their scent no longer lured him and made him feel somewhat disgusted instead. His brows furrowed deeper before he looked at Lolo. "How do you feel about the scent? Is it the same as when we first arrived?" Bai Tianyi was unable to sense the original temptation, but looking at Lolo, she did not seem to have gotten past this overwhelming temptation, as her eyes continued to display a certain degree of restraint. "I am still affected." Lolo looked around with her brows deeply furrowed. She did not like this scent at all, as it tried to make her lose all control of herself and indulge in the wanton soul power that surrounded her. Strange. Bai Tianyi looked around as he took a deep breath. The scent that was originally tempting him now made him nauseous after taking a deep breath, and he gagged in discomfort as his stomach churned. Although he was a spirit and his body was no longer human, the instinct to get the air out of his system was still real, and he felt genuinely uncomfortable after the deep breath. Such obvious change was clear to all, and their behavior could not help but get even more vigilant as they glanced around their surroundings. However, no matter how much they looked, the fields of flowers were still spread out in front of them, and nothing dangerous seemed to approach. It was only a few moments later that He Gao looked into the sky with doubts and suddenly asked,
"Why did it turn so silent?"
"The wind is also gone,"
Ling Xiao added, as he noticed these minor changes.
"The flowers no longer seem to change either. Their state is very stable."
Xue Wei also noticed that sometime during their conversation, the previously perfect and peaceful area had turned silent as a grave. Even so, the strange feeling of comfort was still present, trying to blind their senses and make them indulge in tranquility.
"Aren't the flowers changing color?"
He Gao had been observing during the whole time, as he tried to find any traces of change, and he quickly noticed that the beautiful flowers were turning black. The petals changed from red to darker red, and from dark red they began to become pitch black. Such black petals were devoid of any life, and they did not seem beautiful and mysterious, but grim and depressing.
"The air is also changing."
Ling Xiao also noticed that the air was becoming less pleasant. Although the area was still trying to convince them about the tranquility, he could sense the depression and gloom from beneath the surface.
"I feel tired,"
Xue Wei suddenly spoke up. He did not usually complain about such things, so when he mentioned this sudden urge to rest, the others also began to sense the similar changes in their own bodies. Even the two spirits, Bai Tianyi and Lolo, could feel that their bodies were getting heavy and that their minds were blurring slightly. It felt as if they were exhausted and needed to rest. Such a strange urge was making them feel highly alert, but their senses were still trying to suppress this vigilance. "We need to move." Lolo gathered her final energy and began jumping on the spot. Although the action seemed to be a pointless waste of energy, the forced exercise managed to clear her mind slightly, and she was able to regain her senses.
"Hurry up and move, or you will be unable to fight back."
Lolo could see how the entire group was already becoming increasingly listless. From the moment Xue Wei had mentioned that he was tired, their energy started depleting at a rapid pace, making it hard for them to gather their remaining force and fight against their exhaustion. This kind of invisible attack was hard to battle against, and the entire group had been caught unaware. Even when inflicted with countless wounds, their group would not be struggling like this, But when their bodies were trying to convince them to rest, the determination and mental strength needed to force them to move was overwhelming. Even so, the group was soon on their feet and jumping up and down in succession as they tried to get their blood pumping quicker and their minds clearer.
I think that while this area might be lacking in other beasts or moving dangers, the hidden danger is much worse. We will not be able to take a break, as any rest will only make it harder to continue moving forward once more, and even worse is the constant temptation to rest.
I think I might know what these plants are. Bai Tianyi looked around with conflicted eyes, and his words were tentative as he slowly moved forward, followed by the rest of the group. To keep themselves awake, they would jump a little every now and then, as they could also not rush through the area, in fear of their energy depleting before leaving. As such, conversations would be able to keep their minds sober, and thus the rest quickly grabbed the words said by Bai Tianyi.
What kind of plant is it, then?
Ling Xiao was always curious about these new and strange things, and his eyes glanced at the many black flowers that were surrounding them endlessly.
I think it is the intractable mirage peony. It is a flower that makes illusions, and although it is a part of the peony family, it is a dark and sinister plant.
Chapter 25. The Evil Plant Spirit. Bai Tianyi kept frowning as he looked at the flower with some hesitation.
Although it does have a lot of similarities with the intractable mirage peony, there are many differences as well, and it is simply impossible to guess its true origin. Maybe what we are witnessing right now is an illusion as well, and there are no flowers at all.
Although Bai Tianyi was feeling uncertain, he still thought that it was likely to be the peony flower. The few differences were not enough to take away the evil air that was lingering around, and the danger it brought upon their group was also similar to the flower's nature. However, Bai Tianyi had seen illustrations of the intractable mirage peony before, and it did not look like the ones in front of him. It was as if the plant in front of them was some sort of mutated version. It was precisely due to this difference in appearance that he had casually mentioned that their entire world in front of them could be an illusion. If the true intractable mirage peony was hiding in the shadows somewhere and weaving together illusions and lies, then they might truly be caught in a nightmare that would be hard to escape from. Xue Wei was listening to Bai Tianyi's words, and he also sensed the uncertainty in his voice.
Although there are some differences between these plants and the intractable mirage peony you mentioned, please tell us how we can guard against these flowers, assuming there is some sort of connection between them.
Although they did not know anything for certain, Xue Wei still felt that it would be better for them to prepare for some unforeseen events. And he also felt that if they kept conversing as they advanced, their mental state would also not suffer as badly as if they were focusing on their worries and fears.
The intractable mirage peony is considered a peony. Although the nature of this plant is evil, peonies are known to be the kings of flowers, and they were used by the royal families back when our world was still ruled solely by empires and kingdoms. The various types of peonies usually bring prosperity, fortune, honor, love. But this special version is the complete opposite. The intractable mirage peony is known as a peony that wishes to bring destruction upon the world. It is said that in legends, a peony had bloomed for thousands of years within a royal garden, and due to the old age, many of the monarchs considered it an heirloom of the empire. The peony was bringing fortune and prosperity to their empire, and many sent offerings and treasures to honor this flower. The treasures they sent as offerings often contained heaven and earth essence, and due to the increase of energy in its surroundings, it slowly turned into a spirit. This spirit was different from most others. The majority of spirits are born in a tranquil and peaceful area, which has a good connection to the heavens and the earth. But this spirit was created by offerings and treasures.
It was, from its very creation, used to being admired and worshipped, so it took all the treasures it received for granted. The spirit began to consider the monarchs as its slaves, and its worldview became twisted. This peony spirit began demanding more and more treasures before it was willing to bless the empire. But as a symbol of prosperity and luck, the peony itself had no such overwhelming abilities, as it never was willing to use its personal energy for the sake of the people. The peony spirit's constant requests for treasures pushed the empire towards a road of doom and destruction. The commoners were the first to encounter problems, as their lands could not produce enough resources to feed their population, and slowly a famine spread through the lands. Even so, the peony never stopped its demands for more treasures to increase its powers, and it resulted in the monarch having to fight for the empire's survival against this evil spirit. Unfortunately, the many treasures that had been absorbed throughout the many years had contained a lot of energy, and the peony could not be defeated. As revenge, the peony spirit went on a massacre and killed every citizen within the empire. But its revenge was not over yet. None of these people gained a pleasant death. Their corpses were all used as fertilizer, as one seed was planted in each corpse. These seeds took root within the corpse itself, and it used the flesh and blood as nourishment as they grew. The plants that grew from the evil peony spirit and the countless corpses were the intractable mirage peony. As for whether or not this legend is true, I do not know, but it is certain that the plant itself is evil. Unlike a true peony, it only lures its victims with promises of peace and tranquility, yet when they die, their bodies will be used to plant even more of these horrible flowers. Their specialty is soul energy, and according to the legend, this is due to the original peony having turned into a spirit who always hungers for more soul power. Bai Tianyi finished retelling the legend, but looking at the many plants around him, he could not help but feel uncomfortable.
So each and every intractable mirage peony is grown from a corpse, or was it only the legend that said this?
Ling Xiao looked around with a bit of discomfort as he noticed the sheer amount of plants in front of them. If each of them had to originate from a corpse, then the corpses used to plant this flower field had to be in the hundreds of thousands. Chapter 26. The Corrupted Flower. Bai Tianyi looked at the ground beneath his feet. The lush green grass seemed more gloomy than before, and he could not help but clear his throat a little uncomfortably. As he looked at the many flowers surrounding them, he knew that the intractable mirage peony looked different from these flowers, but he was also quite certain in his own guess. Their abilities and reactions were exactly the same, and even if the origin of these flowers was not as the legend had explained, he knew for a fact that they needed to grow in corpses to gain nutrients.
I always felt that this place was a little too fake. It is as when you enter the red light district. Although it looks glamorous and opulent, it is only on the surface. Beneath the beauty lies a gruesome and disgusting world full of death and blood.
Ling Xiao could not help but shiver as he looked around. He felt rather uncomfortable and wanted to leave the area as soon as possible. Although he was not a superstitious person, he still felt rather disgusted when he knew that these flowers had grown by consuming corpses. Even if he had found them somewhat beautiful before, he now just wished to be far away from them. However, Ling Xiao's words did not make his friends feel worried. All of them knew that this area was nothing like how it portrayed itself. Instead, it was rotten to the core. But they still found it amusing listening to Ling Xiao continuing to compare it to the red light district. He did not even realize how much this place had influenced his mind to make comparisons with bad things whenever he encountered them. Lolo, who was still very sensitive towards the strange temptation surrounding the flowers, had also listened to Bai Tianyi's words. She had, however, never heard about this legend before, and could not help but feel amazed. While Bai Tianyi had heard the legend back when he was still a human being, he had focused on the flowers that needed to be nurtured within a human corpse. But Lolo was a spirit herself. She knew more about spirits than human emotions, and she could not help but feel that many things made sense. There were both demonic and righteous spirits. Although the righteous spirits were no saints, they would not harm the innocent as the evil or demonic spirits would. Even so, a spirit had a specific core that made them what they were, even up to this date, much as how Bai Tianyi was a sword spirit. She also had a core. This core was very important when the spirit was created, and it was also the decisive factor about whether or not the spirit would become righteous or demonic. A peony was inherently righteous. They were the symbol of prosperity and fortune, so it was not possible for this spirit to become demonic upon creation, especially when one considered the many treasures it had been gifted and the reverence it had gained throughout the many years as it was admired.
Corruption.
Lolo's voice was somber as she suddenly uttered a single word. She did not speak loudly, but everyone was silent as they tried to accept the legend that Bai Tianyi had recounted, and thus heard her uttering the word with such solemnity.
What is it?
Xue Wei continued to survey their surroundings as he asked Lolo about her sudden outburst. Although he did not seem fully focused, everyone who knew him understood that he was in fact very interested to hear her words.
The spirit was corrupted from before it even gathered enough energy to become sentient.
Lolo lowered her eyes and looked at the ground in front of her.
A peony will not become a demonic spirit. Even if it was drenched in blood or surrounded by gloom, they would not willingly submit to evil. So for this spirit to submit to its desires, it can be said that there is something wrong with the spirit instead.
Lolo sounded hesitant as she spoke. She had always known that corruption was something that spirits had to fear. It was not an issue for the demonic cultivators, as their core already reeked of death. But the righteous spirits were often preyed upon by these demonic cultivators that wished to eat their cores and consume their cultivation base. However, these intractable mirage peonies were no ordinary flowers when looking at them with their naked eyes. They were clearly peonies, but they seemed to be lacking something. Perhaps due to the extravagant amount of treasures, the spirit had been tempted from the moment of creation, and thus the corruption had been deeply rooted within the spirit's core.
I fear that the spirit has been corrupted from the moment of creation. Look at these flowers. If they truly are what Bai Tianyi assumes, it would make sense why any pure spirit core gets corrupted upon touch. This peony spirit that Tianyi mentioned should have been powerful and noble, but from its very creation, it was used to being admired and served with too much admiration and faith. Its worldview was twisted from the very start, and its energy was not pure. This energy slowly twisted together and made the peony become corrupted little by little, which also allowed it to become the only kind of spirit that is able to live with a corrupted core. This kind of spirit is much more dangerous than evil spirits. Although the evil spirits are ruthless and bloodthirsty, they are perfectly well aware of the consequences their actions have. Some of them might choose to destroy to satisfy their own happiness and bloodthirst, but they do know that their actions are wrong, while the corrupted spirits are just twisted. Their minds are in a constant daze that makes them experience reality different from the rest of us. We never know what they are thinking, nor what their next movements will be. Such a spirit is hard to control, and also many times more difficult to prepare against. Just listen to the legends about how the spirit got his revenge by planting its own seeds in these numerous corpses and creating a new bloodthirsty version of a peony.
Chapter 27. Scared monk.
So, from what you explained, demonic spirits are not able to become corrupted? Is it then possible for a righteous spirit to purify an evil spirit in some way?
Ling Xiao had never known much about spirits, and after finally hearing Lolo's explanation about their ways of existing, he could not help but ask many questions. Even so, Lolo was not impatient, and answered slowly.
The demonic spirits and the corrupted spirits are different. The demonic spirits are perfectly well aware of their actions. They are ruthless and murderous in nature, and their entire core has been evil from creation. The corrupted spirits have a pure core, but they have become corrupted. The best way to explain it is that if you have two pieces of paper side by side, one piece is white with no blemishes, while the other is black. Now imagine dropping ink onto these two pages. The white page, which resembles the righteous spirits, will be tainted by the ink right away. It will slowly but surely take over all the white paper it touches, and it is more or less impossible to remove as soon as it has been stained. The black page, on the other hand, is already black. The corruption can do nothing but be swallowed up by the darkness already existing within the demonic spirits' cores. About the purifying of demonic spirits, it is not possible. These demonic spirits are not corrupted, so there is nothing to purify. They are as they were created, and the demonic spirits are much more eager to consume the righteous spirits and use their energy to enhance themselves instead. The righteous spirits can, in the same way, consume the evil spirits, but due to their dark cores, most righteous spirits will feel absolutely disgusted by the heavy sin and murder connected to these cores that they never wish to do so.
Lolo explained with many details, so even Ling Xiao understood the differences between the three types of spirits. Even so, he was even more conflicted. This peony spirit was able to stay alive and sane due to the corruption that it had been gaining ever since its creation. From the very start of its forming its core, the corruption had been a part of itself, and thus it had never made it lose its mind, as the great shock had been missing. Even so, its view of the world was messed up and twisted. The peony flower clearly was as evil as the demonic spirits, but due to the righteous core, it had become even more outrageous, as it genuinely considered every action it made for the better. No matter how messed up the world became, it would never be the fault of this peony. Such delusions were much more horrifying than those spirits that were murderous by nature. The group continued forward. Their conversation had lasted a long time, and their advance had been without any troubles so far. But no matter how far they walked, it seemed that there was no end in sight. The sickening smell that was sweet but nauseous was also getting more and more prominent, and the entire group was feeling queasy by now.
Do you think we are within an illusion of some kind? Tianyi mentioned that they are specialized in tempting others, so I assume that their proficiency in the arts of illusions have to be quite outstanding.
He Gao had been quiet for a long time, but he finally spoke out. He looked at their surroundings and found that the area looked very similar to their previous position, and feared that there might be something wrong with the visual impression in front of them. This should not be an illusion. Bai Tianyi looked around. As a spirit, he should have some sensitivity towards illusions, and right now he did not feel anything special from this area. Even so, he also felt that things were a little out of control. On the surface, everything seemed peaceful, yet uncomfortable, but something had to be happening for them to have walked for so long without any success in leaving. I think that we are getting closer to the germination grounds. The stench is sickeningly sweet and overwhelmingly uncomfortable. It can only mean that the original stench in the air needs even more of these disgusting perfumes to cover up the rotting scent.
Germination grounds?
Ling Xiao could not help but gulp in discomfort. He was not a timid person, but he did not enjoy watching the gory and disgusting sights of ripped-apart corpses, so he was already starting to feel even more uncomfortable while imagining what they might encounter next.
Let us move forward. Even if we do encounter the place where these flowers grow, we should not be afraid. The information we found stated that these seeds need to grow from corpses. Corpses are already dead and cannot prove to be dangerous to us. At the same time, the flowers are also still very young, and since not even these fully grown versions are able to threaten us, then we should be fine, even if facing the sprouts. Xue Wei's voice was cold as always, but he did try his best to assure Ling Xiao about the lack of fear he had for what they were about to face. Unfortunately, his words reminded the silly monk that the plants around them had sprouted from within a corpse, and a chill ran down his spine.
This place is wicked. I would much rather fight against some sort of unreasonable beast than these disturbing flowers that are trying to tempt us into committing sins.
Chapter 28. Ling Xiao's Sheltered Upbringing. Ling Xiao's personality was indeed a much-needed comedic feature in their dangerous world. He had left the Diviner's Temple because he felt that it was not the life he wanted, and after traveling alongside Xue Wei and the others for a long time, his true character had long since surfaced. He had been taken to the temple at a very young age, and his entire childhood had been sheltered. He did not know much about the outside world, but his hunger for knowledge and his curious nature made him escape the temple time and time again, with the purpose of learning about the real world. It was not that Ling Xiao was ungrateful to the old men who had raised him, but he was smart from a young age, and he could sense the eccentricity in the way they tried to influence him. The constant belief that beasts were all evil, and that the world needed them to subdue these beasts and make them work as slaves. The way these old men had told him about the gruesome stories of destruction caused by the primordial beasts and their hordes of fierce beasts made him feel that while it might be true, there had to be some sort of scale that had gone wrong somewhere. He would listen to the double standards of how the beasts were ruthless and cruel for not treating human lives as important, but at the same time they, as diviners, treated these beasts the same way. From a young age, he found it hypocritical, and he began to listen to their words with a grain of salt. He wanted to see what the real world was like, but the old man would never let him leave. Once he had fled and hidden in a brothel, and the experience had truly caused him to be traumatized for life. Although he had not experienced any of the services offered at this place, he had seen how the many beautiful women and men were treated as goods that could be used for satisfying the wealthy people. He could see the despair in these prostitutes and their helplessness as they had to offer themselves to the rich. The reason he managed to escape the brothel was due to a prostitute who got too despaired and murdered her customer, after which she began laughing maniacally and killed herself. He witnessed how the entire brothel was thrown into chaos, as the man's identity was special. But the poor woman was ignored, and many even felt that her death was too simple. To her, no matter how gruesome the death would be, it would still be freedom. Such recognition made Ling Xiao realize that the world he was fighting to protect was not black and white. He was not able to protect these people who could act like beasts and harm the beasts who had done nothing wrong. After that event, he returned to the temple, stole the staff, and then fled. It was only later that he encountered Xue Wei and began to realize that the world was beautiful but cruel. He should fight for his own survival and those he considered dear to him instead of caring for some noble cause. In the end, history was written by the victorious, and the winner became the king, while the loser turned into a bandit. However, no matter how much he had matured, he had grown up in a sheltered environment, and he did not see as much blood and gore as the rest. During battles, he would not mind it much, as he would feel the thrill of the fight. But now, knowing that these flowers had grown by absorbing the corpses beneath the ground, he could not help but shiver in fear. How uncomfortable. Ling Xiao felt the constant shivers run down his spine, but he tried to force himself to calm down. His outburst was already not suitable, and if anyone were around, their location would be noticed without a doubt. His actions could bring danger to everyone around him. However, Xue Wei and the others did not blame him. They found Ling Xiao's somewhat naive personality very reassuring, and made them keep touch with human emotions. Often they would feel that the cold-bloodedness needed to murder again and again would numb their minds. But when they encountered horrible scenes, Ling Xiao would sometimes erupt in the most unexpected way, bringing their moods back to a balanced state. It was the same here. This zone was much more taxing on their minds than any of the previous ones. The story about the evil peony spirit had made them all feel frustrated, and also caused them to contemplate about how big a difference it was when the corruption became a part of the spirit's core from creation. But none of them had been too bothered by the plants that grew by absorbing nutrients from corpses. To them, the dead were already dead, so it did not matter much. However, seeing how agitated Ling Xiao had gotten, the heavy aura that had surrounded them all was instantly cleared up, and they managed to look at the whole situation from a different angle. It genuinely did not matter what origin the peony spirit had. It did not matter how it acted or if it was evil or corrupted. To them, it was an enemy, and if it arrived, they would have to fight it. Right now, it was unknown whether or not the original spirit was present, and they should focus on the flowers in front of them instead. For now, these flowers were the real danger they were facing. Chapter 29. Teleportation Array. Xue Wei looked at the nurturing ground in front of him. This area was different from the rest of the zone, and it was clear that no matter how powerful the illusion might be, it would not be able to completely mask the true horror that was hidden beneath the surface.
Don't you all find this entire no man's land quite weird?
Xue Wei could suddenly not help but frown slightly.
The first area in which we arrived, the scorpions seemed to hunt the humans for food, and in turn they got eaten by the giant beast. The sheer amount of humans needed to sustain that horde of smaller scorpions cannot be low, and from their habit of living in groups, I doubt they are cannibals.
Xue Wei looked around and his brows furrowed deeper.
Then, as we arrived at that strange forest, the entire ground was turned to mud from the amount of blood that had been shed, not to mention the many beast puppets that had lost their souls. This area is not less troublesome, as each of these plants would need a corpse to grow, but the numerous plants are already making it clear that corpses keep arriving here to let new plants grow.
Xue Wei looked around and felt that he had started to realize something amiss.
Not just this zone, but all the other zones we have walked through so far depend on a significant number of lives to sustain themselves. The scorpions will likely die from hunger if they do not eat regularly, and the soil in the forest would not be so muddy if it was not constantly irrigated by blood. Just look at this area. The flowers keep growing, and we are nearing in on their nurturing grounds where more plants will grow. Each plant requires a corpse, but the corpses cannot be from any of the other zones, as each zone needs the corpses for themselves. So where do all these lives come from? No Man's Land is a dangerous area, and people from our world will not usually come here unless absolutely necessary. Even Tinalynge said that it is almost unknown, and if so many corpses vanished here, more people would be familiar with this area.
Xue Wei's words were reasonable, but also opened up a great mystery. Where could these corpses and creatures come from so that No Man's Land could keep existing the way it was now?
These various zones seem to have been taken here from various locations, but we do not have anywhere even remotely similar in our world. So do you think that they might be from other planes or realms?
He Gao frowned slightly as he spoke.
There are two possible situations. Either these zones have been simply taken away from the various original locations and merged together to create this No Man's Land, but this is not very likely, considering the sheer amount of lives that are still lost. The second possibility is that we might not be in our own world any longer. Each of these zones are not, as we previously thought, an independent dimension of any kind. Instead, when we enter these zones, we have been teleported to the actual location where they are placed. For us, it seems as if they are part of no man's land, and we can only enter them through the various zones. But maybe they are truly placed around the universe, and others can go there if they live close by. That would explain why so many keep dying here.
Lolo looked around as she spoke. She could not help but shudder as she was more inclined to believe the second possibility. But the sheer amount of power needed to make such teleportations possible without the ones involved even realizing was genuinely horrifying. If this was done by the enemy hidden in the darkness, then Xue Wei was fighting a losing battle. To fight against someone who could teleport you from one world to another without you even noticing, that was scary. Even so, none of them said anything, and instead took a deep breath to calm their restless emotions. Even if it was frightening and overwhelming, it was not impossible to fight back. For now, they had some freedom, and although their actions might be the same as entertainment in the eyes of their enemy, it was worth giving it their all instead of just giving up. Actually, no man's land might be used as a passageway by this guy to enter our world. Bai Tianyi was standing by the side and furrowed his brows as he looked around. The various zones are from vastly different environments, and it would make sense that they came from different worlds. The creator might be the same level as Lan, so he can travel between the various worlds, but it might still be a bit troublesome to return to our world. So he made a teleportation array and placed it together in a specific location, which turned into no man's land. This is just my theory, but no man's land is likely a collection of dangerous zones from various worlds. He might have picked these zones since the majority of those who enter will end up dying, and thus he can keep his teleportation array a secret. The reason we are merely walking from zone to zone is that the areas themselves are part of the teleportation array. We are not actually transported to the other area itself. We are merely walking through the array and have to cross them all to get to the other side. Bai Tianyi was not completely certain that his theory was correct, but he felt that it was more reasonable than if they were genuinely transported from one world to another time and time again. Chapter 30. Molten Stones. Xue Wei frowned slightly as he looked around.
It would make sense, he said.
The various zones they had entered so far were genuinely horrible, and each location was worse than the previous. They clearly changed significantly, but each one of them was full of death and disaster. Placing a teleportation array in such danger zones would limit the amount of people who would approach.
We need to find a peaceful place. I have to contact Lan about this.
Xue Wei knew that this was something way beyond his own capabilities. No matter how much he was struggling, he would not be able to defeat an enemy that could create these teleportation arrays, and it no longer only included their own world, but also others. Lan was the sovereign deity that was responsible for this world, but even he was not aware of the existence of these arrays, and this worried him greatly. After splitting up with Lan, Xue Wei had gotten his hands on a few communication devices that could be used in emergencies. He had initially not planned on using these things, but now he knew that it was not a question of determination and stubbornness. Although Xue Wei was not willing to let others deal with his problems for him, this was no longer just his problem, and he was worried that things might be more complex than initially expected.
We will watch out for dangers. Just take the time to send the message now.
Lolo was, just like Xue Wei and the others, worried that their current predicament was much more serious than initially feared. The scheme might not be aimed at Xue Wei, but at the entire world, and might even expand to the whole universe, as there were many worlds that could connect to here, using the various teleportation arrays. Xue Wei quickly withdrew a jade tablet from within his storage treasure. The tablet was made from a special spiritual jade, and there were two matching tablets, so that what was written on one would appear on the other. They were both very suitable for use, but they needed to restore energy each time a message had been transferred, so Xue Wei would not be receiving any answer this time, and could only inform Lan about their current situation. The tablet was, fortunately, large enough for Xue Wei to quickly explain the different areas they had been through so far, but also describe their theory for now. He felt that the teleportation arrays would bring more danger than anything else, so his focus was not on the various dangers they had faced, but about how the constant influx of corpses never stopped, and how each place seemed to lead to different worlds. Xue Wei wrote quickly, and it did not take long for him to finish.
Let's leave this area as soon as possible.
They all wished to enter another zone. Although they had not encountered intense danger here, the constant temptation and illusion from the intractable mirage peony was straining their minds to their limits. In many ways, they would rather fight a physical danger than an invisible enemy like this. The group was haggard, and they could feel the exhaustion as they moved forward. The nurturing grounds of the intractable mirage peonies was very similar to the rest of the zone, but they dared not rest their vigilance or lower their guards as they slowly moved forward. However, unlike previously, the group was no longer able to look forward to what the next zone would bring, as they knew that it would no longer be a pleasant location. Everything they could visit was going to be more dangerous than what they experienced before. Upon witnessing the border in the distance, the group finally took a deep breath and sat down. One after another, they slept and relaxed their minds as they tried to regain their energy before they dared venture into the next dangerous zone.
Are you ready?
After everyone managed to get at least a little energy back, they took a deep breath before looking at the area in front of them. They no longer felt any hope of having an easier time, but instead tried to adapt to the landscape that was evident in front of them.
It looks pretty warm,
Tinalynge could not help but say dryly, as he felt a little resistant toward the new zone they were to enter. The others could not help but feel slightly speechless. Warm might not be the right word, as the lava was running in deep gashes through the cracked ground, and even the geysers were not sprouting warm water, but seemed to spew out magma and black smoke. The air that rose from the ground even caused heat mirages, and it was clear that not only was the lava deadly, the land itself was not going to make their advance much smoother.
Well, let us give it a try.
They already knew that they had to get through this before they could leave no man's land, but they could not help but feel listless as they looked at the zone in front of them. Even so, they did not hesitate as they stepped into the new zone, and what met them was a wall of heat. The zones were split apart, and thus the heat that was within this molten rock area was contained within its own borders. It also meant that the heat was simply like a punch in the face, and even they, who were stronger than most, could not help but feel as if the air they breathed burnt their entire body inside, and their lungs were set on fire. Fortunately for Lolo and Tinalynge, their entire bodies were made from energy, so they did not sense the same extreme discomfort. But the other three could not help but cough as soon as they stepped into the new area. Chapter 31. Can flames get corrupted? Xue Wei and the others were on the path of changing their bodies to become immortals, but they had not truly reached the deity level yet, and thus this extreme heat had an influence on their bodies. Also, when surveying around, Xue Wei's face turned solemn, and his brows could not help but furrow.
This flame is wrong.
After he finished coughing, Xue Wei could not help but force out a sentence through his painful voice as his eyes focused on the lava that was ever present in their current zone. After having managed to rouse the bloodline of the vermilion bird, Xue Wei had gotten a good affinity with the fire element, but even he felt his hairs stand up whenever he looked at the lava, as he could sense that the very domineering and destructive flame was running rampant within the molten rocks in front of them.
Some of the more powerful flames will gain a certain degree of spirituality, but not become genuine spirits,
Lolo's voice sounded from the side as she also looked around. She was truly a living encyclopedia on anything that had to do with spirits, and having her around helped them a lot.
The flame is fierce and evil. It is destructive and domineering, but it also feels as if it is corrupted, much like how Tinalynge was before.
Xue Wei did no longer have his spiritual energy, but he could sense that something was wrong with the flame at first glance, and looking at the current situation, he could not help but feel that it was somewhat similar to Tinalynge and the description of corruption that Lolo had mentioned before.
Do these flames with spirituality have a chance of being corrupted?
Xue Wei was not aware of many details when it came to spirits and corruption, but when considering his strange feelings and how Lolo had said that it had a spirituality, he feared that there was a possibility of the flame being corrupted. He could not help but shudder at that thought. Lolo's eyes also somewhat flashed uncomfortably.
Although they are not genuine spirits, it should be possible to become corrupted. However, since it is not a spirit like us, their flame does not have an actual core, and thus the corruption will influence it, but it will not be in the same way as it is with genuine spirits.
Although she had never seen a flame being corrupted, it should be possible, and thus she spoke based on her theoretical knowledge.
These flames are very much like treasures and pills. Although they can get spirituality, they do not become actual spirits. The main difference can be explained if you look at Tinalynge. He is a weapon spirit, but he is now much more than just a weapon. The sword was his origin and his core, but he is no longer a sword himself. These flames are the flames themselves. They do not become more than that, nor can they shed their flames and change their forms, unless they manage to break through and gain so much spirituality that their flame turns into their spirit core. They will forever remain the flames they are now.
As Lolo tried to explain, Xue Wei and the others listened intently. They could not help but feel that the world of spirits was truly peculiar, since they could have spirituality without being actual spirits. But when he remembered that there were even artificial spirits, he eventually decided to just accept the explanation and not try to think too much about why or how.
So far, the previous zones have not had much to do with one another, and it might just be me who is thinking too much into this and making comparisons with the previous area without reason.
Xue Wei could not help but frown as he became slightly doubtful. Although he had a theory that there was a corrupted flame within the area, he had no proof to base his assumptions on, and he also felt that it might be too much of a coincidence if 2 areas in a row would have something to do with corrupted spirits. Lolo heard his words and hesitated slightly as she looked around the cracked, burning ground.
I cannot sense any corrupted spiritual energy around here. But the flames are not spirits after all. What kind of emotion is making you feel apprehensive?
Lolo had searched the area, but had not sensed anything out of the ordinary. Xue Wei took a deep breath and tried to figure out what his true feelings were. It was hard to separate the various emotions that filled him, and it took a moment before he had succeeded in finding the best way to explain the difference.
After merging with my vermilion bird bloodline, I have been very sensitive towards various flames and fires. Usually, I will not feel uncomfortable when I am close to fire, and instead want to absorb the good stuff for myself. But whenever I sense the fire energy within this zone, I feel as if I am currently placed in the middle of a bowl of rotten food and forced to eat it. It is truly disgusting, and it makes me feel as if the flame itself has become dirty and different from its intended nature. Hence, I compared it to the corruption which ruined the purity of the spirits. Here it feels more like the flame has been ruined instead, though.
Xue Wei did not know how to best describe the strange sensation that this entire area gave him, but he knew that even if the flame was not corrupted, it was definitely not a good thing either. The entire aura and atmosphere was making him feel sick. Chapter 32. Corpse Flame. Lolo had been listening to Xue Wei's description, but she could not help but furrow her brows. Although she knew many things about spirits, these flames were not actually the same as a real spirit, and not even that similar to the artificial spirits, so she did not know. It feels rotten, decayed. Xue Wei, who had been busy feeling the various emotions connected to the flame, finally found the right words to describe the sensation that rose in his body whenever the flame got close.
I might know what it is.
He Gao's voice suddenly sounded, and everyone looked at him curiously, but also somewhat surprised. He Gao had previously lost his memories, but he had gained the heritage of the celestial dogs instead, and knew many details about their origin and history. If these flames had appeared at some point in history and had an influence on the celestial dog race, then there was a chance for them to have these memories passed on. Seeing that everyone was curious, He Gao did not rush to explain, but quickly went through all his memories once more. Although he had zoned in on some details already, he wanted to ensure that he had not missed anything else.
If things are as I think, then it is not a corrupted flame. Most flames are warm and contain yang energy, but there are a few which are yin in nature. These flames are not necessarily evil or bad, but just like how the spirit will get corrupted by evil if it enters their core, the flames are also influenced by the energy they consume. The flames will increase in strength based on the energy they consume, but the yin flames usually depend on the energy of the soul and the dead to increase in power. If these people have had horrible deaths, if their souls are dirty and evil, then the flame will naturally be influenced. When you said that you felt disgusted and rotten, I could not help but wonder if the flame was the corpse flame. It is somewhat similar to the ghost flame, but where the ghost flame is absorbing the soul of a person, the corpse flame feeds on corpse chi. Corpse chi is a phenomenon that, according to my inherited memories, is not very well known. It is a useless form of energy for most people, and only the corpse flame and necromancers can benefit from this kind of chi. Even puppeteers have to ensure that the corpses they use for their puppets do not gather any of this corpse chi. The corpse flame is especially disturbing. It feeds on corpse chi, and the more mutilated a corpse has become, the more it decays. The more corpse chi will be stored within.
He Gao spoke in accordance with his inherited memories, but he had no idea how much of this was common knowledge for the others, so he decided to simply explain in detail.
Corpse chi will slowly dissipate after the corpse has decomposed completely. It is a strange type of chi, as it will build up within the corpse during decomposition, but also vanish alongside the corpse as it turns to nothingness. Necromancers are using this corpse chi to increase their strength, but due to their constant soaking in corpse chi, they often have many severe side effects that will influence their future.
Xue Wei had never heard about corpse chi before, nor did he know about necromancers or the corpse flame. However, if this flame truly feasted on corpses, then he did understand the feeling of decay and death that was heavy all around.
I can't help but think that this trip to no man's land has broadened my horizons. I have learned many things during the various zones, not only about spirits, but even about the various types of flames.
Ling Xiao could not help but marvel out loud as he looked at He Gao. Truth be told, all of them had their own specialty. They knew different things and would not usually brag about their knowledge. But now that they encountered these specific situations, they all had to share their information and theories in the hope of preparing for the dangers ahead. Even so, they had indeed been taught many new things during their trip through these different zones, and Xue Wei also began to realize just how vast the world was. Although he was already considered a powerhouse within the continent, he was lacking in knowledge. Strength was important for survival, but at certain times knowledge could make many things simpler, and also allow for survival when meeting an overwhelming foe.
This flame is very similar to the previous zones. Also, just like how the intractable mirage peony grows in corpses, this flame, if it is genuinely the corpse flame as Hagao said, also thrives only if many deaths appear around it. Although every world has its own danger zones, it is not often that many will venture into them, as the strength needed to survive is more than what most can get. We know it from our own world here. No Man's Land is a danger zone that is known to be extremely deadly. It is to the point where many stay away and try to ignore and go around it, to the point that most have not even heard about it. I would imagine that it would at most be a few hundred or thousand cultivators venturing into No Man's Land a year. But in these other worlds where the zones originate from, it is as if the corpses and people needed are unlimited. Do you not think that this is strange? If numerous people die there every day, then why do others keep visiting? And if it is deserted, how can it be that the zones are filled with death and despair? Xue Wei's voice was somewhat low, but he also felt frustrated as he thought about yet another mystery that he could not crack. Chapter 33. Flaming Hell. Xue Wei felt as if he had finally stumbled across a very important secret. He looked around the area that looked so different from any of the other areas and could not help but frown in contemplation. There is something completely wrong here. He finally felt that from the first moment they stepped into these zones, something had been wrong. At first, their confusion had been looking for numerous explanations. They had been finding the ones causing the many deaths, but not the ones who died. They also found out that these areas were the teleportation arrays to different worlds, but this also contradicted with the sheer amount of corpses everywhere. These are not only teleportation areas, but also butchering grounds. Xue Wei narrowed his eyes as he looked around. I can imagine that the person who created these teleportation arrays has a need for the many people who died. So far, many of the areas have been absorbing flesh and blood or the soul power. But what is the ultimate purpose to gather so much evil in one place? Xue Wei was not expecting anyone to answer. He was merely stating the many thoughts that were in his mind and trying to get them straightened out. There has to be a reason. These people have to be moved here for the purpose of slaughtering them, much like how beasts are brought to the slaughterhouse. But when the beasts are being slaughtered, it is for a special purpose. So these deaths have to be caused for some reason as well. Why would the people who created this place send people here to slaughter them? Xue Wei had the feeling as if he was grasping for a certain thread of reason. It was just outside his reach, but so close that he could sense it. Taking a deep breath, Xue Wei tried to calm his mind. Just as he closed his eyes and eased his breath, he felt a fireball that suddenly launched itself towards them and landed onto the ground with an overwhelming explosion that caused a resounding boom. The entire group became alert in an instant and looked around their surroundings, only to realize that multiple fireballs were coming towards them. The fireballs came down like rain from the sky, but their size was many times bigger than a raindrop, and each time they came into contact with something, an explosion would follow, destroying all things in sight. These fireballs were different from the other enemies that they had met up until now in the various zones. Although many of the previous enemies had been fierce, it had been possible to defeat them. These flames, however, were not like a plant or a beast that could be killed or destroyed.
Try to make them detonate in the air,
Tinalynge was shouting as loudly as he could. But among the noise caused by the exploding fireballs, his words were almost swallowed and hard to hear. Even so, the others understood his intentions, and upon witnessing how he conjured a great sword more than double his own size out of spiritual energy and began to chop down all the fireballs in front of him with sword chi, the others quickly followed his example and attacked the fireballs.
They do not detonate one another.
Ling Xiao's complaints could not be heard by the others, but they had all realized that even if they made one of the fireballs explode in the air, their explosion did not cause a domino effect, causing them to keep draining their energy with the purpose of making all these flames burn away.
We have to find another way to deal with these fires.
Xue Wei was yelling at the top of his lungs to ensure that they could understand what he said. Unlike the other zones where they had been able to survive by struggling against the hordes that attacked them and needed to be chopped down one after another, these flames were never-ending. The group quickly converged and stood in a circle, their backs facing each other so that they could protect one another.
We do not need to attack the fireballs that are far away. Let us focus solely on the ones that will arrive at a distance where it can harm us. Also, bring out some of the inscriptions that create shields. Although I am no longer an inscription master, I made quite a few of these before, and they can help us now.
Xue Wei had quickly found the most suitable way to deal with their current predicament. They could not retreat, and advancing was the only option. However, during the chaotic appearance of the fireballs, their energy had been rapidly drained, and now they needed to regain some energy, even though the flames in the air did not seem to diminish.
While we walk behind these shields, try to see how much of your energy you can restore. I can't sense much heaven and earth essence in the surroundings, so make sure to take a few pills to boost your recovery if needed.
Although Xue Wei was the youngest in their group, his natural leadership made situations such as these much more survivable, and the whole group had thrown out one inscription each, so their group had been covered in a transparent shield that blocked the flames that came crashing down upon them. With the explanation from Xue Wei, they all placed a few pills in their mouths and began to rotate their energy to absorb and restore their energy as quickly as possible. The flames did not seem to have any intentions of stopping, so their group understood that they would need every simple ounce of energy they possessed to cross this flaming hell. Chapter 34. It is too alike. No one spoke as they tried to move forward, one step at a time. The energy used to shield themselves against the flaming orbs that kept volleying towards them was overwhelming, and every extra help was used on the way. They did not know how long they would need to travel before they could leave the flaming zone, but as they progressed, they noticed that the fire seemed to become more and more hot, causing the temperature to rise drastically. And no matter how much energy or how many inscriptions were used, the heat could not be shielded against. The flames also seemed to become sentient as they advanced, and some of them would merge together into large flaming balls that would explode with tremendous power and cause devastating damage, while others would fly in strange paths, attempting to look for weaknesses in the defense. Sweat was beading on Xue Wei and the others' heads, and their clothes had become soaked as they tried to grit their teeth and continue forward, even when they knew that their energy was draining at a rapid speed. Although this flaming hell did not seem to contain any living beings, and only the corpse flame could control the attack, they struggled much more than in any other zone. The flames had caused Xue Wei and the others to focus on the assault, and it seemed to take away all the attention, which caused the ground underneath their feet to be less noticed. The heat had already caused the ground underneath their feet to crack in many places, and the dry soil was so unassuming that by the time when Xue Wei and the others noticed that there was a problem, it was already too late. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble as the heat had reached an unprecedented high, and the already visible cracks turned into great fissures in the ground. These gaps spread out like a spiderweb and increased at a swift pace, causing Xue Wei and his friends to be taken by surprise. The flaming orbs that kept assaulting them were also increasing in intensity, and their group was under attack from every side, making them feel helpless and uncertain of how to react to the sudden situation.
Jump down!
Eventually, Xue Wei had to grit his teeth and make a decision. If they kept staying on the surface, they would have to continue facing off against the aggressive and destructive fireballs, but at some point they would be unable to hold on. The underground was also dangerous. Although the fissures had been created by the extreme heat, Xue Wei did not know whether or not the corpse flame was capable of controlling the ground, and if they fell into the underground and the flame decided to close up the cracks again, they would be trapped beneath. Even so, he had more faith in their ability to survive underground than in the current flaming inferno that seemed to be endless. So after yelling out his order, he was the first to jump into the fissure to ensure that the path was safe for his friends to follow behind. No one hesitated to follow behind, and soon the whole group had entered deep into the ground. The blazing flames that had blinded them before were gone, and instead they had plunged into an eternal darkness. The heat underground was fortunately not as scorching as it had been on the surface, and while the air was dry and dusty, it was also not burning their lungs in the same way. The gap in the ground was quite deep, and although a few flames could be seen when they looked upward, they were protected at the bottom of the fissure and could finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Look around. It appears as if there is some sort of tunnel structure down here.
Just as Xue Wei had focused his gaze on the flames above, as he tried to ensure that the gap would not close up again, He Gao's voice sounded behind him. He Gao had clearly found something unknown, and their entire group quickly returned to a defensive formation, as an underground tunnel system would definitely have been created with some purpose in mind. Xue Wei finally looked around their current location and found that He Gao was correct. The location where they had landed was indeed a small tunnel, and while the tunnel wall and ceiling was not smooth, it was clear that it had been crafted to ensure quick travel through the zone.
Do you think that every zone has an underground tunnel like this?
Ling Xiao looked around and could not help but narrow his eyes with some confusion as he looked around. But compared to the others, Xue Wei was the most stumped as he stared at the stone walls.
It is too alike.
He could not help but narrow his eyes as he stepped forward and touched the walls. The walls themselves seemed to have been dug in a rough and quick manner, but upon taking a closer look, the rough surface was caused by numerous scratch marks. These scratch marks had varying degrees of depth, and many had also been filled with dried blood.
It is like that weird room in the Garden of Shadows, and the cave in the Twilight Thunder Zone.
Xue Wei could remember these two areas as they had caused him to feel very confused upon entry. They had both seemed abandoned, but at the same time also very important. Even so, he had never been able to understand their purpose or origin, so he had not spent too much time pondering upon their existence. However, now that he was in no man's land, he found that this underground tunnel was very similar to those chambers. Chapter 35. Soul Power Farm. Xue Wei's brows furrowed, and his eyes were full of doubt as he kept looking around. His primary focus was on the similarities between this strange tunnel and the chambers he had found before, so he did not pay much attention to the flaming hell above.
Don't you think that this is very strange?
He Gao had no previous memories of the chambers that were causing doubts in the minds of the others, and this made it possible for him to notice other things that they had overlooked.
When we were on the surface level, the magma was bursting through the cracked ground, and the scorching heat was simply overwhelming. It was clear that the underground was full of molten stone, and the dangers we should have faced after dropping down the fissure should not merely be this tunnel.
He Gao's words were like an awakening from a dream. Xue Wei and the others quickly wrested their gaze away from the familiar scratch marks on the walls and began to observe their current situation instead. When looking up, they could hardly see the volatile fire above, and the magma that seemed to be bursting through the surface had also vanished. It would not be reasonable for this magma to leave such a spacious tunnel like this alone, unless something was holding it back. The heat in here is also not unreasonable when we consider the strange condition of the zone we entered. Although we are underground, it should still be hot and uncomfortable, but I can't help but feel a chill while being within this tunnel. Bai Tianyi had also begun to consider the various doubts in their surroundings, and all of them began to feel that they had stumbled across something important.
This place is very wicked. There is no actual soul power present within this area, but I can sense a lingering despair and death tainting the walls, making it obvious that many souls have been lost here,
Lolo said as she looked around with furrowed brows. Although both she and Bai Tianyi were spirits, Bai Tianyi had not been a spirit for as long as she had, and his sensitivity was not as fine-tuned as hers. He could feel the chill and the discomfort in his mind after arriving in the tunnel, but he did not know what caused this emotion, as it was new to him.
Let us keep going.
Xue Wei could guess that the many scratch marks that were evident on the stone walls were made by those despairing souls as a final struggle for survival. But from the countless traces left behind, it seemed to have been a futile effort. Even so, Xue Wei did not focus on the loss of life, but instead felt a strange anticipation and hope to finally understand the purpose of those previous chambers they had encountered. Although he had absolutely no leads to base his thoughts on, he had a theory that these chambers and this tunnel were closely connected to his hidden enemy. Xue Wei took a deep breath as he steadied his mind and took the lead in moving forward within the tunnel. The tunnel was dark, and the only source of light they had encountered was the light that came down through the fissure in the ceiling. So as they advanced forward, the darkness quickly shrouded them.
Let us use the luminous orbs to light up the surroundings. Although we might be easier targeted by others when we are lit up like that, we are also less in danger when we can see our surroundings.
Gao had already taken out the glass-like orb that contained light as he spoke. Although he understood that the light sources could turn into a double-edged sword, he also knew that they had no other option than to use them for now, as their safety would be even more at risk without these lights.
I believe that this tunnel is not actually part of the zone we were in just now. Keep in mind that the zones are just projected into our world, so while we have been walking in another world every time we have been in these zones, I don't think that they can penetrate deeply into the ground of our world, so this tunnel should belong to our own world.
Lolo looked around and spoke out her thoughts as she felt that the chill and uncomfortable air within the tunnel was almost making her sick.
I would imagine that this tunnel might run through every single zone within No Man's Land. The many corpses and deaths that are needed to fuel the various monsters and creatures in the different zones might also be linked with this tunnel.
Xue Wei did not know exactly what was happening, but he had already begun wondering about the sheer amount of deaths they had encountered so far. He did not believe that so many people would be stupid enough to enter the danger zone one after another. So the only explanation would be that they had been taken there, either against their will or willingly. Even so, it was clear that they had lost their lives, and their souls had likely been trapped within this tunnel system underground. However, what purpose could there be from gathering souls like this? Spirits like Lolo and Bai Tianyi were indeed in need of soul power to advance, and the cultivators that cultivated spiritual energy also relied on this specific type of energy. But soul power was easily corrupted. Spirits would not be able to consume soul power that had been tormented to the point of corruption without refining it. But the refining process would take long, and the sheer amount of deaths that had been happening within these zones made it clear that they were mass-producing soul power. A spirit could never be this ruthless, unless it was an evil spirit. Humans, on the other hand, could be the cause, but the power needed to make this elaborate soul power farm was also overwhelming. Chapter 36. Bone-eroding chill.
Harvesting lives, one after another, with the sole purpose of gathering soul power is rather frightening.
Ling Xiao was the one who spoke, and his voice was hesitant as each word left his lips. Although all of them had started to fear for this being a spiritual energy farm, none of them had mentioned it out loud. And with these words, it seemed more real than when they had theories on their own, as others were sharing the same idea.
The sheer amount of deaths that occur in these zones every day is so overwhelming that it would explain why so many regions are needed. Each zone is already causing tremendous deaths daily, but together the number of lost lives is so overwhelming that we cannot even begin to fathom it.
Although the group was not considering themselves good people, they were not evil either. They would kill anyone that could threaten themselves and their dear ones, But they were also equally disgusted by those who used others like resources in this way.
What is the purpose of gathering this much energy? Soul power is different from heaven and earth essence. The essence that most cultivators refine into chi is created by heaven and earth itself. It is a natural phenomenon and has no emotions. Soul power is a completely different kind of energy, but no matter whether the person who it originated from had a good or despairing life, their energy will contain a trace of emotions belonging to the original soul. The ones who have died in these tunnels clearly suffered great torment, so their soul power is definitely tainted with negative emotions. Most spirits will ignore this, and while the evil spirits might consider it, they won't bother with farming energy, but instead revel in each and every murder and reaping of energy.
Although Lolo was not an evil spirit, she had been alive for long enough to know of their thoughts as well, and knew that they were not eager to harvest energy like this. The evil spirits were also very different from Lolo, and they would never be able to understand one another. But it was exactly this lack of understanding that had made Lolo try to gain as much knowledge as she could. She had found out that evil spirits loved tormenting others. They might also create a massacre every now and then, but they would rather look for a specific target and put their complete focus on this target as they waited for them to wallow in despair and ruin their entire lives before they would consume their soul power. This entire process of farming energy was not their style at all, and since it was neither done by righteous nor evil spirits, then it had to be either humans or beasts. While some primordial beasts also cultivated spiritual powers, not many of them would be this devious when gaining energy, and it had an aura of human treachery all over. It was not that humans were all inherently selfish, but many humans had developed a twisted mind, and they would not mind using such gruesome methods to increase their powers. The corpses we encountered earlier are all varying in age, and some are not that old. The beasts we encountered in the strange forest were not even dead, but their souls were missing. So it seems that each zone has its own way of harvesting the various souls. Bai Tianyi was not as experienced in the matters of spirits, but he was very good at observing and connecting things. From the information they had found so far, he had begun to analyze and compare the different corpses in the various zones.
Looking at the scratches on the wall, it would appear that the vengeful souls have been dragged in this direction. Xue Wei had been observing the walls for some time. While he also had the same thoughts as the others, he did not have time to consider many of the details, but simply felt that these walls were extremely eye-catching, and also made him feel very uncomfortable. Following the direction, the tunnel appeared to be shrouded in darkness, and the heat from the surface had long since vanished, leaving behind a bone-eroding chill that caused the group to shiver. The sharp contrast between the heat from above and the chill from beneath made their bodies feel uncomfortable, and the swift change between the extreme temperatures was now making them have to adjust quickly. Although Xue Wei and the others were no longer ordinary mortals, they had not stepped into the world of immortals yet, and thus their bodies would still be influenced by the physical conditions. No matter how strengthened their bodies were, they were still mortals and would be harmed if they were in extreme environments. This place might seem less dangerous than the surface, but I fear that we have encountered the true horror of no man's land. If the surface level is meant to lure in and harvest the many souls, then this is where they go after being ripped from their bodies. It should be here that the resentment is chained, and also here where the souls will be forced and tormented. While we have not harmed the souls, if we do come across a vengeful spirit, they might still assume that we are the cause of their grievances. They can attack at any moment, and if anyone notices our arrival, some might even release the evil souls with the purpose of targeting us.
Xue Wei's eyes narrowed as he felt an eagerness that had not been present for most of the time within this no man's land. The previous mysteries had already piqued their interests, But now that they guessed that there was some sort of connection to their hidden enemy, they knew that they now had a reason to investigate. Chapter 37. Vengeful Emotions.
Something is coming.
The group had walked down the tunnel for an unknown amount of time. The tunnel was dimly lit, and the chill that permeated caused their bodies to shiver, but nothing threatening had jumped out so far. Even so, a surge of energy fluctuations could suddenly be felt in the distance, and a strange sound of wailing and whimpering echoed in the empty space.
Prepare for combat.
Xue Wei's eyes darkened as he looked at the still dark tunnel in front of them. However, the sounds of despair seemed to increase in intensity, and the fluctuations were growing in magnitude. It was clear that the creatures causing this strange sound had noticed their group. He Gao and Ling Xiao were both quick at preparing, but Lolo and Bai Tianyi were moving in a stiff manner. Their movements were jerky and did not seem to work well with their intentions. The chill in the air seemed to have infiltrated their current limbs and caused a strange disconnection from their cores. Both spirits had clear minds, but they quickly noticed that the closer these wailing creatures came, the harder it was for the both of them to control their bodies.
This chill feels very familiar.
Lolo could not control her body fully, but she could still sense the discomfort that was wrapping around her entire being, making her feel as if her core was being suppressed, almost to being paralyzed. Bai Tianyi was severely affected by the chill, just like Lolo, but he did not recognize the strange power that seemed to chain his core and immobilize his body. Bai Tianyi had been an artificial spirit when their group was at the Garden of Shadows, so although he was considered a spirit, he would not be able to feel the same minute changes in the world as Lolo could. Also, Lolo had been imprisoned within the Garden of Shadows for such a long time that to her this strange aura that permeated through the chill was all too familiar.
Although we have not found any concrete evidence that proves the chamber we encountered in the Garden of Shadows to be connected to the spirit-devouring formation that kept on draining your energy, I believe that the two have something to do with one another. Also, this tunnel is clearly targeting you and Bai Tianyi, and you are the only spirits by our side, just like how the spirit-devouring formation also seemed to swallow up all your hard-earned energy.
Xue Wei knew that they could find no proof, but that did not mean that he had to pretend that it was not connected. To him, it was much better than considering everything to be a conspiracy theory and assume the world to be evil, rather than to be a fake saint and think the best of the various possibilities.
We will deal with these theories later if we manage to survive. The wailing ghosts have arrived.
He Gao did not remember anything from when they were at the Garden of Shadows, but he was still able to keep his mind clear. The many woven-in traces and leads they had encountered throughout their journeys were starting to show as pieces to a puzzle, but they still needed many more to piece it together into one piece. Even so, the mysteries had to wait until a suitable time, as He Gao looked at the strange creatures that were rushing toward them while sounding as if they were experiencing the most horrible grievances in the world.
Are they spirits?
Ling Xiao could not help but frown as he stepped forward. Since Lolo and Bai Tianyi were both restrained by the current aura in the tunnel, neither of them would be able to participate in the battle. So Ling Xiao, He Gao, and Xue Wei formed a triangular protective formation around them, leaving their backs to one another, and got ready to face the onslaught of creatures that were rushing their way.
They are somewhat like humanoid worms.
Ling Xiao was feeling quite uncomfortable as he looked at the strangely writhing and squirming movements of the group of disgusting white silhouettes in front. These strange humanoid figures did not have any distinguishable features. All of them were white like snow, but their faces had no facial features, no eyes, nose, nor mouth, simply just a white face that resembled a sheet. There was no hair nor clothes, but their bodies still appeared as if they had been covered with a large white sheet, making them all seem to be pure white mannequins with no feelings, emotions, or personality. Even so, a heart-gripping and soul-shattering wailing and whimpering kept appearing around this group of white figures that had somehow managed to be entangled into one large ball of despair. They were unable to walk as an ordinary human would, but instead had different ways to advance. Some were rolling around, while others were crawling or writhing. The appearance resembled a nest of earthworms, and Xue Wei felt complicated emotions.
They are vengeful and grievous emotions that have been left behind after their bodies and souls are torn apart. They have nothing to sustain themselves apart from the emotions that they cannot vent, and they have banded together like this to become a genuine danger to others.
Although Lolo's body was suppressed, she still had a great amount of knowledge, and her mind was still clear. Looking at the wailing creatures in front, she had recognized their origin, but her heart could not help but drop in discomfort. How gruesome did the death of these people have to be for so many grievances to gather together? Chapter 38. Helpless.
Do they have any weaknesses?
Xue Wei did not know much about grievances, and he was even feeling a little incomprehensible when he understood that the creatures in front of them were neither dead nor alive. They were simply overwhelming resentment that had taken shape.
Lightning. The purer the lightning is, the more powerful it will be towards this conglomeration of vengeance. Just like how lightning can purify evil, it can also soothe these negative emotions.
Lolo knew more of these things than the others, and she also knew how to handle them.
Well, I have an affinity with the lightning element, so let us give it a try.
Xue Wei had previously gotten good control over this specific element, but he also knew that the current conditions were not suitable. They were, after all, in a large tunnel underground.
Try your attacks and see if they have any effect. Also, Lolo and Tinalynge are unable to fight well, so be sure to protect them.
As soon as Xue Wei had given the various orders, he got ready to attack. His arms began to change their shape, and scales sprouted from his skin, while his hands and fingers turned into claws. It had been some time since Xue Wei last used this partial transformation, but doing so would increase his affinity with the thunder element, and he felt how the many sparks of lightning began to appear around his hands.
We can't get into the melee range of this strange thing. Attack from afar.
Xue Wei flickered his arms as he spoke, and multiple smaller sparks combined into a large orb of lightning that shot towards the strange creatures in front. The many vengeful emotions had banded together into a huge amalgamation of various strands, but each strand had a somewhat human-like shape, so the appearance was truly disturbing. However, the moment the lightning orb collided with these emotions, the sight turned even worse. The body that had been created was not completely accurate with how a real living person would look, and naturally the inside was also very different from flesh and blood. The moment the lightning orb collided with the many bodies, a wailing and screeching sound erupted, causing the hairs on their skin to stand up, and a shiver to run down their spines in discomfort. Ling Xiao felt uncomfortable as he did not know how to describe the scene in front of him. Ripped-apart body parts were crawling all over the ground, and the insides of these figures were actually a disgusting black slime that stretched out into tentacles. These tentacles were grabbing other body parts strewn across the ground and slowly merged together once more. Unfortunately, these bodies were now no longer human-shaped, as they could even be two legs combined together and rolling towards Xue Wei and his group.
The damage does not seem to do much.
Xue Wei's brows were furrowed, and he could not hide the feeling of discomfort as he tried to figure out a way for them to fight. He tossed lightning orbs into the pile of bodies, one after another, but every time they were broken apart, they would simply reattach themselves to whatever they could find and continue their approach. Ling Xiao and He Gao were also attacking to the best of their abilities. They used both inscriptions and attacks, but little did it seem to help. The vengeful emotions kept approaching. No matter which attack was thrown at these strange bodies, it did not stop them, and although their advance was slowed down, the vengeful emotions kept nearing in on them. Xue Wei felt how the atmosphere turned gloomy and depressing, and he could not help but feel uncomfortable as his heart clenched in unease. Throughout his long journey, no matter what he had faced before, he had felt that no matter what, he had to do his best, and even if the result was death, he would not have any regrets. However, these strange bodies made from vengeful emotions were slowly starting to penetrate his mind and causing him to feel regretful, hateful, and unhappy. He began to feel indignant and negative, as he also cursed at the hidden enemy that they did not even know the identity of. These emotions were starting to run out of control, and he did not even notice that they became more and more intense as the horde of strange emotional bodies neared in on them.
Wake up!
Lolo's voice was full of pure spiritual energy, and it managed to cleanse the negative emotions and restore tranquility to the minds of those around them. Xue Wei awoke from his strange, overwhelming depression and anger, but when he looked back, he noticed how Lolo's expression had turned pale, and beads of sweat were dripping down her chin. The call she had made was clearly not ordinary, not to mention she was already shackled by the overwhelming despair, so calling out like this had likely come at a great cost. A dignified look appeared in Xue Wei's eyes as he understood the severity of their current situation. He cast a quick glance at their current group and found that although Ling Xiao and He Gao were slowing down the approach of the embodied emotions, they could not stop them. At the same time, Lolo and Bai Tianyi were both suppressed and unable to fight back, so they were truly facing a deadly attack. Xue Wei could not avoid feeling helpless. Although they had faced many dangers before and been in various dangerous situations, he had always been able to fight back. Even if it had not been very effective, at least a few of their opponents would be harmed by their attacks. However, these embodied emotions simply kept grabbing other limbs or body parts and remade themselves while continuing their advance. Chapter 39. Soothing Emotions. Her arms were weak as she tried to lift her fingers and activate the spiritual energy within her body, but Lolo found that she was unable to control even the slightest part of her current shape. She had initially tried to make Xue Wei attack with lightning elemental chi, as she knew the weakness of all evil spirits was lightning. However, after seeing the result, she could not help but feel her heart sink. The situation they were currently facing was perilous, and she could imagine the devastation that these rampant remnant emotions would cause if they reached their group. Emotions were not spirits, nor were they souls or even humans. These rampant emotions had been accumulating for thousands of years, merging together to become the current amalgamation, and they could not be harmed by pure force. Even lightning was useless, and thus she knew that there was only one other way to solve the current issue. Lolo took a deep breath as she looked at the comrades that had gathered around her. She could still remember how Xue Wei and the others had found her in the Garden of Shadows, and how she slowly regained her senses and became the spirit she was now. Back then she had been close to disappearing, but only by Xue Wei and the others by his side had she bloomed once more, enjoying a life of freedom. She slowly looked at the stoic Xue Wei that was constantly using his chi to push back these eternally regenerating emotions, and even the naive and foolish Ling Xiao had a solemn expression on his face. He Gao had lost his memories, but even so he was still faithfully standing by their side and fighting with everything he had. Finally, Lolo glanced at Bai Tianyi by her side. This little spirit was a weird creature. He had initially been a human, but he kept searching for something else. Finally, he had succeeded and understood what it was like to be satisfied with his current life. Looking at the four people by her side, Lolo could not help but smile slightly. Her heart was filled with a strange feeling of happiness, but also slightly melancholic. She knew that there was a special method to handle the remnant emotions in front of her, but she was also painfully well aware of the cost. Emotions had no consciousness. They were purely created from the despair and anger that the dying souls felt. So the only way to solve their current situation was to soothe and calm down these frustrations until they became nothing. However, the cost would be that Lolo had to use her entire core to soothe them. She was a spirit, and her entire spirituality was based within this core. If she were to use this core to soothe the emotions, she would return to her original shape. While it did not sound like death, it was not far from it. Lolo's original body was a white lily. When she first gained consciousness, she was still a beautiful flower swaying at the riverbed. It took her thousands of years before she turned from a spiritual herb into a true spirit, and even longer for her to reach the point where she was now. If she used her core to soothe these emotions, she would once more turn into a white lily, and this time her consciousness would be lost. Although it would be possible for her to become a spirit once more, the likelihood of this happening was immensely small, and she dared not expect it to happen. So the decision she was making now was not possible to share with the others. Lolo knew that her decision would never be approved by Xue Wei and the others. Even though they did not care about the rest of the world, their care and consideration towards their comrades was sincere, and she was well aware of their refusal for her current plan. Looking at her body that was no longer acting as she wanted, Lolo could not help but smile wryly. It seemed that she would need to act decisively if she wished to give her friends a chance of survival.
I am sorry.
Although she knew that they would never approve of her decision, Lolo's eyes filled with determination as she witnessed the panicked expression from those in front of her. She knew that the current situation might seem under control, but the rampant emotions could not be stopped. It was better to act swiftly before anyone was injured than to drag it on and lower their chance of future survival.
Break.
Lolo's voice was low, and in the chaos and noisy environment, it was not easy to hear the ethereal whisper that floated past. But the strong energy fluctuations that followed caused Bai Tianyi to panic. "Lolo!" His eyes widened as he looked at the spirit by his side. Lolo had been a pillar of support for the entire team and an important comrade for so long. But while Xue Wei and the others did not understand her current actions, Bai Tianyi could sense the destruction of her core.
Thank you all. I am really grateful for coming this far with you. I was supposed to die in the Garden of Shadows, but you gave me a new life full of freedom. Roaming the world alongside you all has been a great joy. If possible, please protect my original shape in the future.
Lolo's voice was still low, merely a whisper, but this time it was infused with spiritual energy. The entire spiritual energy had been filled with her own state of mind at the moment of breaking her core. Unlike most, she did not have any regret or despair, but only tranquility and serenity. Chapter 40. Little Flower. Xue Wei, Ling Xiao, He Gao, and Bai Tianyi had all been frantically trying to figure out a way to solve their current troubles, and thus none of them had paid much attention to Lolo, who was being protected behind them. By the time her voice reverberated through the tunnel, her body no longer had a humanoid shape, but instead turned into a giant ball of light, bringing tranquility and peace to anyone close by. The light that lit up their darkest hour came from the cracked core that contained Lolo's spirit, and by the time these cracks had appeared, it was no longer possible for her to keep her spirituality. Even so, she did not regret it. As she felt her consciousness slowly blurring, all she could remember was the time she had spent alongside their group traveling. It was as if the thousands of years she had lived before encountering Xue Wei and his group were not as important as the few years spent by their side. Even now, where she had to give up her eternal life, she felt relieved and happy to know that her sacrifice would give them a chance of survival.
Thank you.
Lolo's final words were soft and gentle. They swept across the gloomy tunnel and brought peace and calmness to everyone present. The gentle voice and peaceful mood was not only affecting Xue Wei and the others, but it also managed to calm down the remnant emotions that had gone berserk. These emotions were not alive, nor had they gained consciousness. It was merely an amalgamation of negative emotions that had ended up becoming physical, much like how water vapor would condensate into clouds and finally fall as rain once more. An amalgamation like this, created by excessive negative emotions, was extremely rare, and many worlds would never even be capable of creating one throughout its entire lifespan. So to encounter one like this, it was their bad luck. Unlike evil spirits and souls, these emotions had no other weakness than their anger itself. They were not considered evil creatures, and thus were much harder to deal with. However, it was this bad luck, coupled with the emotional amalgamation's survivability, that had pressured them to a point where Lolo decided to give her spirituality away in return for their future.
No!
Xue Wei felt shocked when he noticed what had happened, but he was unable to stop anything at this point in time. He had already given away his spiritual energy and was unable to get close to the fractured core. He could only stay at a certain distance and feel helpless and frustrated. Although Xue Wei did not love Lolo as one would their life partner, he still considered her his family member. To him, each of these people who had traveled alongside him for so many years, they were his family and his friends. They were the ones he relied on and could show his weakness in front of. In many ways, the ones who were following him were his closest people, and even closer than Wang Xiaoyun, who had stolen his heart. However, no matter how helpless he felt and how he wanted to stop the scenario in front of him from continuing, he was unable to change anything. By the time the bindings that kept him away vanished, Lolo's core had long since dissipated into thin air, and in its place, a small plant was left on the ground. Unlike most plants that would grow from the ground, this one did have its roots, but it did not have any soil to hide them in, and the flower itself seemed fairly young, as only the leaves had grown. Unfortunately, this young flower did not seem to have the energy that most sprouts should have, and instead the leaves were hanging weakly and seemed to lack nutrients. By now, the peaceful atmosphere had completely eradicated the amalgamation of remnant emotions, and all the danger they had encountered before had turned to nothingness. The strong contrast between the chaotic despair from before and the silence now present was overwhelming. But none of the 4 remaining people had time to care about such details. All of them had put all their focus on the little flower on the ground, fearing and worrying about how to protect it.
I do not have any useful soil right now, but she seems to be in a bad shape. I have an ice jade box which I used to carry some of the more important herbs when refining pills. For now, I can only suggest we place her in this. When we leave no man's land, we have to find a place with spiritual soil to nurture her. Although her spirit has cracked, her original body is still present, so we should be able to nurture her again. As long as we live, we should never give up. If possible, I think we can also try to see if pills and other spiritual items can be used to fertilize her soil and help her grow up. However, we need to protect her. Although we want her to grow up and become a spirit again, we can't take a risk and make her burst with energy. This is what we owe her.
Xue Wei gently took out a special kind of box he had used before. Currently, a few high-end herbs were placed within, but he quickly took them out and tossed them back into his storage treasure with no care for their future survival, before he kneeled down next to the little flower on the ground. The box was placed on the ground, and Xue Wei gently and slowly used both hands to lift the flower and cushion it into the box, fearing that the slightest movement might hurt the roots or cause her discomfort. Although her spirit was gone, Xue Wei still felt that his good friend was present. He just needed to wake her from an eternal sleep once more.
Chapter 41. Determination. The atmosphere had become downcast as Xue Wei and the others felt an uncomfortable pressure and heaviness in their hearts.
They all knew that Lolo's decision had saved their lives, but this knowledge only succeeded in making them feel weak and useless. Why would their good friend have to sacrifice herself for their future? However, they could not change the past, and thus their only option was to keep fighting to gain strength. With enough power, they would be able to protect her as she grew up once more.
Her sacrifice will not be in vain.
Hegao's eyes were full of complex emotions. He still had no actual memories of the past, but during the time he had spent in No Man's Land alongside this group of experts, he had found that he did not need his past memories. From their short time of getting along with one another, he had understood many things, and started to respect them as his friends and companions. Seeing that Lolo was willing to give up her spirit for their future, he now knew how important they were, and how much they valued one another. To him, having these friends was a blessing, and he was willing to follow them to the end of the world, even if his end was no different from that of the brave little flower spirit. He would face it with his head held high, and no regrets.
We have to keep moving forward. No matter what purpose this tunnel has, the one who built it is also the one that caused the numerous malicious emotions to gather and take form. The least we can do is destroy everything around us.
Xue Wei's voice was calm, but it contained an iciness that made the others shudder. Although none of them cried or despaired, they all knew that this time things were different. They had encountered many things during the past few days. Hegao had lost his memory, Bai Tianyi had become corrupted, and Xue Wei had lost his spiritual energy. However, all of these were possible to handle. But the loss of Lolo's spirit was too harmful. Up until now, although the world has been hostile towards us, we have actually been smooth sailing throughout our lives. Bai Tianyi could not help but shake his head with a bit of depression. When he had first attempted to turn into a spirit, his goal had been to become immortal, but only now did he understand that life was not something that could be extended for eternity without a certain price. His core had been corrupted before, and although Xue Wei had sacrificed his spiritual energy to purify him, he knew that it would be easy for him to become corrupted once more. This was the same as making him a fragile spirit that could easily become crippled. At the same time, Xue Wei's strength had also been lowered drastically, and while Hegao's strength had increased, his memories were gone. Their current life was in danger at all times, and they were placed in one perilous situation after another.
Well, the world might be against us, but we will never give up. Although we have been saying that we will fight to the end, I think that it is not before now that the true reality of our situation is laid out in front of us. However, at the same time, I also think that this sudden wake-up call can make us stronger. We are no longer fighting purely to stay alive, but our responsibility has grown. Lolo was willing to sacrifice her spiritual core for us, but now we have to fight for her future. She deserves to become a spirit once more.
Ling Xiao was usually the most casual and cheerful in their group, but he was also the kind of person that understood loyalty. He was a person that believed in what he witnessed and his own morals over what the rest of the world tried to make him see. As such, he knew that something had changed now. Before, their enemy was hidden, and they had some hostility towards this unknown villain that had planned against them for their entire lives. Now, however, they hated the one responsible for Lolo's sacrifice.
Perhaps our hatred is able to make us reach other heights in the future. But we should never let these emotions control us. I do not want us to let go of who we are for success. Lolo would not want us to sacrifice ourselves in order to avenge her. If needed, we will take a step back and regroup. The villain has spent so much time preparing. We will give him the fight that he clearly is waiting for.
Xue Wei was also feeling that the helplessness and unwillingness he had felt before was slowly dissipating, and instead a great determination rose within. Even if he had to die, he would make sure to do as much damage as possible along the way.
Leave any kind of explosive inscription you have on the ground as we progress forward. When we reach the end, we will blow up this tunnel. Although we can't know for sure what purpose it has, since it was part of the reason for Lolo's death, let it be destroyed.
Yes! Bai Tianyi, He Gao, and Ling Xiao all agreed with Xue Wei as they found various inscriptions hidden deep within their storage treasures. He Gao even found some kinds of explosives he had been tinkering with in the past, and all of these were slowly being placed in the tunnel as the group moved forward. Unlike before, they no longer held a worried and helpless attitude, but were stubborn and determined. They had to ensure that Lolo would wake up again later, and to do so, they had to provide a safe environment. They had to fight this hidden enemy. Chapter 42. The Tunnel Ends. Xue Wei took a deep breath. His heart was hurting, but he understood that he could not let his sadness and despair overwhelm him. Although he wished to mourn for Lolo's sacrifice, he would have to wait until they had gained vengeance on her behalf. The group had all known that their journey would be dangerous, and that many risks would have to be taken time and time again. However, this time, they understood the consequences for failing for the first time.
The grievances are all gone, so let us move forward quicker than before. Although there might be other dangers in this tunnel, I would imagine that any living being, whether good or bad, would have been swallowed by those negative emotions long ago. After all, they do not differentiate between friend or foe.
He Gao looked at the dim tunnel in front of him. His eyes were dark, and the thoughts and emotions he felt were hidden deep within. Even though his memories had been missing for some time, he still felt an overwhelming pain in his heart, and wanted to destroy this tunnel as soon as possible. "Let's go!" Bai Tianyi also managed to pull himself together. Their movements were swifter than before, but they still maintained a certain amount of vigilance so that they would not be taken by surprise again. Although they kept observing their surroundings as they advanced, nothing unexpected happened, and the tunnel began to rise towards the surface level once more. After arriving in the tunnels, Xue Wei and the others had lost all contact with the surface levels, and thus they did not know what the various regions above ground had contained. And as such, they had no idea whether they would arrive in another dreadful zone or at the other end of no man's land. The group had moved forward swiftly. Although they had remained vigilant and on high alert, their advance had been rapid, as no trace of danger had arrived since the devastating battle with the negative emotions. However, if they were to return to the surface level, they understood full well that they were likely to face danger once more. So their speed slowed down drastically as they continued to place their explosives at the side of the tunnel. Their goal of destroying this dreadful place had never been forgotten.
Be careful of what we might encounter when we get out, and do not explode the inscriptions or armaments right away. If the outside is unfavorable for us, we might need to withdraw to safety. Although this place should be destroyed, we cannot ignore our own safety for its destruction.
Xue Wei's eyes were cold as they approached the ending of the tunnel. Although he was relieved to leave this gloomy underground passage, he was not overly eager to see the outside again either. Ever since they had arrived in no man's land, many things had been going against them, and their path had been difficult and dangerous. The sacrifices made were also overwhelming, as all of them seemed to have lost something throughout the journey. Before arriving at no man's land, although Xue Wei and the others understood the severity of the situation, they still had not experienced the genuine hardships that were waiting for them. At the same time, they also had a safety talisman sent by Lan to them, but only after experiencing the deadly danger did they realize that they could not relax at all. Even the safety measures previously planned by Lan were useless. As the various regions in no man's land were actually small, independent worlds, it was not possible to rely on the previously planned protective measures, resulting in them being on their own and paying such a high price. However, the difficulties they had experienced had made them grow up from one moment to another. Their original mindset had already tried to be prepared for the worst, but when it actually happened, they found that they could not adapt at all.
There is no sound.
Ling Xiao could not help but furrow his brows as he looked at the light that had begun cascading into the gloomy and dimly lit tunnel.
Advance, but try to avoid making any noise.
Xue Wei nodded his head as he advised through voice transmission. Although the light had already reached into the tunnels, there could still be a certain distance before they would reach the surface levels once more. However, the complete silence made them extra alert. Even the most ordinary forest would have natural sounds, a breeze fluttering through the leaves, birds or insects moving around doing their daily chores, the sounds of running waters or shallow creeks. The four experts all tried to lighten their steps as they advanced, and they kept all senses on high alert. The tunnel itself had not changed. It was as uncomfortable as before, but nothing dangerous had appeared, making them feel extra tense, as they could not believe that things would become this simple. The various regions they had gone through so far were all different types of hell and suffering, so their first impression was that even if the outside region seemed peaceful and tranquil, it was likely to hide some gruesome creature or a challenge waiting to make them suffer. Taking a deep breath, the group arrived at the very end of the tunnel. The sight before them caused them all to be stumped for words, as a sandy beach was leading down to a gushing shore. The sea was so vast that it was hard to see the other side on the horizon, and the waves were wild and full of power. Crossing this sea was not going to be an easy task. Chapter 43. The Strait.
This looks like the sea at the end of no man's land, the sea that is considered near impossible to cross.
Ling Xiao was looking at a small leather map and comparing the current surroundings with the topography drawn on the map itself. The reason that we chose to cross no man's land was that the waters between the two continents are treacherous and dangerous. Crossing this sea will be difficult, but only through no man's land can we reach the safest location for traversing the waters. Bai Tianyi looked around the seashore and tried to see if he could find anything special around the current area. No matter where we are, we will have to cross the water, but most places will only result in death. Although no man's land is dangerous, it seemed to be a more reasonable adventure to travel through a dangerous path, but reach a more secure location to enter the new continent. However, the situation seems to be different than we had initially expected. Bai Tianyi could not help but frown as he looked at the waters in front of them. Although they did not know what the current no man's land was like before arriving, none of them had expected it to be this dangerous. However, now that they had crossed the dangerous zones and left behind the extreme danger and countless sufferings, they still did not get any time to breathe out. The gushing waters in front of them were a constant reminder of the next dangers they would encounter on their way.
The strait in front of us appears dangerous, but if we compare it to the map, then it is one of the most narrow crossing locations and one of our initial goals.
Ling Xiao had been comparing the landscape in front of them with the map in his hands, and the conclusion was depressing. Xue Wei could not help but look at the landscape and compare it to the map as Ling Xiao showed his discoveries and assumptions. As expected, Ling Xiao was very likely to have found the right location on the map, but unfortunately the strait in front of them was much wider than they had first assumed.
We are unable to cross the water without a vessel of some kind.
He Gao could not help but look at the water in front of him and frowned slightly.
We have plenty of boats and ships.
Xue Wei looked at the waters in front of him, but although his words were meant to sound uplifting, the frown between his brows did not loosen.
When we crossed the Sea of the Enchanted, we got many useful vessels, especially the many ships and boats of various grades from the Twilight Zone. But I fear that a ship might not be enough to protect us.
Xue Wei's words made them all remember that they did indeed have numerous ships to help them cross the water itself. But this strait had always been known to be extremely dangerous.
The reason that we had to enter no man's land and cross the water, where the strait is the most narrow, is that the water itself is much more dangerous than most danger zones in the entire world. The rumors claim that the waters bordering the next continent are all filled with dangerous creatures that can shatter any boat and ship with a mere slap of their fin. Xue Wei understood the severity of the situation, but he refused to give up. Even if he was unwilling, they had no other path than to move forward. We will stay here and rest until we have returned to our best condition. Since this is the safest place to cross the strait, then we will cross it here. Do you think that perhaps the waters are so dangerous because some beasts and dangers have left the various zones on no man's land?
Ling Xiao was looking at the volatile waves in front of him with a deep and obscure look in his eyes.
Although we experienced the dangers of no man's land, our encounters were far from enough to genuinely experience the full horror of this area. Various zones are placed next to one another, and each zone has its own dangers and characteristics. The various zones we entered were dangerous and made us experience helplessness and despair unlike anything before. But it was not even 1/4 of all the zones that are present in no man's land. As Ling Xiao continued to explain his thoughts, everyone felt a shiver run down their spines. But he still continued. Do you think that perhaps one of the zones has crumbled, and the transportation array has entered the waters, making it easy for the beasts to live freely in the surrounding waters? Or maybe they were placed in the water intentionally, blocking the experts that, by one way or another, managed to survive the countless dreads and dangers floating within the different zones.
Ling Xiao was considering all options, and the more he spoke, the more chilled the others began to feel. Although they did not know whether or not any of these options were real, they felt uncomfortable thinking about the possibility.
No matter what, we can't back down.
Xue Wei could see that everyone was affected by Ling Xiao's hypothesis.
Even if it is the case, then what can we do? Give up now? Do you guys want to walk back through no man's land? Give up Lolo's sacrifice and live with our tails tucked between our legs for the rest of our lives?
Xue Wei's voice was not harsh nor condemning. Instead, it sounded gentle and polite, making it seem as if he was genuinely asking for their opinions. However, the words he used made their blood boil in anger and their hearts ache in pain. Lolo's sacrifice could never be ignored. Chapter 44. Hailong. The group sat down and began to adjust their state to their best condition. Their breaths were calm and controlled, but although they seemed to relax, they still kept vigilant and never relaxed their nerves. Even so, the surroundings remained as before, and nothing dangerous seemed to approach. Hours went by, and soon the moon illuminated the night sky as the sun had retreated behind the horizon. As the darkness engulfed the final rays of sunlight, the chaotic waves in the strait also slowly seemed to settle down, and the gushing waters became as silent and clear as a mirror. Xue Wei and the others were still regulating their condition, but the strange change awakened them all from their meditation.
Do you think that the easiest time to pass the waters is during the night?
Ling Xiao could not help but ponder as he looked at the still surface which was reflecting the beautiful starry sky above.
No,
Xue Wei's voice was firm and decisive. Although the flowing waters would appear to have been soothed, he could not help but feel that the current situation was much more dangerous than earlier during the day. Although the chaotic and powerful waves were dangerous and full of crisis, he could not help but feel that the current dangers were much more than that. It was easier to guard against a visible enemy than one hiding at an unknown location, lurking and ready to move their hands.
I feel that right now, the strait is many times more threatening than during the day.
It was not only Xue Wei who was feeling uneasy with the sudden change. Even He Gao could feel his senses tingling as he felt approaching danger. Beasts always had an acute sense of danger, their instincts having been honed through countless years of evolution. Should we still try to move on? Bai Tianyi was a bit hesitant as he spoke. Although he also felt that the current surrounding was somewhat odd, he did not have as sensitive a feeling towards approaching dangers, and his core had been corrupted earlier, making him still feel somewhat unable to fully merge with the aura in the air.
Not yet. Let us look at the changes as they appear.
Xue Wei glanced at the sea bank and also looked at the sandy beach leading down to the water, but it all seemed as tranquil as a painting. However, the threatening aura seemed to approach rapidly.
Band together.
As Xue Wei called out, all four of them stood up and protected each other's backs. He Gao and Xue Wei were standing back to back, while Bai Tianyi and Ling Xiao also protected the backs of the other. They knew that with the current atmosphere, it would no longer be possible for them to cultivate and relax their minds, so instead of wasting their time, it was better to simply prepare for battle.
Hey Wei, why don't you transform into an azure dragon? Your full body transformation will make you massive, and although you are the descendant of a sovereign beast, you won't die from becoming our mount once in a while.
Ling Xiao could feel how his palms were getting sweaty as he tightened his grip on the staff within his hands. He looked around, and the playful gleam in his eyes had turned solemn as he joked. He knew that his suggestion was not viable, but he still wanted to try and lighten the mood. It was not because of pride that Xue Wei had not turned into an azure dragon and given them a lift, but because there was something strange in the waters that seemed to block not on the waves and undercurrents, but also the air above. It would make no difference whether they were on board a ship or on top of Xue Wei's dragon back. So a ship would provide more security, as it was usually adorned with inscriptions and formations, both defensive and offensive.
It's here.
Xue Wei's voice was not loud, but the short sentence was enough to cause all the nerves to tense and all weapons to be grasped tightly as they looked around, eager to defend against whatever might appear.
It is a Hailong, a sea dragon.
Xue Wei's voice had become solemn, and his hands had already begun to transform into dragon claws. Scales sprouted on his skin and created a protective armor across his body, while his nails became sharp claws, ready to attack at any moment.
If it is a dragon, shouldn't you have an upper hand when it comes to identity or sovereignty?
Ling Xiao was trained as a diviner, and he knew that the bloodline pressure that the sovereign beast held over other beasts could not be easily ignored. But even though he asked, he did not hold much hope in his heart. Looking at the serious expression on Xue Wei's face, it was not likely that he could overwhelm the dragon that was lurking in the sea.
It is not from our world. My bloodline is completely useless against this dragon.
Xue Wei could not help but knit his brows in frustration. Although he had known that there would be some kind of danger, the sea dragon was not what he had expected.
It is strong.
Bai Tianyi's voice had also become dignified as he could not help but take a deep breath. Although he was not able to completely detect the aura yet, he could still feel the energy ripples made by the dragon in the sea. It was more powerful than any of them. Chapter 45. Waiting and Observing. Xue Wei and the others were not in a hurry to attack, and upon observing the sea dragon for some time, they also realized that it had no intention of leaving the waters, and merely glanced at them all without hiding the hostility within its gaze.
Do you think that it has been placed here intentionally?
Ling Xiao looked around and frowned as he asked.
On the map, it is clear that this strait is the only way to enter the Dongfang continent, unless we are willing to spend a few years to bypass no man's land. If others somehow manage to get here, they would still have to cross the strait itself, and the Hailong will block their advance. It is quite clear that whomever has built this area will not allow anyone to enter the Dongfang continent by these means.
Xue Wei and the other two could easily guess who Ling Xiao was referring to. Although they had never met the enemy behind the scenes, they could all guess that no man's land had more than just one purpose. But they also realized that he was very cautious and not willing to take any risks. It would stand to reason that Xue Wei and his comrades should not have been able to reach this strait at all, If they had not dropped into the tunnel below ground, they would definitely have faced grueling challenges and dangers one after another. But now they had reached the end, even though it had seemed impossible before.
He is very meticulous. Although the chances of us reaching this strait were very small, we still arrived. Considering his extreme cautiousness throughout the years, it is clear that although it is merely a small chance of our successful arrival here, is not something that would be overlooked.
Xue Wei was feeling complicated as he had to praise the enemy that seemed to have trapped them deep within a spiderweb. He could not fully understand why anyone would be willing to spend such an overwhelming amount of time and effort to plan against him, as his actual force value was still too low to pose any real danger to an expert of the strength needed to set up this giant trap. It was not that Xue Wei looked down upon himself, but he understood that one had to be realistic. Since the enemy had managed to avoid even the powerful Lan, then it was no wonder that he couldn't defeat him for now. But even if the future looked bleak, he had no intention of backing down. Who knew? One day they might get a lucky chance to turn the whole thing around. Well, whether the sea dragon has been placed here to block us, or if it is unintentional, it won't make much difference for us. The current strength of this sea dragon has just broken into the realms of immortals. When I get close to it, I can sense a divine energy, but the energy is still very chaotic, and it would appear to become disrupted from time to time. Bai Tianyi was trying to sense the current situation in front of them, and although his core had been corrupted previously, he still managed to sense the energy surrounding the sea dragon right away.
Since it has already become a deity, we won't have much chance to fight against it during the times where the energy is available. No matter whether it is newly promoted or it has been a deity for years, it is a level of strength that we are simply unable to withstand.
He Gao had listened to Bai Tianyi's words, and he had a few ideas.
You said that the energy is chaotic, and that it will become disrupted from time to time. I would suggest that we camp here for a day or two, and keep observing this Hailong. If possible, we should make use of the time when it is in a state of energy disruption, and rush over the strait. The strait is not short, but if we hurry on board one of these ships you mentioned from earlier, then we might be able to use the moment of weakness to get enough of a head start to escape the dragon's reach.
Although He Gao was trying to stay calm and reasonable, he also understood that this specific gamble was indeed possible, but it could also become extremely dangerous. If their ship was not swift enough, they would likely be caught by the dragon, and after that they would definitely suffer a fate worse than death.
I agree. For now, let us take some time to try and observe this dragon. Although it has many similarities with the dragons on our continent, there are still quite a number of differences. Maybe we can learn something from observing them.
Ling Xiao could not help but comment curiously. Although he no longer wished to work as a diviner, he had still been growing up in a temple that focused on teaching information about beasts. Xue Wei had taken a mouthful of water to moisten his throat, but he had never expected to hear those words come from Ling Xiao. Even more surprised was he when he witnessed the eyes that were filled with excitement and wonder, and he began pondering if he even knew Ling Xiao enough. To be this excited about such a small thing, it meant that he had to give him more pocket money. However, he had to admit that Ling Xiao truly had some guts. To even consider examining the sea dragon and trying to understand it better was beyond his expectations.
I think we should consider it later, when we get strong enough, when we are so strong that nothing here can threaten us. Then we should return. If nothing else, then we can have a sea dragon mount by then.
Chapter 46. Forceful Breakthrough. Xue Wei and the others were all sitting at the water's edge, observing the dragon that was flailing around in the water. They did not show any hurry when it came to crossing the strait. Instead, they wanted to be completely certain that their chances of success were as high as possible before they began moving.
Have you all noticed that although the energy levels suggest that this sea dragon is a newly promoted deity, the attacks seem to be somewhat faltering? It is as if it is unable to fully control the energy that it possesses.
Hegao asked after spending a long time observing. He had not been certain before, but as he continued to look at the surrounding ripples of energy that were constantly being released by the beasts in the sea, he had begun to notice a few details. Not only is this energy not compatible to that of a real deity, it is also very chaotic. Sometimes the ripples are almost as powerful as expected, but they also seem to diminish in power and be on par with ours. Bai Tianyi was also looking around and furrowing his brows. His ability to sense energy in the surrounding air was not influenced by his previous injury, and just as He Gao had noticed the strength not being comparable with a beast of the god rank, the energy was also overwhelmingly chaotic and appeared to be out of control from even the dragon itself.
The dragon should be tied to the strait by some sort of formation. I believe that it is unable to leave here. From what I have observed so far, it was intentionally placed here, and had not moved to the strait by some accident. I would imagine that it has been waiting here for a long time.
Ling Xiao had also been observing the surroundings, but unlike the other two who had been focusing on the energy, he had focused more on the terrain and the formation that kept the dragon in place. In comparison, Xue Wei had been focusing on the dragon itself. Whenever he looked at the Hailong in front of him, he could sense the hatred and anger that was etched into its bones. It would appear that the dragon had descended into madness and was unable to regain its sanity. Its mind seemed to have become maniacal, and the creature seemed unable to straighten its thoughts. The eyes were hazy but bursting with murderousness, and it did not seem to really register them as a threat or living beings. However, he had made a few experiments throughout the day, and found that as soon as his hand touched the water, the dragon would be caught up in hysteria. The eyes would glow with a red and bloodthirsty light, and energy would gather as the dragon would thrash around violently, preparing for an attack. However, as soon as his hands no longer touched the water's surface, the dragon would once again become deranged, losing sight of the target and violently smashing the air instead.
I am not sure if we are lucky or unfortunate. The Hailong in front of us is clearly a newly promoted deity, and thus we should be completely unable to fight against it. However, its mind is clearly not right. We might have a chance to get past, as long as we find some way to trick it. But at the same time, we will encounter more danger on the way, as we will be unable to fully comprehend and understand the reactions it will have to our movements.
Xue Wei could not help but furrow his brows as he looked at the turbulent waves in front of them and the violent dragon that kept roaring and flailing about.
Wait!
Just as he was trying to think of a possible method of passing, Bai Tianyi suddenly screamed out. His voice caught the attention of them all, and they could not help but look at him with inquiry.
The energy seems to be draining somehow.
Bai Tianyi's voice was slightly hesitant as his eyes kept staring at the dragon that had slowly come to a standstill in the middle of the water, and slowly began to submerge under the waves once more. Ling Xiao, He Gao, and Xue Wei were able to sense the larger movements of the energy ripples in the air, but the exact details of the dragon itself they could not understand, so none of them commented, but waited for Bai Tianyi to keep observing and see if he could find anything special. Bai Tianyi kept observing the dragon and its actions. From time to time, he would ask Xue Wei and the others to create waves in the water, rousing the dragon from its slumber once more in order to see how it would react. A few days went by, but the longer they spent, the more certain Bai Tianyi became, and after some time he finally called them all back to explain what he had figured out.
The beast's breakthrough to the god rank seems to have been done forcefully by the formation underneath the strait. I would imagine that the Hailong has been placed here for a long time, and that when it first arrived, it should have been quite a lot weaker than now. The formation is likely to have contained a lot of treasures containing huge amounts of energy, and the dragon has been absorbing this energy throughout the years to break through to higher realms.
As for why it has gone mad, I can imagine that the dragon refused to absorb the energy and was not willing to grow stronger, as the treasures were placed by the same person as the one who trapped it in the strait. Not long ago, all the energy within the formation entered into the dragon's body and made it ascend to the god rank forcefully. However, the mind and body had been greatly harmed in the process.
Chapter 47. To release or not to release. It is also quite pitiful. Xue Wei looked at the Hai Long in front of them, but although he felt sympathetic towards it, he had no intention of halting their plans of fighting against this beast in an attempt to cross the strait. Their current situation did not give them the luxury of helping others while their own lives were at risk. In this position, showing sympathy would only bring them more danger and trouble. Even the innocent that stood in their way would have to be removed forcibly if necessary.
It is true that it is pitiful, but if it feels hatred, it should aim it towards the one that locked it up inside the waters. Although this Hai Long has lost its mind, the hatred within seems to be quite clear. I would imagine that it was a fairly smart creature before the forceful breakthrough. As such, we might still be able to benefit.
Ling Xiao was narrowing his eyes as he contemplated on the success of his sudden theory.
If we were to release this Hai Long, there is a chance that it might attack us in fury, but there is also the chance that it will ignore us and just escape. Although it will not be able to get revenge right away, it is quite smart, and it should know that having a common enemy is making us less likely to deal with each other. Although the madness has fogged its mind, it should not have removed the unconscious thoughts. As such, the risk is whether or not we want to see if we can cross the strait while it is thrashing around, or if we should look for a way to make it escape. If it escapes, we can't expect it to pose a threat to our hidden enemy, but at least it should be able to cause them a bit of a headache.
The others could not help but lower their heads as they considered the possibility of them actually surviving if they were to release this maddened dragon. Although the idea was risky, they were currently grasping for any kind of solution, as crossing the strait was going to be harder than climbing a mountain of swords and crossing a sea of fire.
We have two options. One would be to cross the strait and look for a method to avoid the Hai Long, while the other is to release the Hai Long and hope for the best.
He Gao could see that all of them were confused and a bit apprehensive about which option was the best, and he decided to list the consequences and benefits each option would have.
As it is now, although the sea dragon has been forcefully advanced to become a deity, it is still a realm that we cannot handle. The strength is unsteady, but it is still overwhelming and able to crush us with a single thought. Our options would be to either look for loopholes where its energy is exhausted or out of control so that we can cross. But this will risk our safety, as the Hai Long might regain its strength at any moment, or might become furious at our attempt at crossing while it is still imprisoned. Although there is a high chance of the Hai Long releasing its anger on us when we release it, I still think this is the most suitable option.
He Gao paused for a moment before he continued to speak.
We have been observing for some time, and although the sea dragon has lost its mind, it does not seem to be completely controlled by the madness. We also need to remember that it is a deity, so it can sense many emotions that we can't. I would imagine that even without its sanity, it should sense that our aim is to release it, and it will not cause too much trouble. As for whether or not it will release its anger upon us after releasing him, I don't think this is likely. We are mere ants in front of him, and although we should not expect to be shown any gratitude, I think it would rather just leave this strait as quickly as possible and not pay any attention to a few ants. Instead of wasting time to squash us, it would most likely try to find another place with a new landscape.
The group was silent as they all began to scrutinize the words and points brought forth by He Gao. Although there was a certain level of risk in releasing the Hai Long, they all had to admit that when considering their current situation, it would be the solution with the most chance for success. Although it was a dance with death, it could bring success, and they had to pave forward bravely.
The Hailong is trapped within this strait, and the trap itself is clearly created by our hidden enemy. His strength is not something that we can fight against, and the Hailong has not escaped even after thousands of years. How can we free him?
Ling Xiao, who had brought up the idea of freeing the dragon at first, was suddenly disheartened. Although it was his idea, they still needed a way to make it possible. Otherwise, their thoughts alone would not be able to change anything. No matter what kind of formation has been made, there has to be some sort of energy depot to keep it running. Some formations can draw energy from the heavens and the earth, but there is nowhere near enough energy surrounding this strait to keep a deity trapped. As such, the energy depot has to be placed somewhere around the formation, and it can't be inside the strait itself, as the Hailong would be able to break it on its own. As long as it is outside, if we break it, the formation will crumble, and the sea dragon can escape. Bai Tianyi knew many details of trapping and formations, so he quickly explained what he knew, and they all began to feel that this method was truly plausible. Chapter 48. The Energy Stone.
What should we look for?
He Gao looked around the various stones and vegetation that led down to the bank of the water. Although Bai Tianyi said that the energy depot was somewhere around them, nothing appeared to be out of the ordinary, and neither were there any fluctuations in energy to show where the formation's foundations might be hidden. The energy deposit is likely to be hidden within another kind of formation that is meant to enclose the ripples of power that would fluctuate in the air. It cannot be deeply buried into the ground, either, so we have to scour the edge of the water and the beach from no man's land's end until we find it. Having said this, Bai Tianyi began to look at their surroundings and picked a group of bushes not far away to examine. As they could not sense anything with spiritual energy, they simply had to check everything in front of them and locate the formations that they were searching for. Xue Wei stood still, glancing at the strait where the waters had become calm once more, and then looked at his companions that were turning over stones and pushing through leaves, all the while feeling a little helpless. He lifted his hand and clenched his fist as he looked at the numerous azure scales that began protruding his flesh from beneath the skin, and placed a protective armor above his body. The speed of his scales' appearance was swift, and it only took a short time before his entire body had finished transmorphing from a young human man into a majestic and colossal azure dragon. The creature was large, and the physical force he commanded was also growing rapidly alongside his body's expansion. Thrashing the ground would become much simpler now than before. And that was exactly Xue Wei's plan. Bai Tianyi had said that the formation hiding the aura and energy was somewhere alongside the banks of the strait, so his plan was to simply thrash everything until the formation had been broken. As long as it was broken, things would become much simpler. He Gao and the others observed how Xue Wei had become a great dragon full of vitality, and how he was destroying everything in his path. The stones were shattered and the plants uprooted. Trees were broken and turned into fragments, and wood chips fell to the ground. The landscape that had appeared idyllic only moments before had become an area filled with chaos and disaster. The strait was long and the ground was big. Although Xue Wei was working hard at wreaking havoc, it still took him some time as he made sure not to leave a stone unturned. However, after Xue Wei spent the majority of the day thrashing the surroundings, Bai Tianyi's excited voice cut through the air, stopping Xue Wei in his movements. "It is here!" Xue Wei slowly reversed the previous transformation, and the large body shrunk to its original size. Even so, he did not retract his azure scales, and his hands remained scaled with sharp nail-like claws. "Look at this! It really is a treasure!" Bai Tianyi's voice was filled with astonishment as he looked at the blue gem that was lying in the middle of a sandy pit created by Xue Wei. The gem was not overly large, only the size of Xue Wei's fist, but it was pulsating with overwhelming vitality, and the air seemed to be much more clear and pleasant as the formation hiding it had been destroyed. This is a special kind of spirit stone. Unlike most spirit stones, this one is likely to have been the foundation of another world. Usually, the many different worlds have their own formations of life, which will be able to provide them with energy and resources that can make them develop and grow. But these formations often have a special foundation containing a heaven and earth treasure. The treasure in front of us is such a thing, and it makes sense that it has been capable of keeping the Hailong trapped for so long. The blue luster was pulsating within the gem and caused all the members of their group to look at it with fascination. Although the surrounding formation had been broken, the energy it emitted was not overwhelming or obvious, but the air was clearer and felt more pure, making no one doubt the power contained within.
So if we remove this gem, then the formation will break and the Hailong can escape?
Xue Wei looked at the stone within the ditch. Although this gem was supposed to be the fuel that kept the larger formation in place, there were no traces surrounding it to hint towards its important function. Yes, the current situation of the formation is being maintained solely by this gem. The gem itself is also a great benefit for us. Although we are too weak to absorb the energy contained within it directly, we can place the gem next to us while cultivating, and the energy surrounding us will be of better quality, not to mention the speed with which it will help us advance. Bai Tianyi could not help but nod his head approvingly as he looked at the gem. It seemed that their decision to look for the formation had been the right one.
Can we just take it away? Although Xue Wei had already asked if they could take the gem, he still felt somewhat ambivalent when he found out that he could merely reach out his hand and just take the gem without encountering any troubles or dangers.
Chapter 49. Taking a Deep Breath. You can. Bai Tianyi looked at Xue Wei with a bit of a smile. However, this is the stone that keeps the Hailong in place. As soon as you remove it, the formation will shatter. We might want to make some quick preparations first. Xue Wei understood his point right away, and he did not grasp the gem immediately.
Everyone step back. If possible, try to find a place where the Hailong can't reach you. A cave or something would be most suitable,
Xue Wei quickly called out. They were in a hurry to get the Hailong away so that they could cross the strait, but they were also very well aware that no matter which option they picked, there would be risks involved. Bai Tianyi, He Gao, and Ling Xiao retreated backward and hid underneath a few stones that had been overturned during their previous havoc. If the dragon really wished to cause damage, these stones could not protect them. But hopefully they would be enough to block the dragon's sight and make him not care about them. Xue Wei kept observing their retreat until they were hiding far below the stones and straightened his back. He took a deep breath as he felt the gentle breeze slowly making his hair flutter in the wind. He looked at the strait in front of him, but the water surface was still, and there were no signs of the Hailong that was hiding beneath the waves. Although the Hailong had been forcefully promoted to the ranks of a deity, its strength was unsteady, and its mind had become confused. It would definitely sense the moment the formation shattered. All Xue Wei could do was hope and wish for this unstable dragon to not target them, and be on its way as quickly as possible. Having steadied his mind and taken a deep breath, Xue Wei felt clearer than ever before. He knew that the next moment would determine his life and death, but he did not hesitate as he reached out and picked up the gem. A tremble ran through the air, and an invisible fluctuation of energy rushed towards the strait in front of them. The still surface suddenly rippled slightly, only for it to vanish within a brief moment. The slight ripple did not appear to have a great effect, but only a fraction of a second later, the previously still surface had turned into a cascade of water as the Hailong shot towards the heavens above. A continuous sound of cracking could be heard, and numerous chains seemed to slowly disintegrate and turn into dust as the dragon ascended into the air. The debris of the chains crashed into the water once more and sunk to the depths, never to be seen again. The Hailong shook its long, serpentine body, and water droplets fell from its scales, glistening in the sunlight. The long body was coiling up in the air, and a breathtaking roar reverberated throughout the air, shaking the skies and making the ground tremble. The dragon glanced at Xue Wei, but while its eyes were red and full of madness, it did not rush to attack him. Looking at the stone within Xue Wei's hand and the destruction on the shoreline, the dragon seemed to regain a certain degree of sanity, after which it rushed into the skies and vanished within a mere moment. Watching the dragon disappear in the sky, leaving behind the crashing waves that slowly began to settle and the destroyed shoreline where Xue Wei was standing still with the gem in his hand, Bai Tianyi and the others slowly came out from their hiding places. None of the 4 young men spoke. They all kept looking into the sky where the dragon had disappeared, and at the crashing waves that had slowly returned to only weak ripples. It would appear as if nothing had changed, but everything was different.
Well then, I guess we should move on?
Finally, after some time, Xue Wei finally broke the silence. They were in a hurry and could not afford to waste too much time standing still. Although they had encountered a rather emotional situation, they could not spend too much time delving into the sudden danger and liberation, as they had to move on. Xue Wei went to the shoreline and took out one of his boats from the storage treasure. There were numerous ships like this within his possession, as he had collected many during their time in the Sea of the Enchanted. Keep the spiritual gem. We can use it later since it still contains a lot of energy. I would imagine that it might be able to make a difference for Lolo if we place it next to her flower's roots. Bai Tianyi kept looking at the gem within Xue Wei's hand, and he could not help but comment after some time of consideration. The gem was filled with energy. Although it was not soul energy, it would still be able to enrich the soil and make Lolo grow stronger and faster. Xue Wei and the others did not even consider if it was worth wasting such a powerful gem on Lolo's growth, and all of their eyes lit up with happiness. To them, no matter how rare or precious the items they found were, if they could save or protect their comrades, then that was the most important. Ling Xiao, Bai Tianyi, and He Gao boarded the ship first, and Xue Wei followed behind. With a final look at the land they left, and knowing that no man's land was finally going to be left behind, they straightened their backs and finally took a deep breath. The loss of Lolo could not be ignored, but they had to soldier on. They could not succumb to the current situation. Chapter 50. Dongfang Continent. The ship began to cross the strait. But unlike before, where the process would have been filled with perils, this time the journey was smooth and uneventful. Previously, the Hailong had been detained in the area around the strait, so whether it was in the air above or in the sea below, everything had been within its control, and any living creature that came close was killed instantly. Now that the dragon was gone, nothing could stop their advance, and it was not even noon by the time they reached the other shore.
Although everything went smoothly, I can't help but think about what would have happened had just the slightest thing been different. Ling Xiao was emotional as they once more stood on firm ground, and his heart was somewhat restless as he tried to calm down his frazzled emotions. They had succeeded in crossing the strait, and they had not needed to fight at any point. But their mental exhaustion was not less than when they were fighting hard battles, as they had to keep worrying about the movements of the Hailong. It was, after all, the one that held their fates in its hands. Their survival was only due to this sea dragon's willingness to let them go. Such an experience, where they could no longer control their own fate, was truly horrible. But they had been pressed further and further into a corner, and to fight for their future and survival, they had to keep struggling and even gamble with their lives on the line. Fortunately,
It was a success this time.
Let's move on.
Xue Wei did not refuse Ling Xiao's words, and he too understood the varied emotions. But he was not as positive. The Hailong had left for now, but he feared that many things might go wrong along with this step. If the Hailong returned, they would be in a bad position, and it would be even worse if the expert that had imprisoned the Hailong noticed that they had shattered the formation and decided to come by and check up on the situation. Although he also felt relieved that they had survived in the first place, he did not believe that as long as they crossed the strait, they would be fine. Apparently, both He Gao and Bai Tianyi agreed with him, so they did not hesitate, but started to move inland of this new continent they had reached. The Dongfang continent was the home of the White Tiger clan, and also their next stop. But even so, none of them knew in which direction they were meant to walk. Having just arrived, the Dongfang continent was a new experience for them, and they were sure that they would face new challenges and difficulties. But they might also find another breakthrough point in their quest to regain control of their own fates.
Let us aim for the mountain range over there.
Xue Wei pointed towards a distant location where a range of mountains could be seen, standing tall in the horizon, spreading across the entire view as a slumbering snake, occupying the entire territory.
Such a large chain of mountains has to be a perfect location for numerous experts to temper themselves and locate treasures. Even if we do not find anyone on our way there, we should be able to gather a lot of information as we reach the mountains and find other cultivators. Although Xue Wei was not an overly outgoing person, he was currently fed up with the lack of vitality around him. At first, he had been in the ghost realm for a long time, where everything was different from what he was used to, and afterwards they had entered no man's land, which was so bizarre and unreal. Now what he wanted to see most was simply an ordinary cultivation society, where the young talents were aiming to become heroes or experts. Even if he had to face many pampered young masters or young misses that thought they were the reincarnation of fairies, he was willing to look at these strange people just to experience what the real world was like once more. Not only Xue Wei, but also Bai Tianyi and Ling Xiao shared these thoughts. None of them were eager to keep struggling on their own, and wanted to see if they could meet others, not to mention try to dig for some information on the way. He Gao was not familiar with crowds, but he was not repulsed by them either. For him, life was curious and interesting, but he did not know much about human society. However, he wished to know more about the past him, and also about his companions whom he valued greatly, so he had to get to know their origin too. Having made their decision, the group of four instantly set out and began moving towards the distant horizon with the towering peaks. Although they had been mentally exhausted while trying to cross the strait, their bodies had not been worn out, and thus they were still full of energy as they pressed on. However, unknown to them, not long after their departure from the strait, a ripple ran through the air, and a middle-aged man appeared by the shore. Looking at the direction where the group had gone, he smiled slightly and shook his head. He then continued to face the water that had become calm and sighed gently. "What a shame. I hoped to raise the dragon a bit longer." Although his voice seemed to contain some regret, it was hard to see any form of regret on his face, as he was fiddling with a dragon fang in his hand. Chapter 51. The White Tiger Sect. Xue Wei looked at the tall trees that towered in front of him. The pine trees were dark green, and their height could easily reach 50 meters. The lowest 5 meters of the trunk were completely devoid of needles, and the few branches that were present were completely bare. The sunlight from above was unable to penetrate through the dense tree crowns, and the ground below had been shrouded in a dim light that resembled late dusk or early dawn. Many pine needles and other plants were half-rotten on the forest floor, releasing an earthy and moldy scent, making it slightly uncomfortable. The half-rotten forest floor was slippery and soggy, and although it was not dangerous, it was still somewhat uncomfortable. "Do we really have to cross this forest to reach the mountains?
Ling Xiao looked around at the scenery in front of him. He could not help but frown slightly in discomfort, but he knew that this was not something he could influence. What a spoiled child! We are here to experience the dangers and hardships of the real world. How can you back down just because of a bit of mold and rot? A voice arrived from the back, and Ling Xiao turned around, only to look at another group of young people approaching their side. It had been a week since Xue Wei and his companions first arrived at a location filled with experts from the Dongfang continent. The location had been chosen as a starting place for a special trial, and many young talents from all over the continent had rushed over to do their utmost and make a name for themselves. At first, neither Xue Wei nor any of the others had any plans of participating in these trials, but after knowing that the organizers were a sub-faction of the White Tiger clan, they decided to stay and take a better look. Unlike most of the other 4 Divine Beast clans, the White Tiger clan did not only accept members with a pure bloodline. The White Tiger clan was the top sect in the Dongfang continent, one which everyone wished to join and train themselves to become a top powerhouse. However, the highest ranks within the sect had to be held in the hands of the pure-blooded clansmen, and all those who joined the sect accepted this readily. Many who wished to marry into the clan as well, either to marry a daughter home or to marry their daughters to the male descendants. However, because of this process throughout thousands of years, the bloodline had become diluted, and only a few had retained their pure White Tiger bloodline. Even so, Xue Wei liked the White Tiger clan more than any of the previous clans he had come across. They were able to adjust to the current world while also keeping their own integrity intact. Although their bloodlines were not the purest, he also had a weaker bloodline, and he did not think that there was anything wrong with this. However, to join the White Tiger clan, one needed to prove their outstanding talents. The White Tiger clan only accepted the geniuses from their branch sects once a year, and becoming one of these geniuses was as difficult as finding a specific pearl in the sea. It was also because of this that Xue Wei and the others decided to stay and take part in the trials. It turned out that even the branch sects had high requirements for their members, and if they wanted to become disciples, they would have to get a good result in the current trials. Only the top 100 experts would be brought back as disciples. However, unlike the others, Xue Wei and his friends were very unaccustomed to the current Dongfang continent, so they had tried to stay behind and not make themselves known. However, now that they were told to ascend a specific mountain peak, everyone was on the move, and many details that had previously been ignored were found. Ling Xiao looked at the speaker behind him and raised his eyebrow in disdain.
I do not like dirtiness. I don't know why you are so hostile to me, but if there is a cleaner way, anyone with a sane mind would choose that path, would they not? Lin Xiao did not try to sound aggressive or angry. However, he was still sounding somewhat provocative and indirectly suggested that this young master did not care about his hygiene. The man had wanted to target Ling Xiao, but his actions backfired, and his face alternated between black and red in embarrassment and anger. However, the organizers of the trial had made it clear that they were not allowed to fight one another on this stretch of the trial, and thus, no matter how angry he was, he had to hold back his emotions. Ling Xiao could not help but snort slightly as he witnessed how the man had angered himself before he stepped into the slippery and dim forest in front of them. Xue Wei shook his head in amusement as he witnessed Ling Xiao's actions, but he did not disagree with his approach, and instead gestured for Bai Tianyi and He Gao to follow, as they quickly walked behind their comrade and into the unknown. Looking at the group, which had already vanished into the forest thicket, the other groups quickly pulled themselves together and followed behind. None of them tried to rush to keep up, since they feared what dangers might be lurking in the darkness, waiting for them to make the slightest mistake. Chapter 52. Traps in the Forest. This path is going to be difficult to traverse. Although we are not likely to encounter many living dangers, the terrain itself is enough to trouble us. Xue Wei was looking around their surroundings as they walked. There were no larger animals attacking them on the way, but
but the forest floor was hidden beneath a blanket of rotten leaves and old branches. It was slippery, but the biggest danger was the numerous traps that had been placed on the path. It was not only one kind of trap, but any trap that their mind could think of, and not all of them were made by humans. Some were created naturally by the environment. If any of them were to rush through the path, they would without a doubt die before they could reach the destination. So all of them were moving forward little by little, while also examining their surroundings at the same time. At a place like this, Bai Tianyi should have had a natural advantage with his spiritual sense. But as this was a trial, a certain formation had been placed outside the trial grounds, and it was impossible for anyone to use their spiritual sense to gain a better understanding of the surroundings. As a result, the group had taken the most primitive measures they could find. They had taken a stick each, and were using it to test their path, never placing down a foot before they were certain that the location was safe. They were also walking in a straight line, trying to minimize the path they needed to test, and each of them had their own category of dangers to look out for. Some of the dangers were, as previously expected, on the ground, but many of the dangers also came from above or the sides, so they could not focus all their attention to only one direction. Xue Wei was walking at the front, and his stick was the shortest but also the thickest. He was aiming at the ground to see if anything would appear on the path where they sat their feet. Behind him was Bai Tianyi. He had a longer stick, which was above Xue Wei's head, and kept checking to see if anything would come down from above. In the case of a trap being triggered, it would fall to the ground in front of them all, and it would not hit any of them in the passing. Both He Gao and Ling Xiao had long branches too, but where Bai Tianyi was focused on the above, the two of them took care of a side each. Their aim was all in front of the group, but in this way, they had managed to trigger many traps before they got caught in the dangers involved. Although this process did trigger almost every trap they could find, and their speed was lowered drastically by this method, it also protected them in their endeavor to get safely to the top.
Don't you find it weird? When we entered the forest, everyone seemed to be on the same path, but now we have not come across anyone else. Not only this, no traps have been triggered in front of us, so I dare to say that we are the first to step on this road. On the other hand, we are triggering every trap possible, so those that would be walking behind us should be having a fairly safe journey. But we have not been caught up with any other groups, and you can still hear the mournful screams throughout the forest from time to time.
Ling Xiao was looking around as he spoke. He did not forget to keep looking for traps, but he did find the current situation rather weird. Since the judges were able to place a formation with the purpose of blocking spiritual sense, then it should not be a challenge for them to make each group step onto a path of their own. Bai Tianyi was not surprised by the current situation. You have to remember that we are merely inside a trial. We are here to be tested, and to ensure that everyone has equal rights and chances. They will most likely send the teams on their own paths. A few might share a path, if they are lucky, but that might not be an advantage. Xue Wei considered Bai Tianyi's words, and he agreed deeply.
We are on high alert as we are moving forward, because we know that everywhere in this path, traps will be hidden and waiting for us to step into them. However, if a group has walked half of the way without having triggered the traps themselves, they might not know which ones are dangerous and which ones are activated from which direction. They might become complacent and easily swayed, resulting in dangers they had not expected.
The group was still making their way forward slowly when the sound of arrows shot through the forest.
"It is here again,"
Xue Wei called out, and the whole group stepped into formation. Xue Wei kept looking forward. Bai Tianyi went to face the right side, Lin Xiao remained facing the left, while He Gao turned around to face the back where they had come from. The group did not know what kind of danger they would encounter, so every time a trap was triggered, they would stand up in a protective formation and face the dangers that came their way, taking them head-on. Unbeknown to Xue Wei and the others, a group of experts was standing at their destination, looking at a mirror-like treasure in the air that displayed the situation of all the participants.
That group is really quite good.
I would imagine that the dangers they have gone through together cannot be little. A woman spoke gently, with a simple smile on her face, but her eyes did not leave Xue Wei even 1 inch. A fervor she could not conceal lit up her eyes, and the rest of the group looked at her with reverence. Chapter 53. Main Sect. Xue Wei and his group managed to get through the challenging area without much trouble. Although the traps were unexpected and made to surprise and stop their groups, they all had a somewhat similar pattern, so as long as they did not let down their guards, there were no problems with their advance. The speed was naturally slow, but the steady advance was not comparable to any of the other groups, and the experts that were observing them kept nodding their heads in approval. They all felt that this group of youngsters did well. There are a few other groups that are doing quite well. While the majority of the experts were focusing on Xue Wei and his group, a few also tried to draw the attention to others as well. Although the White Tiger sect was meant to be accessible for all those with the talents, there would always be some who would use their favors or wealth to gain benefits, and some of the experts that were overseeing the tests had also accepted the benefits promised by the parents of these participants. They had already informed about the main themes of many of the tests, but although these groups were doing better than most, they still failed when compared to Xue Wei and his friends, who had been dancing at the edge of life and death countless times. Even so, they did not do too bad, but when the comparison was in front, the experts had to intentionally praise them without it seeming too abrupt. The woman looked at the other groups, and a sneer passed by her eyes. She was fully aware that some would look for benefits in entering the sect, and in a way they did not block this entrance of these talents. To them, luck and background was, to a certain degree, part of their strength. The world was not a fair place. Although they righteously claimed that everyone had the same chances for entrance into the White Tiger sect, and that only talent mattered, this was in fact not the case. To become a real genius, talent was needed, but more than that, determination and countless resources was necessary to reach the realms that made them able to survive in this dog-eat-dog world. Only those with the financial resources or lucky chances could go to the top of the world of cultivators, and it was also because of this that they did not block all those who used their own ways to enter. This kind of option was available to everyone, but not everyone had the chances to use this option. And even if they tried to be secretive about this practice, it was still well known. Even if some people were indignant, no one verbally complained, and even if they did, they would not cause much of a stir. The current challenge took a lot longer than the contestants had expected. The speed could not be increased, and no one dared to slack on their mental state, as the slightest lack of attention would cause everlasting regrets.
Look, the forest is ending.
Ling Xiao looked ahead, and he quickly noticed that the thicket was getting less dense, and the light much brighter. However, this observation did not make the young diviner less alert. In fact, being this close to the end of the trial made him even more alert. It was not only him who became extra cautious. Xue Wei and the others naturally slowed their pace even further, and now they resembled the speed of slugs as they slowly maneuvered closer to the end of the forest. Many times, when the end was close at sight, one would lose their vigilance and waste all the previous effort. This had happened to them before, and they had learned from their previous experiences. Not bad. A middle-aged man could not help but caress his beard as he praised Ling Xiao for his natural reaction after noticing how close they were at succeeding. Most young people are unable to realize how dangerous the final part usually is, but to this group it seems to be natural for their vigilance. Although many of these experts were supposed to praise certain talents and ensure that they could enter the White Tiger sect or a subsect, they were also realistic. Xue Wei and his group were certain to join, so praising them more or less would not do much of a difference. I think they are quite interesting. The woman smiled happily, and her eager expression had never before appeared in one of these smaller trials.
I am going to bring this team directly to the main sect. The rest of the tests can be split according to who complete. The first 10 groups to complete the trial after these ones will be accepted at the subsects. You can distribute them according to your own wishes.
The experts were all relieved and excited when hearing what she said. None of them had expected to be able to enter the main sect, so they were not jealous of Xue Wei and his group. Instead, the fact that they could go to the main sect meant that there were 10 spots at the subsects. In total, 6 of the participating talents had paid for benefits, and even if they all 6 were chosen, another 4 would still have the chance to join. This in itself was a great achievement for the experts, and they were eagerly observing the young geniuses that were struggling within the forest. "We should start determining which youngster goes where." As the experts began to discuss where to send the various talents, Xue Wei and his friends had exited the forest. That was it? Ling Xiao was feeling somewhat perplexed as he looked back at the forest behind them. His nerves were still taut and his brows furrowed. He could not help but feel somewhat ambivalent as he had expected the final stretch to be very difficult. But in fact, it was the simplest of the whole trial. Chapter 54. Sovereign Beast Aura. Xue Wei and the others looked around the meadow that stretched in front of them as they stepped outside the forest. There did not seem to be anyone else than themselves here for now, so they did not rush to advance. Their trial had been to reach a certain mountain range that could be seen in the distance, and only the first part of the trial had been successfully accomplished. The forest had not been a test for their ability to fight, but merely to check whether or not they were vigilant, and also their ability to remain vigilant throughout the entire journey. As far as I can see, there is only a meadow and a lake in front of us before we reach the mountain in front. The trial is to reach the mountain top, so I would assume that there is another 3 sub-trials to complete. The first trial focused on our vigilance, but I am not sure what the other 3 are about. One of them ought to focus on actual combat ability. Bai Tianyi looked at the mountain in the distance, but his eyes contained a firmness and unwillingness to give up as he began to analyze the rest of their challenge. He Gao also looked in front, but unlike Bai Tianyi, he did not focus on the later challenges, but merely looked at the meadow that spread out in front of them. He could not help but furrow his brows as he looked inquiringly at the seemingly tranquil meadow. There were low sounds of insects buzzing around in the lush grass, but no larger animals could be seen. Even so, He Gao could sense that many beastly auras were present in the area in front. He could not help but look hesitatingly at Xue Wei, wondering if he also sensed the beasts in front. But looking at Xue Wei's expression, he did not appear as dignified and solemn as He Gao. These beasts, unlike the ones we encountered in No Man's Land, have an innate fear for the sovereign beast aura. Although they might be numerous within the grass in front, none of them will dare to attack as soon as my aura has been released. Xue Wei did not have any doubt about his aura. The Dongfang continent was a part of his home world, and the rules of the world also existed here. Although he had encountered issues with his aura before, he did not doubt the pressure and power it contained. He Gao nodded his head understandingly, and no longer felt any pressure from the meadow in front. He had already guessed that the next part of the trials should be combat ability, and that groups of beasts would appear one after another, requiring the teams to work together to slay them as they tried to cross the landscape. However, now that their group had Xue Wei, this part would not be troublesome at all. So they all started to meditate one after another, leaving only one person at a time to guard their group. They are quite vigilant. Although they already left the forest, they still keep an eye on their surroundings to ensure that no one will attack them while they adjust their mindsets. The middle-aged man who spoke was one of those who had been given certain benefits to let another person succeed. But since they had already been promised to control who got which spots, he no longer shied away from praising this group of talents. I am very eager to see how they will manage in the next part of the trial. Depending on their performance, I assume that their rank in the sect will rise. As the other person spoke, he glanced at the female elder from the White Tiger sect. They had all sensed her eagerness to bring Xue Wei and his group directly to the White Tiger sect, but she had not ended the trial yet, so they clearly had to go through every stage before they got the good news.
I'm afraid that you might be disappointed.
The woman kept her eyes on the mirror-like image of Xue Wei and his group, but she still commented on the previous words.
I believe that they will cross the meadow without even fighting against one beast.
The more she spoke, the brighter her eyes shone, and she was very eager to see what extent this young man had managed to control his sovereign beast aura. The sovereign beast aura was very special, and even among the White Tiger descendants, not many were able to control this pure aura. So she hoped that this young man could prove what the true aura of the sovereigns were like. The other experts present could not help but furrow their brows in confusion and even look somewhat confused. They did not understand how this female elder was able to say that they could cross the meadow without fighting. But they did not question her either. Although she was younger than them and also a woman, she held much more power than they would ever have, and her identity was not something they could challenge either. Even so, they were much more curious to see what was going to happen, and when Xue Wei and his group finally got ready to move forward again, all eyes focused on their reflection in the mirror-like display. Chapter 55. Ending the Trial.
Hey, these beasts are quite ugly.
Ling Xiao looked at the group of beasts in front of him, wondering if the beasts he had met in Chang'an were of a better bloodline than those at the Dongfang continent. A fresh breeze fluttered across the beautiful landscape, but in the middle of the picturesque surroundings, a group of massive beasts towered above the grass. The bulky bodies were shivering as they lay prostrate on the ground. The dry and cracked skin was gray, resembling a crumbled mountain, shivering in admiration and trepidation. Although Ling Xiao called these beasts ugly, everyone present could not help but feel somewhat in awe from the strength that these behemoths contained. Beneath the skin were taut muscles, and just looking at the ground that was sinking beneath their bodies, the weight was overwhelming. Xue Wei stood still and looked at these beasts with contemplation. As his eyes landed on each beast, the beast in question would tremble visibly and try to lower its presence, clearly fearful of the aura that swept across it. Silence descended upon the surroundings, and the group of people could not help but sigh slightly. "It is quite a good feeling to see the aura work again," Bai Tianyi could not help but comment as he looked at the trembling beasts. Although he did not go into details with his words, they all knew that he was referring to the ones they had encountered in No Man's Land, and even Xue Wei could not help but twitch his lips in amusement. It was indeed a relief to know that his identity as a sovereign beast was still useful. He Gao could not help but chuckle slightly. He had also felt the sovereign beast aura that had rushed out of Xue Wei, but he felt how his own bloodline had protected him and made it so that he was not forced to show the same display of loyalty. Although He Gao had lost his memories, he could easily guess that this was due to Xue Wei's blood that had mutated his own bloodline. He Gao could not help but frown. Although his memories were gone, he had long since felt the importance of Xue Wei and the others to him. However, it was not before now he realized how important he was to his group of friends. Xue Wei was a sovereign beast, and his bloodline was noble. In front of him, any other beast was nothing more than a slave that was forced to follow his command. However, since he had managed to mutate, he had also become immune to this aura. To Xue Wei, this was the same as removing a certain amount of his power and also showing trust towards his friend. To He Gao, this was something he had known before, but he did not fully understand it before witnessing how the other beasts were unable to withstand his friend's mere glance. It was not only He Gao who was shocked by the trust given to him. The woman who was witnessing their advance could not help but look at this strange celestial dog a few times. To be able to receive and survive the essence blood of a sovereign beast was truly unrivaled luck.
This is the same aura as the pure-blood white tigers!
All the elders witnessing the trial were dumbfounded by the sight in front of them. However, one of them suddenly exclaimed in surprise, causing all the others to look at the female elder for affirmation. She, however, merely smiled slightly, but did not refuse nor acknowledge his words. How could they know that this young man did indeed have the sovereign aura, but he was much more powerful than even the most pure of their current white tigers? Even so, the woman did not feel jealous or uncomfortable. She knew that this young man was not just anyone else, but the Holy Sun, and thus the character that the White Tiger clan had been waiting for a long time.
Well then, there is no more reason for us to continue the current trial. I am going to accept this group and bring them back to the main sect right away, and the other positions are to be decided by yourself.
As soon as the woman had spoken, she vanished in place, but appeared moments later within the mirror-like screen, making it clear that she had entered the trial grounds and was ready to bring back the ones she had picked.
Hello?
Xue Wei was somewhat stumped for words as a woman appeared out of nowhere. She was looking at him with a gaze that made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, as if he was a captured beast displayed for entertainment, but he still maintained basic politeness. Although the trial had contained certain aspects of danger, it was not likely that a woman would appear out of nowhere to kill them, so he could only guess that she had something to do with the leaders of the trial, and thus brought them important news.
Good day. I am Elder Xue from the White Tiger sect, and I am here to invite you and your companions to become disciples of the main sect.
Elder Xue looked at Xue Wei with curiosity. Would he accept becoming a disciple of a sect, or was he too proud to let others be ranked above him? Even though Elder Xue was looking forward to a struggle and humiliating expression on Xue Wei's face, she was sorely disappointed as he nodded his head calmly and thanked her for her offer. It was clear that he did not have the usual superior attitude that most would associate with his position as the Holy Sun.
Chapter 56. Vessel. It would be an honor to enter the White Tiger sect.
Xue Wei clasped his hands and bowed slightly. He did not feel that his identity as a holy son was any special, and neither did he consider himself superior nor a leader of the sovereign beasts. Throughout the years, Xue Wei had encountered many different situations, both as a victim of bullying throughout his childhood, but also the later questions about his origin and loss of parents. To Xue Wei, the many years of hardships had long since worn out all his empathy towards unrelated people. But at the same time, it had also polished his character and cleaned away all haughtiness and pride that his identity might involve. He had, after all, sacrificed far too much to be who he was. To him, it was more of a curse than a blessing. However, although Xue Wei and his friends were aware of what kind of life they had lived throughout the years, Elder Xue had no idea. Looking at the young man who was able to stay calm and collected, although his identity made him born superior, Elder Xue was rather proud and satisfied. She had been fearing that this young man was as arrogant as he was powerful. Elder Xi's eyes had been glistening with interest before, but now a gleam of approval also appeared within. She looked at the young man who was neither arrogant nor humble, and nodded her head in relief. If the leader of the sovereign beasts was such a person, then she had faith in the re-emergence of the White Tiger clan.
We will depart now, but the journey is fairly long. I have a flying artifact that is suitable for long-distance travels, but even so, it will not be a comfortable journey.
As Elder Xue spoke, she waved her hand, and a strange vessel appeared in front of them. It resembled a ship, but it had many differences. Unlike the ships that were used in the seas and rivers, this one did not have a hull nor a keel. In fact, it was merely a deck of a ship, with the above-mentioned aspects in place. Elder Xue jumped onto the deck and waved her hand, causing a gust of wind to wrap around the young men on the ground and lift them onto the deck alongside her.
Let's go.
Elder Xue clapped her hands and the air began rippling. Wave after wave of energy appeared and merged with the flying vessel, causing a slight tremor to run through the entire structure before it gave a humming sound and rose into the air. Xue Wei, Ling Xiao, He Gao, and Bai Tianyi all looked at the ground that slowly became smaller and smaller as the vessel began moving towards another destination.
Let's adjust our condition.
Xue Wei withdrew his gaze and sat down on the deck. He glanced at Elder Xue, but looking at her approving eyes, he did not hesitate to enter meditation. Although he did not know much about Elder Xue, he had an innate belief that she would not harm him. Such unreasonable emotions were a bit abrupt, but Xue Wei believed in his sixth senses, and thus he did not hesitate to cultivate. The other three, Ling Xiao, He Gao, and Bai Tianyi, all knew Xue Wei well, and knowing that he was willing to sit down and cultivate meant that they were not in danger. As such, none of them were hypocritical, and all sat down and began cultivating. The four young men were seated in a row, all of which had closed their eyes and emptied their minds. The energy in the air came towards them as gentle waves, wrapping around them and aiding them in their cultivation. They did not aim for increasing their strength, but instead to return their conditions to their best abilities. Although the trials had been handled well, they had still used a lot of energy to do so without endangering anyone, and thus they needed the current time to relax their taut nerves and energize their bodies once more. The travel was, as Elder Xue had said, fairly long. The Dongfang continent was one of the larger ones that had appeared when the world was split apart 10,000 years ago, and the White Tiger clan was also placed far away from the location of the trial grounds. However, unlike what Elder Xue had said with uncomfortable travels, the group did not seem to feel that there was anything wrong with the vessel she had picked. Although there was not much to do throughout the journey, they did not mind spending the time cultivating. From time to time, the vessel would encounter strong turbulence when a storm or wind would catch up with them, but at most they would become somewhat shaken. There was no cases of injury or danger, so none of them considered these issues as troublesome. For the four young men, the journey was a good time for them to consolidate their cultivation bases and mend the damage their bodies and minds had gained during their trip to No Man's Land. The hidden dangers that had been left behind were slowly being restored to their original condition, and the time spent was very useful to the group. Even Elder Xue became more and more fond of their group as they spent time together. They did not connect much, but only spoke a few words from time to time. Even so, she could see their eagerness for cultivation and their solemnity when doing their best. Such an attitude made her admire and acknowledge them. Chapter 57. Prophecy. Elder Xue sat at the bow of her vessel. She felt the wind blowing in her rope as they sped across the sky, traversing the land of the Dongfang continent on the way towards the main sect. She could not help but turn her head around and look at the group that was seated in the middle of the deck. All of them were focused on cultivating. The wind was also rippling in their hair and clothes, but the energy in the surrounding atmosphere was also rapidly entering their bodies, slowly refining and increasing their abilities. The White Tiger clan was an ancient clan of sovereign beasts. All of them were aware of the various benefits and drawbacks that they had as a sovereign beast clan, and the nobility they held could bring both prosperity but also disaster to their clan. Many of the current members of the White Tiger clan did not actually have much White Tiger bloodline in their veins, as it had been diluted throughout the passing of time. But those with a stronger heritage all knew that one day the Holy Sun would appear. The innermost area of the White Tiger sect belonged to the White Tiger clan's most distinguished elders and their patriarch. They rarely exited this area, as their lifelong mission was to guard a tomb. Outsiders all believed that this tomb was the first and only White Tiger, and that it was their ancestor which needed the most respect and thus such a guard. Truth was that there was no actual body within the tomb, but instead a pathway leading to a secret chamber underneath. The chamber contained essence blood of all the first-generation White Tiger descendants, and their bloodline was the purest of all. At the time when the White Tiger clan realized that they could not survive on their own and had to assimilate with the rest of the world, they knew that their bloodline would be at risk. As a result, the essence blood had been shed by all of the members multiple times, and all of it had been placed in small vials. These samples of blood had, in very few instances, been gifted to extremely talented descendants of their family in an attempt to increase the purity of their own race. But they were always very cautious before daring to share this special essence blood with anyone. However, there was one specific blood sample which was beyond touch of any descendant. It was a blood sample that had been kept since the beginning of their clan's heritage, and no one knew exactly what the origin was. The only thing that was known about this specific blood sample was that it had to be handed over to the Holy Sun, and that only the Holy Sun could bring the White Tiger clan back alive. These secrets were not known to the common members of neither the White Tiger clan nor the White Tiger sect, but the core members of the family had heard the prophecies many times over. According to an ancient text from their family, one of the members of the White Tiger clan had ascended to become a deity. This individual had touched upon the Tao of fate and had witnessed a gruesome reality where all sovereign beasts were either enslaved or killed, and the entire world they lived in had been destroyed. All the resources and energy had been forcefully stripped away, and only a wasteland of disaster remained. To avoid this ending, they needed to assist the Holy Sun, and this particular blood sample had to be given to him in person. Elder Xue was aware of these things because of her identity. She was the grandniece of the current White Tiger patriarch, and she was among the descendants with purer bloodlines. Upon hearing of this prophecy the first time, she had not taken it seriously. She believed that she was a genius beyond others, and that the Holy Sun was not necessarily better than herself. But as she grew older, she understood that it had nothing to do with her talents or abilities. Some identities carried a heavy fate and a troubled future. No matter how powerful she became, she would never be able to absorb and accept the bloodlines of the other 3 sovereign beast clans. Even if she was stronger than the Holy Sun, she would not be able to take his place in the chess game which their world was a part of. However, the stronger she was, the more assistance she could give the Holy Sun in his journey. However, from a very young age, Elder Xue and the other members of the inner circle of the White Tiger clan all knew that the Holy Sun was their hope for a better future, so they had all assumed that he would be a haughty and arrogant figure. It was not before now, where she met him, that she finally realized what it was like to have the weight of the world on his shoulders. Looking at the young man, he did not even seem to have reached the age of 100 years old, but his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. He was not arrogant, but he had his own pride. He was not disdainful towards others, even if they were meant to be his subjects, but instead looked at them as equals, and even knew how to guard against anyone else than his friends. Such a person, he was mature beyond his years, and also reasonable and powerful. The pressure he had faced to reach where he was today was something that Elder Xue could never imagine. Chapter 58. Arrival. The journey towards the White Tiger sect was long, but not unreasonable. All of them had reached a point where they no longer needed to eat food, so Xue Wei and his group were fully focused on cultivating, while Elder Xue was in charge of ensuring that they traveled the right way. The Dongfang continent was beautiful and tranquil. When compared to the Demon Phoenix continent, there was much more peace and prosperity, and the people seemed to be curious about everything. Such an atmosphere made Xue Wei and his friends slowly rest their taut nerves and minds, calming down after endless turmoil. Elder Xue was able to witness the group's development throughout the journey, and the more she witnessed, the more approving she became. This group of youngsters were no ordinary people, and none of the ones in her sect would be able to rival them. She could not help but compare these 4 young men to the beautiful wildflowers at the roadside. Although they were beautiful, they contained a ferocious tenacity, able to survive in any weather and unwilling to be removed. While the young experts from the White Tiger sect were all the beautiful flowers bred in a greenhouse. None of them would be able to survive what these 4 had gone through. Although Elder Xue was aware of this, she had no intention of looking down on her own disciples, nor did she feel that they were worth less than Xue Wei and the others. The only thing she did feel was that life was unfair, and that some were more fortunate than others. In her eyes, although Xue Wei was powerful and capable, his life was not good. He was forced to the cusp of the storm time and time again. No matter what he did, he might lose his life, and the trials he had to face were endless. To him, this was the only way to live, and he had to search for unquestionable strength, never able to slow down or stop to truly enjoy life, always having to fight for every day he was breathing. While the students of the White Tiger sect were much more delicate and weaker than these 4, they managed to live peacefully. They could cultivate and search for advancements the orthodox way, and no one was constantly waiting for their mistakes. While they might never become the most prominent figures in the world, they would still be able to live a long life without dangers. To her, this was much more enviable than Xue Wei's troublesome life. However, although she felt this way, Elder Xue genuinely respected and admired Xue Wei. The determination and willpower to never give up, no matter what he faced, was admirable, and his constant struggle for survival was able to stimulate others to also do their best and move outside of their comfort zone. Just as Elder Xi's thoughts were about to keep wandering, she noticed that they had arrived close to the sect's grounds, and she had to personally navigate her vessel to reach the inner sect securely. The amount of formations that were placed to protect these mountains were numerous, and any mistake might prove to be fatal.
We should be close.
As Elder Xue was about to navigate the vessel into the sect's grounds, Xue Wei also opened his eyes and spoke out. He could sense the increased fluctuations in the air and the clear growth in activity ahead. Xue Wei's voice awakened He Gao, Bai Tianyi, and Ling Xiao, causing all of them to slowly adjust their senses and no longer descend into cultivation, but instead observe their surroundings. All of these things were within Elder Xi's eyes, and she could not help but nod her head approvingly once more. The group did not say anything. They did not give any explanations or plans for what to do, but all of them seemed to be very familiar with one another, and their actions were done swiftly and simply. Although they did not appear much different from before, Elder Xue was able to see that they were currently sitting in the most defensive formation, and that they would be able to protect themselves should any sort of accident happen. The White Tiger sect was located in an impressive mountain range. A total of 9 peaks were occupied, and the main peak was meant for only the most pure-blooded members. It was precisely this mountain peak where Elder Xue was headed. As they made their final part of the journey, Xue Wei and the others were observing the ground beneath the flying vessel. Many disciples of the White Tiger sect were moving up and down the mountains. Some were heading towards destinations further away, and others were walking deep into the mountain forests to challenge themselves. A city was located at the foot of the mountain range, and many disciples were moving back and forth between the sect and the city. Even the various peaks were filled with life and activity. Everywhere Xue Wei looked, he witnessed the excited youths and the more mature and stable experts, all members of the White Tiger sect, and all trying their best to advance together. From what he could see, the White Tiger sect was worthy of respect and admiration, as they were capable of producing countless geniuses, but still maintain the positive heart and open mindset. Many of the youngsters in the sect raised their heads as they sensed the vessel in the air, but none of them showed jealous expressions. All of them were filled with curiosity, and many even waved their hands towards Elder Xue and her guests. The atmosphere was filled with happiness. Chapter 59. Xue Peak. Xue Wei had not been familiar with many sects throughout his many journeys, but even the few he had encountered were very different from this White Tiger sect. The picturesque surroundings made the stressful minds feel at ease, making it much easier for the disciples to feel closer to nature and empty their minds, resulting in more beneficial cultivation. Many factions were filled with inner intrigues, and many would be rivals or enemies, but the atmosphere within this sect was friendly and gentle. Although Xue Wei did not believe that there was no internal strife at all, he believed that it was much less than what he had encountered before. The various mountain peaks were all adorned with towering pagodas and floating pavilions. Buildings of various kinds were on the sides, moving from the top of the mountain to the bottom below. Every peak was the same picture, peaceful and energetic. Young disciples were moving about, chattering laughter resounded in the air. Xue Wei could not help but admire the White Tiger elders, as they had managed to secure the survival of their clan for so many years and still be this successful. After entering the sect's grounds, the vessel was moving much slower than before, and not only Xue Wei but also Ling Xiao, Bai Tianyi, and He Gao were admiring the beautiful surroundings. Even so, it did not take too long before they arrived at the main peak. Unlike the others, this one was much taller, and the top of the peak was shrouded in eternal clouds. Snow was visible just beneath the cloud's edge, and it appeared as if the majority of the buildings stopped just before the snow appeared.
The top of this mountain is called the Xue Peak. It is the home of the most important figures within the White Tiger clan. No one from the White Tiger sect is allowed to step onto the snowy border without permission, and the surrounding clouds were all gathered with a special formation. The Xue Peak is the most mysterious place within the entire sect. Elder Shi introduced the peak they were heading towards, but neither Xue Wei nor the others were surprised about their destination. It was clear that Elder Shi already knew his identity.
This is not a natural cloud, is it?
Ling Xiao could not help but stretch out his hand and try to grasp the dense air in front of him as he looked at the cloud surrounding him. As soon as the group entered into the cloud, they could guess that it was not a natural occurrence. Elder Shi said that it was held in place by a special formation, but at that time they just thought that it gathered the moisture in the air and created actual clouds. However, after entering, they could sense that it was not a cloud of moisture, but a cloud of heaven and earth essence. While it would take some time to refine all of this essence, anyone who cultivated at the Xue Peak would gain double the benefits with not even half the efforts.
It is indeed a clan with a millennium-old heritage.
Bai Tianyi knew of many sects and family clans, but this was something very few could rival. Even in the time when he was at his peak, this magnificent display of power was very rare to encounter.
Our White Tiger clan used to be a hermit clan. We stuck to ourselves for many years, but upon the time that the continents were split apart, we understood that we either had to integrate into the new world or slowly wither alongside our roots. While we understand the purity of bloodline, we also know that survival is important. The White Tiger clan never viewed themselves as gods controlling others, but we do have superior blood. This pure bloodline brings many benefits, but it also brings danger. The current ferocious beasts are fearing our power to control them, and while they respect and admire us, they also wish to get rid of us. Only if we give these beasts some benefits can they agree to let us keep standing at the top, and our family decided to begin interbreeding with other races. Not only other races of beasts, but even humans have been married into our family clan before. Many humans are married purely out of love. We understand that the descendants of humans and beasts are either very powerful or unable to cultivate. So only if true love is involved will we approve of these marriages.
However, we do try to maintain our bloodline as much as possible, with a few descendants who can only marry within our own sect. Unfortunately, it is these descendants with high purity of bloodline that are the most attractive by many of the important families in the Dongfang continent. After many imported wives and concubines from the various factions in the Dongfang continent, the White Tiger clan finally emerged supreme, and no one was capable of fighting against our hegemony. After gaining supremacy once more, we have begun to focus on bloodline more than before. Many of the essence blood samples we have kept are used to boost the purest of our descendants, but there is one sample that is not allowed to be touched. This sample is being kept for you. And the rest of the old guys are going to be very enthusiastic when they see that I have brought you back this time. Elder Xue was not usually a person who would speak out like this, but the entire clan had long since determined which attitude they should have towards the Holy Sun, and she was merely acting it out in person.
Chapter 60. Sun Breaking the Clouds. These people are a bit strange. Ling Xiao could not help but look at Xue Wei as the group was slowly stepping into a large building. The gate they entered was built with a special kind of black wood, and the nails used to fix it together were all silver, making the silver and black appearance seem extravagant amidst the sea of clouds. The building itself was carved out of the mountain peak. The entire peak was made into a towering pagoda, and the elegance shown was not ordinary. The top of the pagoda stretched into the sky above, and the bottom was a part of the mountain itself, shrouded in the clouds below, and making it appear as if it was a realm on its own. Above the gate was a massive tiger head engraved, and the eyes were replaced with blue crystals, pulsating with energy. Although they appear to be welcoming, we cannot ignore a defensive heart. We are not going to attack them or cause any kind of strife, but we are not going to let them take advantage of us either. Xue Wei was in a complicated situation. He did not know whether to believe in these people or not, but he could sense that there was indeed a drop of essence blood somewhere in the building in front that he was needing.
There are many strong beasts around here.
He Gao could still sense the heavy auras belonging to the elders of the White Tiger sect. Even though Xue Wei's bloodline had made him equal when it came to bloodline superiority, he still had an innate disadvantage when it came to facing off against powerful beasts.
It should be the elders.
Xue Wei had already guessed the identity of the characters in front, but he had noticed a rather fortunate detail. Although these elders were members of the White Tiger sect, as Elder Xue had said before, many of them had diluted their bloodline throughout countless years, and thus they did no longer possess the right to call themselves real sovereign beasts. These beasts were of a higher cultivation level than Xue Wei and the rest, but their bloodline was also less pure, and with the highest rank present, Xue Wei had the ability to dominate all other beasts than He Gao present. Even so, he had not mentioned it yet, as he did not know what exactly these people had in mind, so he tried to remain low-key and take it one step at a time.
This way, please.
A young man stepped forward and bowed slightly as he cupped his fists and showed the way ahead. He was wearing a white suit with blue clouds embroidered, and from his age and cultivation level, he did not appear to be one of the elders, so Xue Wei guessed that he was a direct disciple of one of the experts inside. Although his actions were polite, they also showed alienation. He was sent to show the way, but it was not difficult for Xue Wei and the others to guess that he was uncomfortable with the attention their group was getting. The experts that were able to reach the rank of a direct disciple of these elders had to be among the best experts in the sect, so it was reasonable for him to feel uncomfortable. The fact that he maintained a polite demeanor already increased Xue Wei's goodwill towards the White Tiger sect, as most talents from sects he had met before were either arrogant or just plain stupid. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and glared at the young man.
He showed a hostile expression and was about to complain when Xue Wei waved his hand. Although the young man was not friendly, he was not showing any direct hostility either, so there was no need to clash against one another for now. Ling Xiao's face changed a few times, each expression more colorful than the previous, before he snorted loudly and calmed down. Xue Wei could not help but chuckle lightly as he thought of his past admiration of this direct disciple. Ling Xiao was also born in a sect-like monastery alongside monks. He had been the favored descendant since he arrived, and his attitude was also arrogant and prideful. Although he was not a bad person, Xue Wei still knew that he was not a good person either. As such, Ling Xiao was quite suitable for the description he had made before. Fortunately, reality had kept beating both him and all the others down time and time again, so they all knew that they could not keep being arrogant. Most of the time, they all knew how to converge. Xue Wei was not a person who laughed much, and even his low chuckle was heard by the group surrounding him. Their eyes shot towards him swiftly, making him feel as if he had made a mistake, but he had merely laughed a little. Bai Tianyi was the one who seemed to be the most shocked by his chuckle. The young spirit appeared as if someone had told him that the sky was purple, his eyes filled with a mixture of disbelief and confusion, failing to believe what he had just heard. Xue Wei did not know what exactly had caused his comrade to act like this, but even he would feel embarrassed when treated like this, so he cleared his throat with a few coughs and moved forward, as if nothing had happened. How did he know that the three people behind him finally showed grateful expression on their faces? Xue Wei was the youngest in the group, but he was the one with the most responsibility and control. He was the core of their team, but also their good friend. However, as time had gone past, day by day, the challenges had become more and more difficult, and his mood had also become more and more gloomy. Hearing him chuckle was, for them, the same as seeing the sun finally breaking through the cloudy skies. Chapter 61. Gloomy and Paranoid. Xue Wei was not usually a person who did not know how to make fun. He used to be a positive and energetic person. But as time went by, more and more challenges came his way, forcing him to mature early. He quickly understood the severity of his situation, and his priority was to stay alive and look forward to a better day. Even in those times when they faced danger, his constant hope for a better future was what propelled him forward. However, Bai Tianyi was once an artificial spirit, and he had been in contract with Xue Wei, so he had personally sensed how the young man had gone from being an energetic person to slowly becoming more mature and stable. However, after entering no man's land and understanding which behemoth they were facing, the pressure was getting more and more, and the young man was constantly trying his best to persevere, but often overwhelmed by negative thoughts. Everything had culminated when Lolo sacrificed for them, and the pressure on Xue Wei's shoulders had gone to a completely new level. He refused to lose any more of his dear ones, but he also knew that it was dangerous waters ahead, and that they might easily capsize somewhere on their path. When they arrived at the Dongfang continent, Xue Wei had rushed to become a member of the White Tiger sect. Upon meeting Elder Shi, he was also willing to believe in her friendliness and the stand they showed. His words and deeds displayed an acceptance, but Bai Tianyi, who had been connected to his soul, could see the burning paranoia deep within. Xue Wei did not actually believe in them unconditionally. He knew that no one was friendly without reason, and he also understood that the White Tiger clan was likely to have a purpose in letting him close and giving him these benefits. Even so, knowing that he was facing an unfathomable enemy, he kept moving forward, and his personality became more and more gloomy and paranoid. However, looking at the young man, who could not help but shake his head and chuckle slightly, to Bai Tianyi this was the return of the original Xue Wei, and he could not help but feel grateful. Taking a deep breath, he genuinely hoped that Xue Wei would not feel too much pressure. Although this enemy seemed to target him, none of his friends blamed him. Lolo had sacrificed willingly, and she would also hate to see her dear friend be riddled with guilt. For all of them, life had to move on, and Bai Tianyi's greatest wish was for Xue Wei to keep working hard toward his goal of a peaceful life ahead. He did not want to see this young man make the same mistakes as he himself had done before. He Gao and Ling Xiao were also surprised after hearing the chuckle from Xue Wei, but unlike Bai Tianyi, neither of them thought so much. They just seemed to realize that it was a long time since they had last seen their good friend show sincere amusement. Even if he had laughed recently, it was only half-hearted or sarcastic. The disciple naturally did not know what the group thought, but he could understand that something good had happened, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was disdainful towards a group of people like these, he also knew that they needed a certain background or power to be able to arrive straight at the Baishui Palace upon arrival in the White Tiger sect, and he needed to show utmost respect throughout the journey. The Baishui Palace was the pagoda that was carved out of the mountain peak itself. The base was the mountain below, but the top was carved into several floors, all housing various treasures and residents. Underneath the pagoda, in the mountain itself, was dug out countless chambers and paths, which only the elders of the White Tiger sect could access, and many of them were relics left behind by their ancestors. The ashes of prominent family members were also placed within a certain ancestral hall buried within the mountain, and the purest blood samples were equally stored in rooms below. The dugout mountain was the most secure place in the entire sect, not only protected from above with the Baishui Palace, but also from the sides of the cloud formation. No matter how powerful, it would be almost impossible to break into these protected chambers. The disciple led Xue Wei and his friends through countless rooms and halls, introducing the various locations as they walked past. The patriarch of the White Tiger clan, alongside all the elders of the clan and the sect, have gathered within the Tiger Hall. The Tiger Hall is a center hall within the Baishui Palace, and it is also the most magnificent and famous. The things discussed within the Tiger Hall are all of significant importance, and no disciples are allowed to enter. The disciple could not hide his envy as he spoke about entering the Tiger Hall. Although he was a core disciple, he had only looked at this magnificent place from afar. Xue Wei felt more relieved after letting out a chuckle. He himself had also sensed how he was spiraling down an abyss of negative emotions, and he knew that he had to move forward and not let go of his hope for a bright future. The short amusement he had faced was enough to wake him up, and he was ready to clear his mind and move forward. He did not want to sacrifice more friends, but just worrying about it would not help. He had to fight for what he believed in, and had to do his utmost to keep everyone alive. Chapter 62. Meeting the Patriarch. Xue Wei felt as if a mountain of weight had been removed from his shoulders, and even his breathing became much smoother. His previous negative thoughts were getting more rational, and he no longer felt as panicked or gloomy as before. He took a deep breath and focused on the matter at hand. Although he could not fully believe in the White Tiger clan, he quickly analyzed the previous information gained from Elder Shi, and understood that he still held the upper hand should a confrontation arise. Bai Tianyi, He Gao, and Ling Xiao all felt the change in attitude, and they could not help but get infected, feeling more optimistic about their situation. "Please enter." The disciple that was leading the way stopped in front of a large stone door. The door itself was part of the mountain, but it had been broken down and carved with a magnificent display of various auspicious beasts. The light that shone from the luminous pearls cast shadows upon the door, and as people were moving around, this alternating light and shadow made it appear as if the animals were alive. As soon as the words had sounded, a loud cracking sound appeared, and the two heavy stone doors began to swing open. The speed was slow, and each movement of the doors caused dust to fall from the places where the door touched the wall and ceiling. Xue Wei and his friends were not in a hurry, and all of them stood by silently as they waited for the doors to fully open before they would enter. "The final part of the journey has to be traversed by yourself." The disciple looked at Xue Wei with some hidden envy in his eyes. "Although I can lead you to this hall, my identity is not noble enough to enter inside. The various elders and patriarchs of the family will be waiting for you inside." Although this disciple did not know what could be the reason for Xue Wei and his friends to enter the most sacred place within the White Tiger sect, he did not dare to show any kind of dissatisfaction or jealousy. He believed that his elders had a good reason for anything they did. Xue Wei could not help but raise an eyebrow in approval as he looked at this disciple. Although he was trying to hide his envy, it was clear that he also longed for the secrets within the hall in front. But he did not have any hostility towards Xue Wei or the others, making them look at this disciple with respect. In fact, Xue Wei might be able to bring this disciple into the room in front without anyone being angry. However, he also understood that the White Tiger sect had its own rules, and even if his identity was special, he still understood basic respect.
"Thank you for your guidance."
Xue Wei cupped his hands politely as he nodded to the disciple. Although they did not know each other, and it was clear that they did not understand each other either, from this brief encounter, Xue Wei had a positive impression of the other. However, for now, Xue Wei's focus was moved toward the room behind the open doors, and his expression slowly turned solemn. As soon as the door had opened completely, he had sensed a strong aura from within that kept tempting him to get closer. The aura was very familiar to him. He had encountered it every time he was close to the essence blood of various sovereign beast clan members. However, even when compared with the previous experiences, he still understood that this blood had a very high purity from the immense attraction he felt from within. However, Xue Wei did not let this longing control his mind or body, and he quickly reeled in his yearning as he focused on the various figures waiting for him inside. The room behind the stone doors was a large stone hall. The entire ceiling was filled with night pearls, which were a kind of luminous pearls but with a softer and gentler silvery light. Many columns were standing within the hall, holding the high ceiling in place, and multiple seats were placed between these columns, all of which were occupied by various people. The ones who could be present within the hall at the current time were all elders of the White Tiger sect with White Tiger bloodline flowing in their veins. Some had more and others less, but no matter how pure their bloodline was, they all suddenly felt overwhelmed by awe and respect towards Xue Wei as his figure appeared. Although their bloodline contained sovereign beast blood, it did not change that they were mixed breed, and that they only had a slight ability to withstand the natural aura of a king that Xue Wei possessed, and only those with higher purity did not feel the overwhelming sovereignty. Xue Wei observed the many people present, and he could feel that the longing and urging came from below the ground. He quickly scanned his eyes across every elder, but found that none of them had a high enough purity to completely ignore his commands, and thus his focus fell on the floor in the middle of the round hall. If he did not guess wrongly, the bloodline he was searching for should be placed beneath this round hall. Seeing that the ones who arrived did not hurry to speak, the patriarch coughed lightly.
"Welcome to the White Tiger sect. We are aware of your identity as the Holy Sun, and we wish to assist you by providing you with a special kind of White Tiger bloodline that has been kept for a long time. However, before we can hand over this special bloodline to anyone, you will need to undergo a special kind of trial to ensure that you are suitable and worth it."
Chapter 63. Choosing Sides. Xue Wei could not help but nod his head in approval. Although his identity as the Holy Sun was taken out, there was no actual proof apart from the innate aura he exuded. The white tiger blood essence that he was requesting was not ordinary, and it was only natural for the white tiger clan to require a certain test to ensure that it ended up in the right hands.
It should be.
Although the Patriarch had not mentioned which kind of test it would be, Xue Wei was not willing to back down in the face of difficulties.
You are quite easygoing.
The Patriarch could not help but smile in relief as he found that Xue Wei was willing to cooperate with their test. One could easily fear that the Holy Son would be arrogant and prideful. With his identity, he might not take their test to heart, but such an attitude would make the White Tiger clan feel uncomfortable. This young man was willing to cooperate with them, which made the Patriarch feel favorable, and he could not help but nod his head in approval.
The test is actually quite simple.
The Patriarch did not try to drag the time.
The blood essence we have stored is the purest of all the blood essences we possess, and this puts a large strain on the recipient. To ensure that the blood essence was not lost, it has been placed within a formation that can only be opened with the mixed blood of all sovereign beasts. We are unable to imitate the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, and the black turtle blood, but we do have the white tiger bloodline here. What we need to do is for you to let a drop of blood fall onto a special plate, and I will also shed a drop of my blood together. In this way will it be possible for all 4 sovereign beast bloodlines to be present at the same time.
Xue Wei was surprised when he heard how simple the test was. For him, it was nothing to use a drop of blood to get the purest blood essence. But he also understood that while the test seemed simple for him, it was not possible for others to access like this. It was clear that the test was tailor-made for him. Not only Xue Wei was positively surprised by the content of the trial, his comrades all felt relieved to know that it was not a test to examine his battle ability or something else. They did not fear his failure in such an instance, but they still felt that it would not suit their current situation at all. This method was, however, the most suitable and also most beneficial way to solve any doubt about the eligibility for the blood essence.
Please, follow me.
The Patriarch noticed the relieved expressions on Xue Wei and his friends' faces, and nodded in his mind.
All unrelated people, please leave.
The elders did not seem to care about being chased out, and all stood up without complaints before leaving the hall. Only Xue Wei, his comrades, and a handful of elders were left.
The blood essence is placed beneath this hall, but only with the combined bloodlines of the Supreme Elders is it possible to unlock the underground chamber.
The Patriarch explained the process to Xue Wei and his friends. He did not plan to hide these details, as they would become clear within a short while anyway. By actively explaining, it would make it appear more welcoming and inviting, so he did his utmost to leave a good impression on Xue Wei and the others. Although he was welcoming and friendly, the premise for his friendliness was the benefits that it could bring to the White Tiger clan. Although he did not know much about Xue Wei as a person, the ancestor of the White Tiger clan had previously made it clear that this pure blood essence had to be kept for the Holy Sun, and thus they, the White Tiger clan, were already involved in the invisible battlefield between Xue Wei and the hidden enemy. Since their ancestors had decided to support Xue Wei, the Patriarch had no doubts about their decision, and thus he did not hesitate to choose a side. Even though Xue Wei was not currently an entity that could dominate the entire world, his origin made him a figure that could not be ignored, and as long as he succeeded in the future, the White Tiger clan would reign supreme. As for not supporting Xue Wei and being neutral, the Patriarch knew that this was impossible. Although the White Tiger clan was great at adapting to change and looking for ways to survive, their origin could not be changed. They were, initially, a race of sovereign beasts, and whether they were interested in joining Xue Wei or not, they would be grouped together and dealt with when the conflict ended. As such, they could only choose one side or the other, and thus they decided to trust their ancestors. Xue Wei and his comrades did not know what thoughts caused the Patriarch to be this welcoming and friendly towards them, but the purpose was achieved, as they all felt that he was quite friendly towards them. The Patriarch and the Supreme Elders stood in a circle in the middle of the room. Beneath their feet was an engraved pattern with special symbols, and each Supreme Elder stood at a different symbol, clearly aiming for specific ones, waiting for everyone to have found their own position. "It is time for bloodletting," the Patriarch called out, and he, as the first in the group and the person standing on the largest symbol, stretched out his arm and transformed the other hand into a white tiger paw with sharp claws. The claws slashed down on the other arm, and blood gushed out from the large gashes that the claws had ripped open in the flesh. Chapter 64. Black Box. As soon as the Patriarch had slashed his own arm, the next in line did the same, and one by one, the Supreme Elders of the White Tiger sect slashed their arms in a clockwise rotation. The blood dripped from the arms and down on the symbols engraved into the ground beneath. As the drops dripped into the carved-out groove of the ground, the blood slowly filled out the pattern, and as the entire indent had been filled with blood, the floor beneath began to tremble. At first, the stones merely trembled and clattered, but as the final elder shed his blood into the engraved carving beneath his feet, the stones began to sink into the floor and created a staircase leading into the darkness below. It was not before the stones began moving that the Patriarch and the elders took out some pills and crushed them above the wounds, letting the medicinal powder from the pills spread across the wounds and quickly heal the gashes, removing all traces of the previous bloody scenario. "This part is possible to open by our elders and patriarchs alone. The chamber beneath is where all the high-purity blood essences are being kept. Not only the one waiting for the Holy Sun, but also the essences used for the talented geniuses of the sect." The Patriarch began to explain as he stepped onto the staircase and slowly descended into the darkness below. As his feet landed on the steps, luminous peels on the walls lit up, and the previously dark path became shrouded in a gentle and silvery light. Xue Wei and his comrades followed behind the Patriarch, and the elders followed behind their group of friends. All of them were slowly and steadily walking down the spiraling pathway. The deeper they got, the colder the air became. Even so, Xue Wei felt a familiar sense of attraction from beneath. It was a sensation he had experienced before, and he knew fully well that it was his bloodline that was eager to merge with the final bloodline and become perfected. Although he was the Holy Son, he did not have the same privilege as his mother. He did not naturally have these bloodlines activated, but had to rely on himself to absorb pure blood essence to activate his bloodline and become the true Holy Son. The familiar attraction caused Xue Wei's body to become restless, but he forcefully suppressed the unease in his body that threatened to break out. He knew that they were at the White Tiger clan's territory, and from their previous attitude, he just needed to be patient to gain what he was looking for. The staircase was long and winding, but none of the characters were ordinary people, and even though none of them were hurrying downwards, their speed was still not comparable to mortals, so they soon arrived at the chamber beneath. The blood essence chamber was carved out of the mountain core itself. It was cold inside, almost as if one was standing on top of a glacier. But the temperature was necessary to ensure that the essence blood could remain dormant until a suitable inheritor would appear. The walls of the chamber were filled with carved-out shelves, 4 layers from floor to ceiling. Although many shelves were carved into the walls, a few of them appeared particularly deserted, with merely 1 or 2 bottles of essence blood, while others had up to 100 bottles. The ceiling was fitted with countless luminous pearls, and the light within the chamber was not bad, but the silvery light seemed particularly suitable for the cold and silent room within. In the middle of the chamber was a pedestal with a large box placed on top. The box was made from a black material very similar to what Xue Wei had encountered in the Black Turtle Clan within the Ghost Realm. The box had one line in the middle, but the entire surface was filled with inscriptions and talismans that kept it locked up, impossible for anyone unwanted to open.
This box contains the purest white tiger blood essence. We are not able to open the box, but I can assist you with the bloodletting.
The patriarch stepped towards the box. He could not help but look at the box in front of him with a complicated gaze, as he knew that this box was what had determined the future of the White Tiger clan.
The two of us both need to let the blood flow onto this box. If you have the Azure Dragon bloodline, the Vermilion Bird bloodline, and the Black Turtle bloodline, then, with the help of my White Tiger bloodline, the box should open.
As the patriarch spoke, his heart began to beat faster and faster. Although he and all the other members of the White Tiger clan knew that one day the Holy Sun would arrive, all of them were feeling complicated now that he had arrived. None of the current White Tiger descendants had ever been able to open the box in front, and he could not help but feel both eager but also timid to see what it contained. Xue Wei also felt his own heartbeat accelerate. He took a deep breath, and his right arm began to transmorph into a dragon's claw. The sharp claws ripped apart the skin on his left arm, similar to the wounds that the patriarch and the elders above had done, and the blood began dripping onto the box in front of him. Looking at the dragon claw in front of him, the patriarch could not help but sigh in amazement. But he quickly steeled his mind, and his hand turned into a white tiger paw once more, slashing down and shedding blood that merged with the drops already dripping onto the black box. Chapter 65. The Blood Essence. A sharp sound of stones grinding against each other began to reverberate within the chamber. The black box in front of Xue Wei had never been opened after it had been sealed by the ancestors, and now that it was slowly coming apart, the stone was creaking and groaning as it tried to open. It did not take long before the sounds slowly ebbed out, and the black box opened itself. The box opened from above, revealing a jade vial within. The jade was a white, transparent jade, and the ruby-red blood within was clearly visible, making everyone present suck in a deep breath of air.
Go ahead.
The patriarch looked at the vial, and even he could sense the eagerness of his bloodline for this pure blood essence in front. Even so, he knew that this blood essence was left for Xue Wei, and he firmly forced the restlessness down. It was not only the patriarch who felt the eagerness for this special blood essence. Every elder present could feel the arousal of their own bloodline. However, to become an elder of the White Tiger clan, a certain amount of talent and hard work was needed, and they all had the ability to overcome their eagerness and leave this specific vial for Xue Wei. They also hoped that this was the right decision, and that they would benefit in the long run. Xue Wei took a deep breath. Unlike the others present, he did not feel a restlessness. Instead, he felt a longing unlike he had felt before. This was the final blood essence he needed to fully activate his bloodline. This was the last part needed to make him complete. It was hard to explain his emotions as he tried to make his body slow down. Even so, there was no hesitation as he raised his arm and grasped the vial in front of him. With a tug of his hand, the jade vial shattered, and the jade cut holes into his hand, allowing for the blood essence to enter his body right away. This method of absorption was direct and different from the others, but Xue Wei could feel that if he hesitated any longer, then his own blood was likely to leave his body to merge with the blood essence in front of him. As soon as he felt the blood essence enter his veins, he felt as if he was submerged in magma. His body became hot, and his flesh and blood felt as if it was being boiled and destroyed cell by cell. Fortunately, throughout the many years of adventures, Xue Wei had experienced countless difficulties and challenges. Although he was experiencing excruciating pain, he still managed to steady himself. He sat down on the ground and began to let his inner energies roam his body to lessen the impact. The current situation could not be avoided completely. The blood essence merge was different from when one was cultivating, as this was his blood essence and his entire being which was being remolded. But the Qi was still able to ensure that he did not pass out of pain throughout the process.
Let us go upstairs.
The patriarch looked at Xue Wei, who was sitting on the ground, sweat beading on his forehead and his face turning pale in pain as he was slowly adjusting to the changes. It was not uncommon for the young experts of the White Tiger sect to merge with different blood essences, so this display was not uncommon, but it was a process that had to be done by each person on their own, meaning that it could take a short time, but it could also take days for it to be completed. The time needed did not necessarily mean that the merge was successful or unsuccessful. It was an individual thing. So no matter whether it would take Xue Wei a year to merge with this blood essence or just a day, the patriarch would not be surprised. However, he knew that it would take a certain amount of time, and thus he did not feel the need for them all to wait downstairs while he was merging. In fact, having everyone present while Xue Wei was in this state could only provide some dangers for him, as more people could cause more uncertainties. He Gao, Ling Xiao, and Bai Tianyi all understood his concerns, but they were still somewhat hesitant. They feared that something might go wrong and that he was alone, leaving them unaware and unable to assist.
The three of you can stay down here if you wish.
The patriarch understood their worries and could see what it was that concerned them. To him, it was not an issue if the three of Xue Wei's comrades were by his side, as they had likely gone through life and death together countless times. And even if something went wrong, it would be impossible to blame it on their White Tiger sect. The three were quite happy to hear this solution, and all nodded their heads. They were more at ease by staying here, and seeing that they all agreed, the patriarch took the elders upstairs. Before leaving, he pointed at a lever by the side.
You can open the staircase by pulling this lever. It is only from the outside that bloodletting is needed for the mechanism to open. So if anything should happen, do not hesitate to look for us.
Leaving behind the last few words, the patriarch and the elders all exited the chamber, and the staircase clicked down in place, leaving the luminous pearls to illuminate the room, isolating it from the outside world. Chapter 66. White Tiger Emerges. Bai Tianyi and the others did not waste their time while waiting for Xue Wei to merge with the final blood essence. Instead, they all sat down a short distance away and began cultivating. Although they were immersed in cultivation, they would easily sense if anything happened to Xue Wei during the process, so they did not worry. It was not only the group within the underground chambers that relaxed and waited patiently. The patriarch and the sect elders all returned to their daily tasks and chores, ignoring what happened before and calmly dealing with the everyday situations just as they used to. Only a few people were impatient and nervous as the days went by. The majority of these were those who had different beliefs of the White Tiger sect, but due to the current situation were unable to stand out and question their actions. They all hoped that something would go wrong throughout the entire process, but as they witnessed Xue Wei absorb the blood essence, their hearts were screaming in annoyance. Even so, they could do nothing, and as the patriarch had requested that everyone left, they had no excuse to stay behind. Due to the bloodletting needed to open the chamber from above, it was also impossible for them to enter the chamber again without anyone noticing, and right now it would appear that everything was out of their control. Such an experience was very uncomfortable for these experts. The White Tiger sect was supporting Xue Wei due to a decision made by their ancestors. This ancestor was the greatest expert that had existed within the White Tiger clan, and many of his words were what the entire sect based its rule set over. It was also because of this decision made by this ancestor that the entire sect's leadership never questioned whether or not to give the blood essence to Xue Wei instead of saving it for their own descendants. Even so, a few talents in each generation were very unhappy with saving such precious blood essence for a foreigner, and they quickly changed their allegiance from the White Tiger sect to another leader when the opportunity arose. However, they all knew better than to verbally disagree with the current situation, and they never showed their unhappiness directly. Instead, they waited for the opportune moment to overthrow the leaders and take over the White Tiger sect. Fortunately, the White Tiger sect had many more upright and respected leaders than those who were selfish and unwilling to listen to their ancestor, so this so-called opportune moment had still not arrived yet, causing them to be unable to resist when Xue Wei took over the blood essence. Now that the blood essence was lost, they were even less willing to stand out and show unhappiness. Their losses would far outweigh the current benefits of being a part of the sect if they were expelled. The White Tiger sect was the same as before. The disciples quickly forgot about the strange visitors they had seen arriving before, and day by day the young talents trained harder and harder to improve their cultivation base. The elders were guiding their descendants and their disciples, helping them towards the highest peak of cultivation, and the days were as tranquil as before. Time on top of the mountain had become like a flowing stream. No one remembered directly how long it had been since Xue Wei entered the underground center, and as the days went past, fewer and fewer thoughts were spent on his well-being. However, one day, as the disciples were busy studying various techniques and martial arts, the main peak of the White Tiger sect suddenly began to tremble and shake. Loud growls and roars erupted from the top of the peak, roars and growls filled with intimidation and majesty. All the sect members with beast blood felt as if their bloodlines were boiling in excitement and fear. They felt as if the king was returning, and many with a weaker bloodline purity could not help but directly kneel on the ground, facing the mountain peak with awe and reverence in their eyes. The roars continued for as long as it takes to burn a stick of incense when it finally stilled. Those beneath the peak did not notice, but everyone above the layer of cloud witnessed as a magnificent projection of a great white tiger made from spiritual energy appeared above the peak's top, before all the spiritual essence floated into the hidden chamber underground.
I guess he succeeded. The patriarch had witnessed the entire process, and his eyes were filled with gratitude. He, too, had felt the overwhelming bloodline suppression, and he finally understood the difference between a real sovereign beast and their mixed blood species. Although they were officially still acknowledged as sovereign beasts, there was so little of their bloodline left that none of them were capable of truly being able to reign above all others like Xue Wei was now.
The pressure is frightening.
Elder Xue was standing next to the patriarch as she looked at where the White Tiger had appeared before.
Although we are also descendants of the White Tiger, we seem to be raceless. It is well known that this world no longer approves of interbreeding between the various races, but we, the White Tigers, are able to breed with anyone we wish. It is clear that our bloodlines have become so diluted and mixed up that even the heavenly law is unable to determine what exactly our origin is.
Elder Xue could not help but look at the sky with a bit of bitterness. She hoped that the appearance of Xue Wei could bring the White Tiger sect closer to its original shape, so that they no longer needed to depend fully on a name left behind through the eons of time. Chapter 67. Godhood. As soon as the mountain peak began to tremble, most of the elders from the White Tiger sect rushed towards the hall, ready to see when Xue Wei emerged from the chamber beneath. The common member of the White Tiger sect knew nothing of Xue Wei's arrival at their faction, so when they witnessed the domineering illusion of a white tiger, they all believed that it was the descendant of either an ancestor's soul fragment or a newborn genius from the sect's top disciples. Seeing the actions of the elders that were rushing towards the hall where the talents would enter when accepting a bloodline, they all believed that it had to be a talent who had been born in their sect. But as to who the said talent was, everyone had different opinions. Although the White Tiger sect appeared friendly and at peace from the outside, many factions within were struggling for taking control of the major affairs of the sect. Fortunately, the many experts with the purest bloodlines were mainly interested in the well-being of their sect, so no matter how much these smaller groups were jumping around, none of them had been able to make any major differences, and now that the White Tiger Phantom had appeared, it was too late to stop the merge with the pure blood essence. By the time all the Supreme Elders appeared within the main hall once more, only a short breath of time had passed. The floor had still not moved, and there were no signs of Xue Wei and his comrades emerging from the chamber beneath. "Should we go down and take a look?" One of the more uneasy Supreme Elders could not help but hope that they still had time to mess up the acceptance of the essence blood by entering the chamber now and disturbing the most crucial moment.
"We can't enter. It is no secret that during the process of purifying the bloodline, the slightest error can cause fatal danger. Suggesting that we enter now, are you perhaps uneasy and wish for our White Tiger sect to go against the teachings of the ancestors?" The Patriarch looked at the Supreme Elder who had spoken. His eyes were dark and his expression glum. It was not that he did not know of the various factions within the sect, but he was helpless to eradicate them all. However, as the Patriarch, his most important task was to fulfill the teachings and decisions made by the ancestors. So even if the sect was unwilling to use the purest essence blood, he would still make it happen. Fortunately, the majority of the Supreme Elders all acknowledged and respected the decisions made by their ancestors. But the few anxious Supreme Elders who wished for more power at all cost were often willing to jump around in the hope of gaining more benefits for themselves, no matter what was said before. Seeing that it was not possible to change anything for now, all the Supreme Elders kept quiet and began to cultivate. Although the White Tiger Phantom made it clear that Xue Wei was either finished with the blood essence integration or very close to completion, it could still take a few days before he had consolidated the new energy and power he had gained. Even so, none of them were going to leave the hall. They were all eager to see his performance and the power he wielded after getting this pure bloodline. To them, this bloodline had been a sacred artifact that they had protected year after year, decade after decade, and century after century. None of the current Supreme Elders had ever met the ancestor. Everything they had in their possession was passed down generation by generation, and they knew that this particular blood essence was reserved for a special holy son. Now this person had appeared, and none of them knew what exactly to expect. Would there be a great change to this young man when he returned from the underground chamber, or would it be impossible to sense any changes? They were all curious and had some expectations, but none of them knew what the result would be. Inside the underground chamber, Xue Wei was still sitting with his legs crossed and cultivating, full of focus. Beads of sweat had emerged on his forehead, and a domineering and overpowering aura was constantly leaking out from Xue Wei's body. Bai Tianyi, Ling Xiao, and He Gao were all standing in the corner of the room. Their eyes were filled with awe and surprise as they looked at Xue Wei in front of them. None of them spoke. They dared not even move, as they feared what consequences their actions might make. They all knew that Xue Wei was the Holy Son. His mother was the Holy Maiden, a special identity that even the sovereign beasts revered. Even so, none of them had truly known what it meant to be the Holy Son before. They had been by Xue Wei's side from early on in his journey, and they had seen how he had integrated with one bloodline after another. However, they had never considered that although Xue Wei was the Holy Son, the majority of his abilities and bloodline had been suppressed by the blood left behind from his human father. Although his name had been the Holy Son, he was, in fact, more like a paper tiger than a real one. But now this was changing.
After Xue Wei began merging with the White Tiger bloodline, the trio of friends had witnessed how his body was being completely reshaped. His human blood had been refined and slowly separated before it was extracted and tossed aside. Even now, the dark red marks on the floor were still present. The other bloodlines, on the other hand, had created a great cocoon around Xue Wei's body, making it difficult for the trio to see what was happening. But they could clearly sense that the flesh and blood of Xue Wei was more than just flesh and blood. A special kind of energy had been withdrawn from the four bloodlines as they merged together. A golden energy that they had never seen before, and that made them want to prostrate on the ground with reverence before it merged with Xue Wei's soul. At the same time, the flesh and blood of Xue Wei was also slowly being compressed before injected with blood over and over again until it became a strange energy mist rather than actual flesh and blood. The red mist was different from the previous golden one. Where the golden one had been holy and unblemished, the red mist was filled with cruelty and power. It was clearly two completely opposing energies, but both of them somehow blended into Xue Wei's body perfectly before they both merged together and created a new body for the young man. At this point, when the new body was created, the large white tiger phantom had appeared in the air above the mountain, and it was also at this time that Xue Wei stepped into the divine realm. The White Tiger bloodline was the final one that Xue Wei had needed to activate, but it was also the final bloodline that truly made them all realize the difference between heaven and earth. Xue Wei, who had finally merged with the energy and all four bloodlines, had become a deity. His body was reshaped, and although the flesh and blood had become part of him, the body itself was created by energy, never again to be compared to the other mortals. Even the clothes he wore were also created by energy. The red armor that he had always favored was his mind's subconscious choice, and the armor was recreated by energy down to the smallest detail. Slowly, the beads of sweat on Xue Wei's forehead had disappeared, and instead the flawless appearance of the young man stood out. The specific facial features had not been changed, but due to his body being created by energy rather than flesh and blood, an invulnerable feeling had been left behind. Xue Wei now looked perfect from any angle, perfect and holy. He truly lived up to his name as the Holy Son. Bai Tianyi and the two others slowly stepped forward as they felt the domineering and cruel aura that had been seeping out of Xue Wei's body slowly receded, and everything, both holy and cruel, was locked inside his body, impossible for others to peek at. Not long after, Xue Wei opened his eyes. Unlike before, the eyes were no longer brown, but golden, and the pupil was no longer round, but instead vertical. A line of light burst out from his eyes as he opened them, but only moments after the eyes once more returned to their previous appearance, and the light dimmed rapidly. Seeing the many differences Xue Wei had encountered, Bai Tianyi, Ling Xiao, and He Gao slowly stepped forward. There was some caution in their movements, as they felt slightly hesitant to speak. Xue Wei looked the same, but the three of them could not help but feel as if he had become a completely different person. Xue Wei looked at the three of them, and a flash of helplessness passed through his eyes before he slowly rose to his feet.
I am okay.
The sacredness and awe-struck atmosphere slowly dissipated, and the three took a deep breath, feeling slightly relieved.
The difference between three bloodlines and all four is truly as different as heaven and earth.
Xue Wei could not help but comment as he looked at his hand in front of him. He knew that he had become a deity, and many things had become clear to him, things which he had never understood before. How did you become a deity? Bai Tianyi looked at Xue Wei with complicated eyes. Becoming a deity was what he had always pursued. Immortality and eternal life, power and prosperity without end. However, now that Xue Wei had become a deity, but he himself was still just a spirit, he did not feel any jealousy or unhappiness. He found that his previous obsession had been completely left behind, making him feel fortunate to have become close to Xue Wei and the others.
To become a deity, one needs to understand a Tao.
Xue Wei looked around the chamber as he gave some simple explanation.
There are countless Taos in the world. The Tao of life, the Tao of fate, the Tao of water. No matter what you can think about, there will be a Tao in that direction. There are major Taos and minor Taos. The rank of your godhood is determined by the amount of Taos you have understood, and the power of the said Tao. Most experts have to find their own Tao, but my bloodline would appear to be different. The reason for the Holy Maiden and the Holy Son to be known as such is because we have an inherited Tao, which makes us become a deity upon birth. However, my birth is not a true Holy Son, so it was not possible for me to inherit this Tao before I had fully activated all my bloodlines.
Xue Wei was quite amazed as he found out this truth. The Holy Maiden was actually a deity, which meant that his mother had also been a deity. Such a fact was completely unbelievable to him before he had experienced this baptism of the fourth bloodline.
The Tao I inherited is a very special one. It is the Tao of sovereignty, and it is a major Tao. It is mostly known for its ability to control others. Not only beasts, but almost all creatures can be controlled with this Tao, as long as it has been understood enough. Since I have just reached godhood, my enlightenment in this aspect is still quite far from being enough, but the understanding I have gained is already very helpful.
Chapter 68. Tao of Fate and Tao of Sovereignty. The sound of stones grating against one another suddenly startled the silent surroundings. The floor beneath the main hall was rapidly sinking, and the familiar staircase came into view. Xue Wei was walking at the front, followed by the trio of companions. Although not much time had passed, Xue Wei had completely changed, and he no longer had to worry about the allegiance of the White Tiger sect. As the Holy Son, who had inherited a certain understanding of the Tao of sovereignty, he could fully control the entire clan as he wished. That being said, Xue Wei had no intention of forcing the sect to do anything they were unwilling to do. As long as they did not go against him and his friends, he would also show them the due respect. However, after becoming a deity, Xue Wei gained a newfound understanding of many things, including some doubts he had about his hidden enemy. The Supreme Elders were all standing atop of the main hall. They were watching with bated breaths as they awaited Xue Wei's emergence, some with excitement, while others were worried. The main hall was silent. The only sound came from each footstep as Xue Wei ascended the staircase. The sound was, at first, far away, but slowly it became clearer and clearer as he reached the top of the stairs. By the time he stepped out of the staircase and onto the main hall's floor, many of the Supreme Elders were holding their breaths, filled with an inexplainable reverence and fear. Those Supreme Elders who had previously wanted to step into muddy water and gain as much benefits for themselves were all deeply impressed with the figure in front of them. They seemed to understand why their ancestor had chosen to follow this person. Xue Wei looked at the Supreme Elders and the Patriarch in front of him. When he was here before, he was still relying on their kindness, and knew that he would be helpless in case they wished to harm him. But now he was confident that none of these would be able to cause him any trouble, neither alone nor together.
Thank you for your assistance. I have successfully integrated the blood essence and activated my 4 bloodlines. Unfortunately, the process was rather tiring, and I need to rest up somewhere alongside my comrades.
Xue Wei could see that the Patriarch and the Supreme Elders were all in awe of his presence, which he knew was natural due to the Tao of sovereignty and his identity as the true Holy Son. So if he wished to break them out of their stupor, he would have to speak first. However, there were many things which he had not been able to explain his three companions in detail inside the chamber below. But if they could find a room for themselves, he could explain the various understandings he had gained after his breakthrough. At the same time, he also wished to assist his friends in increasing their strength, as the enemy hiding in the shadows had only become even more dangerous to Xue Wei now than he was before.
Of course,
The patriarch was awakened from his stupor. He quickly regained his senses, but the reverence within grew increasingly powerful as he stood by his side. A sense of worship had taken root in his heart and was rapidly growing. It was not only the patriarch who felt this sense of awe. All the supreme elders, even the ones who had previously been hostile toward Xue Wei, could feel this tiny sprout of veneration grow rapidly and became fanatic followers of the young man in front of them. A gleam of light flashed past Xue Wei's eyes as he witnessed their undisguised admiration. He already knew that those who gained enlightenment in the Tao of sovereignty were those who would be considered emperors, and that many fanatic and loyal followers would follow. Even so, to see it with his own eyes was truly overwhelming, and he could not help but feel somewhat conflicted. With a quick glance at Bai Tianyi, He Gao, and Ling Xiao, Xue Wei quickly found that the three of them were not affected by his sudden majesty, and he heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He was not willing to let the three of them be affected when around him. To him, they were not followers to be ordered, but comrades that fought side by side. The patriarch was quick to act. It did not take long before a core disciple was leading Xue Wei, Bai Tianyi, He Gao, and Ling Xiao toward an adobe house built with old sun-dried bricks and a green-tiled roof. The house was not large, with only 3 rooms, but it was well maintained and located at a distance from all others, making it more private and very suitable for Xue Wei and the others. The core disciple of the White Tiger sect who had led the way could not help but sneak a peek at Xue Wei throughout the whole journey. But unlike the normal curiosity, Xue Wei and the others noticed how it became more and more fervent. At first, Bai Tianyi, He Gao, and Ling Xiao could not help but glance at the young man, who seemed to have lost his heart. But as they advanced, they slowly noticed how the initial interest of this core disciple had turned into a belief, and the gaze had turned from disguised to blatant. Xue Wei also felt somewhat helpless when witnessing this change. He had inherited many memories alongside the Tao of sovereignty, and he knew that the reason for this disciple's passion compared with the supreme elder and the patriarch's worship was the lower cultivation base. The weaker the people around him were, the more they would adore him. Feeling helpless, Xue Wei personally thanked the core disciple as they arrived at the adobe house. "You are welcome. You are an important guest to the White Tiger sect, and it is our responsibility to provide you with the best hospitality." The core disciple's eyes were glistening with delight as he heard Xue Wei thank him. The display was so abnormal that the 3 friends had to turn their faces away in an attempt to escape the awkward atmosphere around them. Fortunately, the young man did not stay for long, and after ensuring that everything was as expected, he retreated from the house, leaving Xue Wei, Bai Tianyi, He Gao, and Ling Xiao alone within the central room. The 3 friends quickly focused on Xue Wei, their faces clearly stating that they were waiting to hear what exactly was going on, and their eyes sparkling with hope for the future. The many changes that had happened since Xue Wei had become the true Holy Son were all astounding, and thus they all hoped that his current state was able to unravel all the dangers ahead.
Although I have broken through, it does not mean that everything will become easy.
Xue Wei could guess their thoughts, so he had to hurry up and make them realize the truth.
The enemy we are facing is also a deity, and his rank is much higher than me. He has been a deity for many millennia already, and his understanding and grasp of his Tao is also much more delicate than mine. The Tao of Fate, which got to be his main Tao, is very troublesome to handle. Although it does not have the obvious benefits that my Tao does, It still makes everything much easier for him, as he is able to sense the fate of the various individuals he is facing. Only himself is excluded. The better his control over the Tao of fate, the more he can understand and grasp when facing a person. By understanding their fate, he will be able to change fate to suit his own wishes. This is an ability that is not easy to rival. But as soon as you know what to face, you no longer have to face the future without any hope for a better day. Xue Wei had understood many truths, and he was going to share it with his friends. What we do not know is what kind of fate this enemy has seen, so we do not know what actions he can foresee and which he cannot handle. For now, I assume that he has seen my original fate, and that everything has been planned in accordance with the fate he has seen. If it is the original fate, then many of the things we have already done will have changed the original future to what it has become now. So we should just keep on improving our own strength before it is time for us to face off against the enemy. The Tao of Fate is not that horrifying when we know what exactly it entails. Xue Wei tried to explain every question that Bai Tianyi, He Gao, and Ling Xiao had, and slowly they all got a better understanding of what exactly they were facing. The owner of the Tao of Fate had somehow seen a future which included Xue Wei, and he had been working for many thousands of years to ensure that the future he witnessed would not come into being. However, thousands of years to prepare for all the various paths that Xue Wei might have taken was also enough to make him and his comrades face unprecedented danger. Even now, when they knew what they were up against, did they have to remain calm and cautious, as they could not risk everything in a hurry. So, the enemy is a deity who is of a higher rank than you. His grasp of the Tao is also better than yours, so his strength is equally overwhelming when compared to you. What is the plan, then? Xue Wei was silent for a moment after hearing Bai Tianyi's question. For now, I think what would be best for us is to send a message to Lan and ask him to meet up with us. At the same time, I also expect us to start training more experts. You witnessed it yourself in the various zones of No Man's Land. There are countless creatures following behind this enemy of ours, so we should also create an army of our own. We are not the only ones facing this enemy. Our whole world might end up getting swallowed by him eventually, and become another zone for him to breed emotions and energy, much like the various places we have encountered so far, where soul energy was harvested. Xue Wei had many thoughts after he began to understand his situation. I also need to make use of my current strength. To gain an increasing proficiency and enlightenment of the Tao of Sovereignty, I need to become a leader of our generation. I need others to follow my orders and to wholeheartedly become my followers. Only by knowing what true sovereignty is will I be able to advance. Xue Wei knew that for now he should not try to understand another Tao. To him, the Tao of Sovereignty was the most suitable, and he would need to fully understand and grasp its potential before he could look elsewhere. His strength lied in this inherited Tao, so he had to do his best to live up to its expectations. However, he knew that his good friends all had different personalities, and he was going to help them figure out which Taos were suitable for them, before they too would break into the godly realm. He knew that with these friends by his side, and with an army of many followers, he would be able to reign supreme. Chapter 69. Appearing Once More. Each person needs to gain a certain level of enlightenment into their suitable Tao before they can become deities. Unlike the previous ranks of cultivation, it is not enough to continuously store energy. Comprehension is now very important. Fortunately, our current situation is not too bad. Bai Tianyi used to be a sword spirit, so it is only suitable for him to delve into the Tao of swords. Ling Xiao is also somewhat simple. As a diviner, it was made clear that he has been using a certain method that is based on the Tao of dependence when taming beasts before. So for him, he should be more suitable to continue down this path. As for He Gao, I do have some thoughts, but I think it might be better for us to ask Lan for help.
The group was sitting in the small adobe house where they had been sent, and were slowly going through their plans for the future.
I'm going to contact Lan and ask him to meet up with us as soon as possible. His realm is far above the average deity, and his casual words might be able to help us gain enlightenment. At the same time, I think that He Gao should be very suitable for the Tao of Devouring, as his ancestor was a celestial dog, and their inherent abilities were to devour the moons. Xue Wei had thought through their current strengths, and he felt that these specific Taos were the most suitable for his friends. Unfortunately, he knew less about swords than Bai Tianyi, and he had no idea about either the Tao of Dependence nor the Tao of Devouring. For him to guide the two on this path seemed impossible. When we split up with Lan, he gave us the ability to contact him a few times. I am going to use one of these now and request for his assistance. When the four of us all have reached the ranks of deities, our true resistance will finally begin to take shape.
Ling Xiao, Bai Tianyi, and He Gao had been listening to Xue Wei with bated breaths. All of them were eager to take the step into the ranks of immortals, but they were still feeling confused and perplexed with the concept of Taos. They did not know what exactly was needed to comprehend a Tao, and they felt helpless as to which direction to take. Should they meditate on the mysteries of the said topic, or should they go out and continue to practice the specific method until they gained the ability to use their attacks perfectly? The Tao was too all-encompassing, but also too vague. Without a clear path in front of them, the three felt as if they were grasping for directions in a land filled with fog. Under most circumstances, Xue Wei should have been able to give them an idea of the initial path to take. But his own Tao of sovereignty was inherited, so he did not know how to take the first step either, making their situation somewhat helpless. However, this small setback would not bring them down. They all began to discuss the various methods available and tried to figure out the most suitable method for them.
I am going to go outside to train my sword arts. I am a sword spirit, so I know the will of the sword. However, after becoming a real spirit, my connection with the sword has become less and less. Now, to reconnect, I am going to train with some various skills I had created before. Bai Tianyi could feel that he was no longer as connected to the sword as he used to be, or he had neglected his true nature as they had rushed around, trying to survive during the last few adventures. Now he was going to reconnect with his original form outside.
I do not have any beasts around here whom I can tame. I think that the White Tiger sect will be quite unhappy if I try to tame their disciples. So I am going to try and meditate on one of the various details the monks told me before. Maybe I can find a breakthrough in the skill and gain enlightenment from here on.
Ling Xiao understood that his options were different from Bai Tianyi. He was not able to continue to train his ability outside, so instead he crossed his legs and slowly entered meditation. In his mind, he kept swirling around the methods and guides he had been taught from a young age, and found every detail, and began to ponder how the taming was a copy of the Tao of Dependence, and what the real Tao might look like. Unlike these two, He Gao did not plan to focus on the abilities or current knowledge. Instead, he began to examine his inherited knowledge and the wisdom passed down in his race through millennia of existence. The three were all deeply absorbed in their own path, and Xue Wei also began to slowly descend into his own thoughts of the Tao of sovereignty. Although he had become a deity, he still had a long way to go before he fully grasped the Tao at hand, and it was a constant journey to improve. The simple adobe building descended into silence, as the three inside were deeply focused while meditating, and since Bai Tianyi was going to reconnect with his original form, he had chosen to move towards the training fields of the sect. He knew that if he began to train next to the house itself, he was likely to cause so much noise that the three could not get enough peace to cultivate. Time went by quickly, but none of the four were close to ending their current session of cultivation. The sun rose and the sun set. The moon shone high on the sky, and only by daybreak the following day did Xue Wei open his eyes as he took a deep breath. However, what met his eyes caused him a great surprise, and he almost jumped in shock as he looked at the two people that at some unknown time had appeared within the same room as the three friends.
No need to get frightened. You summoned me, so naturally I should come as soon as possible.
Lan smiled happily as he looked at the vigilant Xue Wei in front of him. Approval flashed in his eyes as he looked at the current cultivation base of the young man in front of him. He had not been lazy during the time they had been apart.
Congratulations on stepping into the path of immortality. What do you need help with?
Lan had more or less guessed Xue Wei's purpose, but he still felt the need to politely ask. As for the young silver-haired man by his side, he did not introduce him. Since Lan did not introduce the man, Xue Wei also did not mention him. He vaguely seemed to remember that he was named Hui Yu, and that he had encountered him once before, asking for Lan's whereabouts.
Thank you. When I activated my final bloodline and truly inherited the bloodline of the Holy Sun, an inherent Tao followed. This in itself is quite a fortunate encounter, as it allowed me to become a deity, but it also made the entry into the path of immortality quite different from ordinary experts. While I understand the standard path, I have never taken it before, so my ability to guide my comrades is quite lacking. I hoped that you could help them in one way or another, so that we all can become immortals as soon as possible. Only when we all reach the immortal realm will we have a chance to fight back.
Xue Wei did not hide his thoughts. He was honest and straightforward, as he had long since decided to respect and trust Lan. Only by telling the truth could he expect to get support.
This is true.
Lan nodded his head.
Not only have you been working hard during this time, but so have I. I have gotten some understanding of the enemy we are facing, and I fear that he is the most slippery loach I have ever encountered. His strength is high, but more importantly, he is able to use his Tao of fate to harvest the life and fortune of others, making him near impossible to defeat if it is not in a head-on collision. After spending some time looking into these things, I found that the enemy is likely to have been born in our world. Many things have been manipulated throughout the last 10,000s of years, and I fear that the person had seen his own fate and decided to change it as subtly as possible. Even I have been used as a tool which has been moved around depending on where he needed me. But, more importantly, I fear that my wife's fate has something to do with the guy. So until I find out the truth, I am not going to back down. For now, the traces I had been following were slowly starting to collapse or turn into dead ends, so I do need a new way to figure out the whole situation.
Lan sighed heavily. He was not originally from this world, and the only reason he had been unwilling to let go for so many years was because of his wife. If he ever found out that this hidden enemy had something to do with his wife's death, then he would never stop before getting revenge.
This person is called Hui Yu. He is my uncle. My father, Lan Fang, was his sworn brother, and they have been together for eons already. I was not born on this planet, but another place, created by descendants of the same race as your sovereign beast clans. I originally came to this world with the purpose of traveling, but after encountering my wife, everything changed. I have been unable to let go throughout the last 10,000 years, but I feel that it is necessary to end it all. As you might be able to sense,
Deities are able to take over the various worlds by connecting to their formations of life. Right now, this world belongs to me, and I am the one who makes the laws that it follows. It is also me who ensures that the world is nourished and it is able to maintain its life for the many millennia to come. However, I am a foreigner. If I am able to get an ending to my wife's fate, then I will no longer linger behind as I do now. I think it is time for this world to change its owner. And in the world's current hierarchy, there is no one more suitable than yourself. Xue Wei could not help but widen his eyes in surprise. He had a certain knowledge about the ownership of the current world, as the Holy Maiden and the Holy Son of the past generations used to be the owners of the world, but he had never expected that one day he would take over as well. I am going to send you to the formation of life. You are going to slowly connect with it, while my uncle and I stay here to guide the three small ones towards the realms of immortality. Lan looked at Xue Wei with solemnity in his eyes, which was very uncommon for him and his usually casual personality. Chapter 70. Lan's Speech. Xue Wei felt as his heart slowly began to settle and his worries soothed slightly. Although he knew the enemy that he was facing was a behemoth that he could not defeat on his own, he was no longer alone. As long as Lan was willing to guide him, he had no doubt that one day he could remove this hidden danger and no longer have to fear for the next attempt on his or his comrades' lives. My uncle has experience with the Tao of devouring, so he should be able to help He Gao with this specific one. He is also familiar with the Tao of the sword, so he can also guide Bai Tianyi in case he should have any worries. Only the Tao of dependence, which Ling Xiao relies on, is one he is unfamiliar with, but he can still provide some basic knowledge to assist him in his enlightenment. While my uncle handles the three here and guides them throughout their enlightenment, I am going to bring you with me to the formation of life. It is about time that this world will be returned to a proper owner, and I also need to let go of the knot that has been entangling within my heart for the last dozens of millennia. Lan could not help but sigh as he spoke. Although he had decided to no longer remain in this world, he still could not fully let go of the memories of the past. The heart-wrenching pain he had experienced before was still vivid in his mind, even now 10,000 years later. But he understood that with her mind, his little girl would never want him to keep hanging on to this for the rest of eternity. Although he would never find another partner, he should still fulfill his wish of seeing the countless worlds and experience the numerous cultures that he had always longed for. Taking a deep breath, Lan's eyes lost part of their frivolity and casualty, but instead became firm. He did not regret the years he had spent in this world, nor would he ever be without the experience of meeting his true love. But he could no longer be tied down by the negative emotions. As Xue Wei looked at Lan, he noticed the clear change in attitude from before. Looking at this, it would appear that many things fell into place, and that Lan finally felt at ease with where he was in life. You might feel a bit uncomfortable, Lan, who had finally found his own peace, suddenly spoke out. Xue Wei had no time to react before the world suddenly began to warp around him. A sudden sensation of vertigo suddenly assaulted him, and dizziness almost blinded his eyes before he once more felt firm ground beneath his feet, and the land slowly returned to the way it had been before. The vision was a bit slower to adjust than the body, but it only took a short moment before he could focus on the surroundings once more. Xue Wei had been in the White Tiger sect the previous moment, and now he was suddenly standing in a lush jungle. The green plants were rapidly spreading throughout the surroundings, and only a small path was visible within the vibrant environment.
I cannot take us directly to the formation of life. I have put various defensive measures around it, so only by walking this way is it possible for us to enter.
Lan was standing right in front of Xue Wei, and he slowly began to walk down the narrow pathway that was opened in the middle of the blooming plants.
The formation of life is an ancient power array that belongs to each world. The formation is the navel of the world, and also the lifeline. It is within this formation of life that heaven and earth essence is refined, and it is this formation that ensures the level of the world within which we live. This formation is connected to the world itself. As long as the world is healthy, the formation will continue to perform with the best performance. But as soon as something goes wrong within the world, for example, excessive slaughter causing corroded soul power, the formation of life will need to use more energy to purify, and less heaven and earth essence will be created during that process. Whenever less essence is refined, it will become harder for the experts to cultivate, and fewer treasures, plants, and ores alike will appear. The world will become weaker all around during this time. It is not only the world that influences the formation of life, but the formation is also able to withdraw the energy from the world and use it if needed. It could be in case of a natural disaster. It is then possible to draw energy from the rest of the world to balance the area in distress. Or if the deity who controls the formation suddenly needed extra energy during a battle, he can draw out the energy of the world and fight against his enemies. However, although this sounds like a great weapon, we have to remember that all energy is limited. The energy drawn from the formation will have to come from the world, and each world has limited resources. The more energy drawn, the more injured the world will become. I have encountered worlds that have never been able to restore the damage they took during battles.
Lan introduced the formation of life. He not only mentioned the benefits, but also the drawbacks of using the formation. Being the owner of a formation of life also brought a great responsibility. When becoming the owner, the whole world depended on the deity in question.
Each world has a formation of life, but they also have a heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is the rule which cannot be broken, the set of laws that the world will follow. Each world has different rules and regulations. Even the worlds above, and the universe and galaxies have their own heavenly Taos. But those of your own world can be, more or less, chosen by you as the owner. When I arrived in this world, it was not impossible for offspring to be born of mixed races. Beasts, humans, spirits, every kind of creature could mix with other races, and it was not uncommon for humans and primordial beasts to mate with the purpose of improving their bloodline. Those with mixed blood would either become overwhelmingly powerful, or they would be much weaker than the average child. My love was one of those weaker children, and since she did not have the talent they wished for, she suffered, not only physically but also mentally, from a very young age. During the time I was with her, I never had the time to find the formation of life. The formation was hidden away, and as I had not taken over yet, it was not easy for me to locate it. Her life was but a brief moment to me, and I dared not waste any moment by hunting down the formation of life while she still lived.
Only later did I know that this world is not connected to you, and that when you die you cannot return. By the time I had lost her forever, and the regret was useless. I took over the formation of life and changed the laws of the world. It was no longer possible to have children across the various races. I also connected this world with the ghost realm. Although it was still not due, the dead still had somewhere to go. There were many things that Lan never wished to mention before, but after understanding his emotions and wanting to look forward, he no longer felt that difficult mentioning the woman he loved. It is possible to make it so that the offspring will not be extreme, either weak or strong. But at the time I changed the rules, I was filled with indignation for my love's fate, and I did not wish to let those who harmed her off. Now that you are taking over the world, you can make the rules you want and determine what kind of fate you wish to give the descendants. You have become a deity, and many generations will be born in this world while you watch them. Some immortals like to travel across the vast universe and visit countless worlds. Whenever they encounter an unowned world, they will take over the formation of life and use it as an energy supply, not caring for the world at a later stage. But I hope that you can protect this place. It is, after all, your home. Lan knew that Xue Wei was not an ungrateful person, but he still wished to warn him. He had witnessed many experts who had lost touch with their humanity as they became immortals, and they had stopped caring for the mortals in their worlds. For them, any sacrifice was worth it on their journey for greater wealth. To them, human lives had become nothing more than ants. Xue Wei had never been a person who liked people in the first place. He would not feel guilty if he killed an innocent person by mistake. But he still had his own principles. He would never massacre a whole world just for the sake of gaining more strength. This world contains many memories. Some are less pleasant, but many are filled with nostalgia. I have met friends in this world, and I have also experienced being missed and needed. Even though not everyone has welcomed me, I still know that I owe this world to be who I am today, and I will naturally protect it with my life. Xue Wei was not a person who easily made a promise, and Lan had no doubt that with what he just said, he would never harm this world willingly. To hand over this world to Xue Wei was indeed the best choice he could make. For now, we will stay in this world until we have gotten rid of the enemy hiding in the dark. Lan began to speak once more. However, when he is gone, I can imagine that there will be nothing holding you back. The vast universe is filled with wonders beyond your imagination. There are worlds so unlike anything you can imagine, and the longing for seeing these different places and cultures is very normal. By the time you feel the longing to leave this world, you can either remain the owner and simply journey to see the various worlds, but still return home whenever you need to rest. Or you can find an inheritor to take over, in case you no longer wish to remain bound by your past. I am the kind of person that looks for an inheritor. I do not like being held down by anything, and the only reason for me to have been here for so many years is my emotions tying me down, creating an inner demon. However, now that I have understood, I wish to roam free like the bird. My uncle, on the other hand, is still the owner of his homeworld. He is one of the strongest experts in the entire universe. But even so, he had no intention of ever letting down his homeworld. His wives live there alongside his children and grandchildren,
Even when he goes out on a journey, it will at most take 1,000 years before he returns home to relax again.
Lan and his uncle, Yu, had completely different personalities, and his only purpose was to tell Xue Wei that although he had become the owner of this world now, it did not mean that he had to protect it for all eternity. It was up to himself to determine what he wished to do in the future. No one else than himself could decide his fate. Chapter 71. Blooming Lotus. Xue Wei took a deep breath as he waited for Lan to finish speaking. Lan had explained many principles and views on the various worlds, and also expanded the current view on the vast galaxies and universes outside his current understanding. Even so, he did not get swept away by excitement and longing. He maintained his sanity, as he knew that although the outside world was tempting, he still had to overcome the final battle, which was getting closer and closer to a final battle. The enemy was still hiding in the shadows. The many traps and plans that had been made previously were all waiting to collide with only one result. Either he, Xue Wei, would die, or the enemy would be defeated. Before a definite ending to the unknown battle ahead, Xue Wei dared not think too much about the outside world and the many things he might experience later. Even so, he still felt the responsibility and honor of becoming the owner of his homeworld. The place had caused him both grief and anger, but also given him hope and friendship. To him, this current world was a mixture of emotions and experiences. But all of these, good and bad, were what had made him who he was up to this day.
Let us begin.
Xue Wei had cleared his mind and steadied his breath. He looked at the beautiful surroundings in front of him and firmed up his beliefs as he knew that what was about to happen would be of significant importance.
Good.
Lan nodded his head in approval as he observed Xue Wei's reaction. He was still as steady as he used to be, and his focus was aimed towards the battle ahead. Such determination made even Lan approve and admire.
I will not follow you on the journey ahead. I am going to release my connection to the formation of life, which is much simpler than taking it for yourself. If you look in front, you will see that there is a small trail hiding in the blooming flowers. The trail will take you through a few formations. These formations have been created by the world itself, and only those with either no malicious thoughts towards this world or unrivaled strength will be able to pass. The formation of life is naturally not willing to let those with bad thoughts take over, so within its own ability it will try to protect itself. When you have passed these trials, you will arrive at a clear lake. The lake is not created by water, but filled with liquid heavenly essence. This is the surplus of energy that the formation of life has stored, and which can be used in an emergency. When you arrive, make sure not to step into this liquid essence, as the potency is so overwhelming that even an ordinary deity will explode from oversaturation. There is a small bridge made from lotus petals, and in the middle of the lake, a beautiful and magnificent white lotus is blooming. You will need to sit in the middle of this blooming lotus and slowly enter meditation. Feel the surroundings and try to interact with the energies surrounding you, and slowly the formation of life will make itself known. Each person will contract the formation of life differently, so I can only help you this far. The rest depends on your own comprehension.
Lan did not look at Xue Wei. Instead, his gaze was filled with unspeakable emotions as he gazed at the trail in front of him. He felt a slight nostalgia and slight grief for the loss he had experienced, but he no longer felt hesitant. He knew that to move on, letting go was the only right option. Straightening out his thoughts, Lan looked encouraging at Xue Wei before he closed his eyes and released his connection with the formation of life. The connection had been a shackle that had held him down for dozens of millennia, and now that he let go, he suddenly felt as if he had been set free. He was not willing to forget the experience he had in this world, but he wanted to move forward, to keep living a life filled with wonder and adventure. He had to be true to his own personality. A gentle breeze fluttered through the lush landscape, almost like a sigh of freedom after years of depression. The many plants were swaying slowly, and the flowers were colliding with gentle bell-like sounds of cheers. The release of a connection with the formation of life was often a sad experience, but for Lan and this world, it was a way to move on. Although Lan had not destroyed the world in his grief and anger, he still caused many serious consequences, and his attitude had never been one of willingness to help the world improve. Even so, the formation of life and Lan had been partners for many years, and although the formation of life was not able to let its thoughts known, it wished the old comrade an exciting and prosperous future. Xue Wei could sense the ambivalent emotions that were rippling through the air. He could see the nostalgic but relaxed Lan, who seemed to have let go of the things holding him back. He also felt the cheer and best wishes that were conveyed by the plants in the surroundings, wishing for Lan to find a future that belonged to him alone. Such emotions were infectious, and Xue Wei could not help but smile slightly. He no longer looked at Lan, but instead began to step forward onto the trail in front of him. The many grasses at each side of the trail were sweeping across his legs and feet, all of them welcoming their new comrade. None of them appeared to be hostile. Such welcoming attitude made Xue Wei feel rather novel. Looking around, Xue Wei was trying to locate the formations that Lan had mentioned, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not see anything else than a landscape filled with green plants, grasses, and bushes growing lushly in the surroundings. Step by step, one at a time, Xue Wei felt as if he had entered a strange state of mind. The trail was easy to walk, but the air was still filled with joy and relief, making him feel more relaxed and at peace than he had been for a long time. Time flowed like water, and in this strange state, Xue Wei did not know whether he had walked for a few minutes or maybe years. Time seemed to stand still, but he kept moving forward, looking for a way to reach the end of his path. Finally, as he had begun to wonder how big the area was, a scent of lotuses began to permeate in the air. The sweetness was filled with rich energies, and the scent alone was enough to cause the energy within his dantian to become chaotic, wishing to refine and absorb as much as possible. The scent of the lotus alone was this overwhelming, so Xue Wei could guess how potent the essence of heaven and earth liquid that the lake was made from would be. It made sense for Lan to say that he would explode if he ventured into such liquid. Amidst his strange thoughts, Xue Wei could see the lake that appeared in front of him. The lake itself was not as large as he had expected, but it could not be considered small either. The bridge from lotus petals was big enough for Xue Wei to walk without any danger, and the clear waters beneath made it possible to see the stalks of the lotus grow all the way into the soil at the bottom of the lake. In the middle was the blooming lotus flower that Lan had mentioned. The flower itself was white as pearls, and the center was pink like the morning rays of sunlight during the most beautiful sunrise. The sweet smell had become much more overwhelming as Xue Wei had gotten closer, but instead of causing his body to enter a riot, it had made the energies within his dantian slowly rest and become tranquil. Xue Wei did not hesitate as he stepped onto the green leaves of the lotus plant. He looked down at the large leaf beneath his feet and slowly advanced one leaf at a time towards the center of the lake. As he arrived at the blooming lotus, he found that the petals were hard, as if they were carved out of the most exquisite white jade, and it also felt warm to the touch. Taking a deep breath, Xue Wei stepped into the center of the lotus and closed his eyes as he sat down and entered meditation. At first, after releasing his senses, all he felt was the overwhelming sweet energy that was released from the lotus. Even so, Xue Wei was not in a hurry, and he slowly began to cultivate as he continued to try and contact the surrounding air. More and more energy with the scent of the lotus entered his body, and this energy began to merge with the ones in his dantian. His own body also slowly began to give off the same scent, and while Xue Wei did not sense much at first, he slowly noticed that the lotus beneath his feet began to become part of him. Xue Wei slowly observed the surroundings, and he found that the joy and cheerful atmosphere from before was slowly changing. At first he had felt as if he was letting go of a dear friend. While it was somewhat nostalgic, it still hoped for its friend to find peace. However, now the air was filled with excitement and longing for a new friend, a comrade, a person to become the new owner of this world. Seeing that Xue Wei could understand the feeling of the various plants in the air, he was startled. Although he had sensed these emotions as soon as Lan had let go of his contract, he had not thought much of it. But now that he was sitting in the middle of the lotus and felt as if he could control the petals at will, he began to understand that perhaps the formation of life had long since decided on him as the next owner. Even so, the lotus itself was merely the core of the formation of life, and if Xue Wei wished to control the entire world, he would need to keep merging until the core had become completely a part of him. Thinking of this, Xue Wei no longer held back, but continued to cultivate slowly and steadily, becoming the new owner of the formation of life little by little. Chapter 72. Pictures in the Mind. Time passed by little by little. The plants surrounding the blooming lotus were all growing rapidly, continuously displaying the circle of life. They would grow larger and larger, bloom splendidly, and display their most outstanding appearance, after which they would gently wither and drop their petals, shrink their stamen, and enter hibernation. Not long after withering, new life would be injected into these plants, and buds of fresh leaves would slowly sprout, once again bringing life and energy into the plants. The surrounding plants were not following the path of the outside seasons. Their blossoming and withering only took 1 day each, and after 27 days, Xue Wei opened his eyes, only to feel that the air surrounding him was even purer than before. Looking at the many plants, they had grown more than a circle larger from when he had sat down, and the colors with which they had bloomed were even more intense. Their rapid growth had also caused the surrounding energy to be filled with heaven and earth essence, so overwhelming that Xue Wei felt as if his body could not keep up with the refinement. "Well done!" Lan's voice came from outside the sea of flowers, and Xue Wei's mind slowly returned to why he was here. "It did not take long for you to fully merge with the world's core. I imagine that this world has always been eyeing you as its successor." Lan did not feel uncomfortable as he spoke. He had always been the owner of this world due to selfish reasons, and the world's consciousness did not dislike him, but it was not too keen on him either. Xue Wei, on the other hand, was from this world, and his connection was much deeper. It was clear that the world was more suitable to be controlled by him. "You spent 27 days merging with the core, and during this time, your body has undergone a tremendous change. Since becoming a deity, you have always lacked a bit of energy to refill the spiritual body,
But during this period, your body has been reshaping itself again and again, and by the way, filling up all energy within. While you have been working here, your friends have also gained new understanding into the various Tao that they follow. My uncle is quite strong, and his ability to enlighten others is also very powerful, so he is able to make them progress with a secure but rapid pace. As things are now, we should be able to prepare for the final battle against whomever it is that is fighting through the shadows. My uncle also said that he will remain here to help out, in case we cannot face the danger on our own. However, we need to keep in mind that his power is too great for a world like this to handle. If he began fighting here, there is only the chance of complete obliteration left.
Lan was rather depressed as he shook his head with regret. Everything would be much simpler if Hui just took care of the battle for them, but he also understood that it was not possible to do this. Xue Wei also understood the severity of Hui taking action. After becoming a deity, whenever he was close to Lan, he could feel the threatening air surrounding him, and it was impossible to know where his limits were at. Hui was even stronger than Lan, so his strength was truly unfathomable.
You can sense everything in this world now, and you are able to teleport anywhere you wish in this world. However, you need to be aware that if you ever use the energy of the world to battle, it is overdrafting on the world's own energy. It might cause a drought, or it might cause other natural disasters for those who live here. Even so, if you are forced to draft on the energy, you can also help the world regain energy by cultivating in the core lotus. As you might have noticed, during the time you were merging with the lotus, not only did you benefit greatly, but so did the world itself. As you can sense, the energy in the surrounding air is already much more dense than previously, as when the owner of the world and the world cultivates together, then it will create surplus energy which can be used to mend the previous damage. Lan explained everything he could think of, but during this time as the owner, he had not done much work for the sake of the world, and thus what had been said was already the most important information. Let us return to the others. I am sure that all of you will be surprised by the progress made by each other.
Lan knew that Xue Wei was the one who had progressed the most, but his progress was also explainable, as he had become the owner of the world. His friends, however, had fought hard on their own to also improve their strength, and by now, all of the friends had become deities. When they arrived at this place, Lan had been teleporting, dragging Xue Wei with him. But now that they were about to leave, it was Xue Wei's first time trying to control the energy of the world. He closed his eyes and thought of the residence at the White Tiger sect where his friends were located. As he thought of the location, it appeared within his mind, and he could see how his friends were all fully devoted to cultivating and enlightenment. What he witnessed was the current situation at the location, and he could not help but try to look at other places within the world. As the picture in his mind changed, he witnessed many of the places he had visited before. He went back to the Chang'an continent, but found that the war between beasts and humans was as before. He looked at the Garden of Shadows and found that the academy was filled with students going about their day as usual, studying and improving themselves. The Sea of the Enchanted was as volatile as before. Boats were capsizing on the strong waves, and a boat of strong sailors and pirates were bravely making their way through the stormy seas. The Thunder Twilight Zone did not appear different from when they had visited, and the Vermilion Bird clan was also at peace, slowly recharging after the long war. Slowly his inner gaze turned to his old friends and comrades. The first he looked for was Wang Xiaoyun. Although the two had spent little time together, she was an important figure in his life, and the woman he wished to share the world with when everything became peaceful once more. As he had expected, the young woman had matured slightly since their last meeting in the Ascended's realm, but she was only more charming and attractive now compared to then. Wang Xiaoyun was still doing her utmost to try and end the war between humans and beasts, but unfortunately her ability alone was not enough to change the current status of the continent. Even so, she was tirelessly working hard for a future where she could be with her beloved without having to hide their identities. Witnessing her hard work, Xue Wei felt his heart swell, and he once again realized that his battle was not for him alone. Every place he had seen, every friend he had made, Xue Wei felt that his journey had been long and hard, but also important to help him become who he was now. At first, his escape was due to the circumstances of his world, but after escaping, he witnessed a much broader horizon than what he had expected. Even the initial hate and uncomfortable emotions connected with his uncle had long since vanished in the passing of time. Thinking of his uncle, Xue Wei tried to locate him, and he soon found the familiar figure locked up in a room. The room was luxurious and equipped with everything that one might need, but it did not change the fact that it was a prison cell that the inhabitant could not leave. Xue Wei was sitting on a cushion, deep in meditation. Although the room appeared luxurious and grand, it was clear that most of the things within were not used often, and instead the occupant spent all of his time on the cushions on the floor, meditating and cultivating. However, the more Xue Wei looked at his uncle, the more he found that things appeared wrong. Xue Wei's azure dragon bloodline was still present, but Xue Wei could sense that it appeared dormant within his body. So although Xue Wei was cultivating, the speed with which he cultivated was slow and arduous. Even so, he did not stop, but kept struggling to increase his strength and break free from the boundaries as soon as possible. Although Xue Wei had previously held a grudge against his uncle, he did not wish for him to live the rest of his life locked in a room, and with his new strength, it was but a thought to release the bindings that had kept Xue Wei's azure dragon bloodline within hibernation. Xue Wei felt the sudden awakening of his bloodline, and his eyes opened at once. He looked around the room, his eyes filled with vigilance. Xue Wei did not stop his observation at once, but he did not inform Xue Wei about his appearance either. Seeing that there were nothing in the room and that everything appeared the same now as before, Xue Wei's eyes dimmed at first, but the lack of vitality was quickly replaced by eagerness, and he settled his mind before he quickly delved into cultivation once more.
"Little nephew, wait for me."
As Xue Wei left the picture in his mind, he heard Xue Wei's voice, and his heart trembled with emotion. He took a deep breath and refocused on the residence in the White Tiger clan where his friends were also waiting, and with a single thought, he teleported both himself and Lan to this destination. Chapter 73. Familiar Spirit. Xue Wei and Lan arrived at the small adobe house where the others were cultivating. Even though Xue Wei had undergone the baptism and taken over the ownership of this realm, no one other than Lan and himself was influenced, and thus his friends continued to cultivate without interfering with their minds. Looking around, the swaying trees on the hilltop were still the same as before, but to Xue Wei it was different. He could sense the energy belonging to this realm in every living creature, and he knew that he would be able to withdraw this energy and use it for his own purposes. When Xue Wei was within the formation of life, he felt the power that was brought to him, but in a different way. Now that he was standing so close to the tree, he could control its life and death completely as he pleased. Even so, Xue Wei was not tempted to try it out. He understood better than the others that if he did so, the trees would die, as the energy he used was their life force. Being the owner of this realm was not only giving him benefits, but also a heavy responsibility that he could not let go of easily. The world appeared the same, but to Xue Wei everything had changed. The power that he controlled was overwhelming, but he also understood that he needed to remain calm and not be intoxicated by the energy he suddenly commanded. The consequences were beyond belief if he got carried away.
It takes some time to adjust your mindset.
Lan's voice suddenly arrived with the breeze, dragging Xue Wei from the sensitive state where he was being tempted by the sudden arrival of overwhelming power.
Although I am an overlord, I still felt that the energy was tantalizing, and the ability to control the fate, life, and death of a whole realm is easily overwhelming.
Lan's expression was somewhat clouded as he spoke. When he took over the formation of life, he had been tempted to destroy the entire world. During that time, his mind had been plagued by the sorrow and sadness of missing his beloved. But he had no way to get her back, and thus his anger was almost vented on the entire realm instead. Fortunately, he remembered how his beloved had loved this realm, and in the end he held back. During millennia, he had protected this world that she held dear. But now he needed to let go. His beloved would never be forgotten, and would always remain in the deepest parts of his heart. But he needed to move on, to face the world he had been hiding from. Xue Wei did not know how deep Lan's thoughts were, but the words he spoke resonated with his own emotions clearly.
It is indeed quite difficult not to get intoxicated by this sudden control over the world.
Xue Wei had never previously expected that he would have such control, but now that he had it, he needed to use his self-control to hold back. While Lan and Xue Wei were speaking, their arrival had already been noticed by Hui Yu, who was currently teaching Ling Xiao, He Gao, and Bai Tianyi how to connect and comprehend the Tao. All three were deeply focused on their comprehension, so Hui Yu merely cast a glance their way before he exited the room and came outside to meet Xue Wei and Lan.
Welcome back.
Hui Yu's silver-white hair was fluttering in the breeze. His white and blue robes were swaying gently with each step he took, and he looked like a beautiful young man, gentle and refined like the purest jade. Xue Wei was the complete opposite type of person. His entire demeanor was filled with aggressiveness and hostility. His appearance was masculine and sharp, as if he was a sword ready to harvest countless lives with every move. Hui Yu and Xue Wei had both went through countless trials and challenges to become who they were today. But while Hui Yu had grown up with a partner from birth who stood by his side throughout his entire life, Xue Wei had faced betrayal and abandonment from a very young age, shaping the two into two different types of people. Even so, they both appreciated and admired one another.
Your ability to merge with the formation of life is done well.
Hui Yu looked at Xue Wei with admiration in his eyes. He could see that Xue Wei was able to hold on to the power without going into a bloodlust, and admired the young man. The formation of life was able to give the owner power to do what they wished for, and for a person like Xue Wei who had struggled throughout his entire life, it had to be hard to hold back his hostility now that the power was firmly grasped within his own hand. Such demeanor made Hui Yu respect him. However, he could also see that while the power rush was overwhelming, Xue Wei appeared more at ease. He had gained a peacefulness that he did not have before, and he seemed to have understood some things that had troubled him previously.
Your Tao was very suitable to be the owner of a formation of life,
Hui Yu continued to comment. Xue Wei had gained insight into the Tao of sovereignty as part of his inheritance and bloodline, but this Tao was meant for a king to look down upon his subjects. It was a Tao that allowed him to use many followers to fight a few stronger enemies. He was a born leader. At first, his understanding of this Tao had been due to his inheritance, but now that he had gained full control of the whole world, Xue Wei could also feel that his understanding of the Tao was deeper than before. The power of this Tao was not merely used to command others. It was the ability to make others follow him, the ability to control the fate and life of others, and the power to make others respect and admire him. Even some would fanatically become his followers.
I did gain a burst of enlightenment as I connected with the formation of life.
Xue Wei nodded his head as he agreed with Hui Yu. The Tao of sovereignty was very suitable for him.
How are the others doing? Have there been any difficulties?
Xue Wei knew his own situation, and with both Lan and Hui Yu's abilities, they also fully understood where he was at, so he was more eager to hear how his friends had managed.
Your 3 comrades are quite powerful,
Hui Yu smiled as he narrowed his eyes.
Bai Tianyi was an artificial sword spirit, and although he was artificially created, he still has a firm grasp of what a sword is and the Tao of swords. His advancement is by leaps and bounds, and he has gained a great understanding. He is also very good at utilizing the Tao, as he knows exactly which way will cause the most damage and threat to an enemy. Ling Xiao's Tao of dependence is similar to your Tao of sovereignty, but at the same time different. Where your Tao is more suitable for commanding people and influencing individuals, his is more suitable for slaves. He has been working hard recently to create his own familiar spirit that can fight by his side, and his power has also grown tremendously. As long as this familiar is successful, he will be able to more than triple his power. He Gao's understanding of the Tao of devouring is, like you, influenced by his inheritance. At first, he had a hard time gaining his own understanding, as he was influenced by the inheritance in his mind. But recently, he has taken a leap in the right direction. Also, the Tao of devouring is one of the most powerful Taos in the world. If it is thoroughly understood, and the wielder has enough energy, it will be able to devour anything.
Xue Wei was very pleased to hear that all 3 were finding their own paths and their own strengths. He had been worried about Ling Xiao as his Tao appeared the least interesting, but hearing that he had found a path suitable for him, Xue Wei was happy.
What is a familiar spirit?
Although Xue Wei was happy for Ling Xiao, he still did not know what this familiar spirit was, so he was eager to learn more. Hui Yu did not look down on Xue Wei for not knowing what it was. Instead, he patiently began explaining.
Some experts contract with beasts and make these their companions throughout battles. Others refine corpses and make corpses their puppets through battle. There are those who raise bugs and use these in battle, and others create creatures from various treasures instead. The biggest difference between these is that some has their own sentient mind, while others are fully controlled by their masters. The familiar spirits are those who are created by their masters, and even if they gain wisdom at some point, they still do not have a will of their own, as their master's wish is their law of life. Ling Xiao has previously used his abilities to force beasts into submission. While his abilities can be used as such, he gets much more success if he creates a familiar on his own. Most who create familiar spirits will choose between refining corpses or creating one from various treasures. Only a few will merge treasures and corpses together.
Xue Wei was surprised as he listened to Hui Yu's description. During his many journeys throughout the realm, he had encountered many things, but most of those described by Hui Yu were still unheard of.
So, what did Ling Xiao choose?
Xue Wei felt his eyelid twitch as he asked this question with a bit of hesitation. He could not help but imagine Ling Xiao charge into the battlefield with a corpse running mindlessly behind him, or a group of bugs spreading beneath his feet like a blanket. His expression clearly showed his worries, and Lan's lips rose in amusement. Although the appearance might sound somewhat disgusting, it was really not that bad when experiencing it in real life. Hui Yu also clearly understood his worries and smiled gently.
Ling Xiao was not keen on corpses as he feared that they would smell. He did not want bugs either as he felt that they were too disgusting. In the end, I gave a few resources and he is creating a familiar spirit in the shape of a dog.
Xue Wei was silent.
Did Ling Xiao and He Gao have some sort of unhappiness while I was gone?
Hui Yu's eyes sparkled with happiness as he heard Xue Wei's question.
They did have a slight disagreement.
It would appear that Ling Xiao was somewhat unhappy with He Gao's Tao of Devouring, since it is very powerful.
Xue Wei could not help but hold his forehead in helplessness.
I guess that Ling Xiao's familiar is going to be a black dog.
Like He Gao, he said in his mind, but to retain some dignity for both his friends, he did not mention the final sentence out loud.
Yes.
Hui Yu smiled happily as he could clearly guess Xue Wei's thoughts.
I see.
Xue Wei let go of his breath and at the same time felt both amused and helpless. He could not help but feel happy that Ling Xiao and He Gao could still bicker like this, even though they were facing a difficult time. And he was also relieved to see that no matter how many hardships they faced, they would not change too much from how they used to be. To him, their behavior was nostalgic and cheered him up. The unrest and hostility that had been roused by the previous sudden power was also soothed, and he felt at peace and happy to be among his friends once more. Chapter 74. Advancing.
You're back!
Just as Xue Wei had finished talking with Hui Yu, the voice of Ling Xiao cut through the air. Looking up, he found that Ling Xiao had come out of the small abode and was looking at him with a smile on his face.
Looks like you have gotten quite a bit stronger.
Ling Xiao paced around Xue Wei, looking up and down while holding his chin and nodding his head in approval.
The time is moving fast, and we're all improving quickly. Although we are still a long way from being at the levels of Mr. Hui and Lan, we are still not bad at all.
Xue Wei could feel Ling Xiao's excitement, and his eyes softened. Even if he had faced betrayal, abandonment, and disaster when he was young, he had also gained friendships and comrades who had been through life and death with him.
I hear that you are also doing very well, Xue Wei said. You are currently creating a familiar spirit looking like a black dog.
Ling Xiao was somewhat stumped to hear that Xue Wei already knew of this, and he chuckled while scratching his head.
Well, He Gao is awesome. After he started to comprehend the Tao of Devouring, he has become really difficult to deal with, and his abilities are soaring all the time. I felt that it was the perfect role model for my familiar spirit, and by taking him as an example, my strength will also soar when I combine with it.
Listening to Ling Xiao's explanation, Xue Wei merely smiled. He understood just as well as Ling Xiao himself that this was just an excuse. He just wanted to watch He Gao being frustrated every time he looked at this familiar spirit. Even so, none of them broke the truth and just pretended not to know. They needed their own amusement during these challenging times. Bai Tianyi and He Gao also came out from within the abode. They had been deeply focused on comprehending their Tao, but their attention had been drawn away by Ling Xiao's high voice. Even so, none of them were unhappy, as they quickly got out to face Xue Wei's return. Looking up, Xue Wei noticed that He Gao had a familiar gleam in his eyes, a gleam that had been missing for a long time.
Has your memory returned?
Xue Wei was stunned as he looked at his first comrade, and a slight hope ignited in his heart. Although the previous bloodletting had let He Gao increase his strength and abilities alongside a supreme mutation, it had also changed his memory and thus influenced his personality. Although Xue Wei did not mind, he still wished for his friend to regain the lost memories, and by looking at He Gao now, it appeared as if it had returned.
Yes,
He Gao smiled as he nodded his head.
I have been delving deep into my inheritance, and I have also been comprehending the Tao of Devouring. Through the process, I managed to unlock the memories sealed away within my mind, and finally regained everything I had lost.
He Gao was also very emotional as he spoke. He never blamed Xue Wei for the consequences he faced after the final mutation, but he was instead grateful that none of his friends, his comrades, had left him behind or felt differently as his memory was sealed away. Xue Wei could not help but feel grateful. He took a deep breath and felt that everything was slowly getting together. However, there was still one thing that he could not let go of.
Mr. Hui, there is one thing I would like to ask you.
Xue Wei took a deep breath, and he took out a flower pot from within his storage treasure. Within the flower pot was a little flower growing vigorously, but it was still small. It had a long time to go before it would be able to regain wisdom.
We had another comrade during our journey.
Xue Wei lowered his eyes, and he gently rubbed a finger on the flower petal. Although Lolo was unconscious, looking at the little flower, he would always remember the little girl that was like a sister to him.
When we were facing danger in no man's land, she was the one who saved us from death. Unfortunately, the price was high, and she has returned to her original shape. Every part of her consciousness has also vanished. Is there any way to help her speed up her cultivation so that she can regain her wisdom and become a spirit once more?
Xue Wei knew that Hui Yu had seen much more than he could ever imagine, and he held out hope that there would be one way or another to make their team complete once more. Lan and Hui Yu both looked at the flower within the small jade flower pot. It was swaying gently in the breeze and releasing a sweet scent. It seemed gentle and kind, and both of them could understand how important this little plant was to Xue Wei and the others.
There are different pills and liquids that can be used to help the flower increase its cultivation. However, it is not possible to make her regain her wisdom too early. She will need to build a steady foundation if you wish for her to continue forward on her own path, and a quick solution will leave behind hidden dangers.
Hui Yu sighed as he brought out the bad news. Although he understood Xue Wei's worries, he also felt that it was necessary to warn him.
I have different methods that will make her regain her wisdom, but by using these she will no longer be able to advance for the rest of her life.
Xue Wei was silent. He had a slight hope, but he also knew that the likelihood of succeeding was small, so he did not get too disappointed.
You are now a deity, and time flows differently to you. Previously, each year was a long time, but now you might close up in meditation for 50 years at a time. 1,000 years go by in a flash. So as long as you provide this little one with enough nutrition, then it won't take long before she regains her wisdom.
Hui Yu still wished to cheer them up a little, and he understood that time had another meaning now that they were deities. Thinking like this, Xue Wei also let go of the last bit of his heart. Although he was sad that it would take time, he no longer had to face an untimely death of old age and had the time to stay by her side and watch her grow up again. Xue Wei had a very weak connection to the word family. His parents had died when he was very young, and he had lost memories of his father's death for a long period afterward. When he did get attached to his uncle, he later found his lost memories and found that his uncle was also different from what he had expected. In the end, the only ones who had given him the pure and innocent feeling of home and belonging were his friends, Wang Xiaoyun and Lolo. Also because of this, these people meant a lot to him, and he was willing to face any danger to keep them safe. It was not only Xue Wei who was slightly disappointed. Lolo was also an important figure to the other three, and especially Bai Tianyi was sad to see that she could not get better anytime soon. To him, she was both a comrade but also a teacher. Even so, the atmosphere was not depressing. The happiness from Heigao regaining his memories and the joking of Ling Xiao's familiar spirit had made the mood much better, and they all got ready to return into the abode. With a clear mind and a bright mood, their progress in comprehension was much easier than when the mind was preoccupied or worried. Xue Wei also gained a new understanding of the Tao of sovereignty before, and now that he was in a peaceful state of mind, he sat down and began to comprehend the path he had already found. The Tao of sovereignty was not the Tao of slavery. He did not enslave people and force them to follow him. Instead, he was able to change those weaker than him into his followers. In a way, it was similar to brainwashing, as it would make the others follow him unconditionally. He would become their king, their spiritual belief. Everything that Xue Wei would say would become the rules that they would follow, and their admiration towards him was enough for them to chase into battle without a care for their own survival. Because of the power of such a Tao, it was more challenging to gain insight into. And even when one started to comprehend this path, it was much more difficult than many of the more straightforward ones, such as the different weapon paths, or even the elemental paths as water, fire, earth, and so on. Time went by as flowing water. The group were comprehending their Tao, and Ling Xiao finally finished crafting his familiar spirit, which proved to be an overwhelming boost to his fighting ability. With the familiar spirit, Ling Xiao was able to make a connection to it, and he relearned all his skills, making a complete dependence on this one familiar, making his attacks much more powerful than before, as he could do nothing on his own, and it all depended on the familiar. However, Ling Xiao was not satisfied with only one familiar. He was well aware that the path he had taken relied heavily on these familiar spirits, and if one of them were broken, he would have to wait for his death. Since this was the case, he no longer began comprehending the Tao, but instead crafted one familiar spirit after another, all of which were sub-spirits, which he could control to support him while fighting with his black dog familiar. Bai Tianyi had managed to gain a minor success in the Tao of Swords. He could make everything he wanted turn into swords. Even the air could become a sword in his hands, and he began to experiment with various sword formations to use in attacks. He no longer needed to transform his own body into a sword, as everything else had become weapons in his hands. He Gao had also improved by leaps and bounds. After regaining his memories, many emotions he had previously lacked had returned to him, and he also managed to gain a minor success in the Tao of Devouring. When he began to devour, he was able to not only devour the attacks of others, but also turn them into his own power and rebound it against his enemies, making his defense and attack balance one another and making his performance soar. Xue Wei had also found that his journey along the Tao of Sovereignty had brought surprising effects. The more subjects he got, the more powerful his attacks became, and the more energy he gained. Such a direct relation made him begin contemplating whether or not it was time to increase his subjects, to make the inhabitants of this realm acknowledge him as their superior. It was not only because of his own power that he wished for this, but Xue Wei was also aware that the enemy hidden in the darkness was waiting for the perfect time to strike. The best way was to preempt him, and by making the inhabitants of this world his subjects, Xue Wei could at least be certain that they would not betray him. One of the reasons that Xue Wei was not against this path was that it was only when it came to spiritual belief and admiration that these people would be influenced by him. Their own personality and dreams would never be changed because of his appearance as their sovereign, and he would not cause much damage to the population of the realm. Chapter 75. No Man's Land. Xue Wei had a plan. However, before he was going to act, he still went to Hui Yu's side.
I am currently at a bottleneck with my comprehension. Xue Wei frowned slightly as he thought of his current situation. To go further on the Tao of Sovereignty, I need to start collecting subjects. My thought was to use the ones living in this realm to become my subjects. I will take one continent at a time and convert them into my followers. I do not plan on changing their current lives. I mainly wish to become the spiritual belief they admire and respect. Even the leading factions and powers should remain as they are, as long as they accept being subjects to me as well. Although Xue Wei did not plan to interfere much with the people's ordinary lives, he still was aware that the leading factions and powers might not be willing to have someone above them all of a sudden. However, for these people, Xue Wei did not care much. No matter how unhappy they were, it was a fact that Xue Wei had merged with the formation of life, and this entire realm belonged to him. Even if they were unhappy with having someone ruling the realm, their refusal to accept was not something he would care about. In the end, they had to determine whether to bow their heads and approve of his hegemony, or they would be replaced. As a deity, if we personally take action to massacre a large group of mortals, our Tao hearts will be damaged. However, if it is a group of mortals that intentionally go against your wishes, then it does not matter to remove them. We need to remember that although we are going to be benevolent to the mortal world, we still have to follow our own path. Your Tao of sovereignty requires you to gather subjects and followers. If anyone decides to block your path, then it is right to get rid of them, and your Tao heart will not be shaken. Hui Yu was not a bloodthirsty person, but he was not kind to those who went against his wishes either. Although Xue Wei's actions would have an influence on some mortals, it would also benefit others. His actions could be considered as forceful, as he did not question the subjects he decided upon. But to Hui Yu and other deities, this was not a big matter. Xue Wei nodded his head in understanding. Although he already felt that it was not necessary for him to care about the thoughts of the individual, he still felt more relieved after hearing Hui Yu commenting about it.
Wait! Just as Xue Wei was about to use his teleportation abilities and visit the first continent, Lan's voice suddenly sounded from down the mountain. Lan was usually always smiling calmly and appeared as if nothing could ruffle his feathers. But his always smiling face was suddenly extraordinarily solemn, and his brows were furrowed. Seeing this, Xue Wei quickly put aside his plans and waited for him to arrive.
Something is wrong with No Man's Land.
Lan quickly arrived next to Hui Yu and Xue Wei, and he quickly spoke of what had happened.
No Man's Land is a special location in this realm. As you might have noticed, it does not belong to this realm at all, but it is a cluster of small parts and portals to other realms. The ground of these portals is not considered part of our world, but a part of their original world itself, and thus you have no control over it at all with the formation of life. It is very common that some creatures from No Man's Land will gather in small groups, and skirmishes will arrive around the border, which is why few people dare go there. But I just got news that these groups are getting more numerous, and their aggressions are also increasing. They are moving further and further away from No Man's Land itself, and are searching for someone to attack. A few villages have already been eradicated by those roaming groups of creatures.
Lan's words were alarming, and Xue Wei also quickly understood the severity of the matter.
When we went through No Man's Land, we found that it was likely a place to farm and harvest soul power,
Xue Wei said.
From this, I am assuming that the creator of No Man's Land is the same as my hidden enemy, and if the various realms are starting to dispatch creatures to fight with my realm, then it is also likely to be caused by him.
Hui Yu was silent for some time before he finally spoke.
From what we can see here, your enemy is planning to use various groups of creatures to invade this realm and fight against the native inhabitants here. We do not know how many troops he has prepared, as we got no knowledge of what is happening on the other side of the portals. But since No Man's Land is usually used as a soul power farm, in total I would say that his troops should be similar to the amount of inhabitants of this realm. For now, your Tao is the most suitable. You need to gather every force and cultivator on this realm to prepare for the full-scale war you are about to face. Although you cannot personally attack the mortal troops, you can command your own army to face them, and as soon as a deity arrives, you can also use your own hands to battle. Lan and I are both overlords. While we are able to fight against other deities as well, your Tao heart will become flawed if others fight all your battles for you. We will stay and wait for your hidden enemy to appear, and if he is an overlord, then we will battle against him. But if he is merely an ordinary deity, then you have to face him yourself. It is not that we do not wish to provide more assistance than this, but this is your most important tribulation. And if we assist with everything, then you will never be able to reach the peak of the universe.
Xue Wei nodded in approval. He understood that this enemy was his own, and that he needed to face this without hiding behind others and letting them clean up the mess for him. If he did not participate in this battle and do the best that he could, he would never be able to let go of his heart.
I will gather the other 3, and we will go to No Man's Land first. We need to see what kind of creatures we are facing and get a more thorough understanding of the situation before we can move forward. When we have grasped the details, I will start to gather the continents and make everyone take their part of the battle that is starting. It is suitable to use my Tao of Sovereignty at this point." Xue Wei had already planned what to do, and he hurried into the adobe house to find Bai Tianyi, He Gao, and Ling Xiao. By now, Ling Xiao had already crafted 7 familiar spirits, and was in the middle of creating the 8th. Interrupting him did not matter much, and Ling Xiao put aside the various treasures he was using to refine the familiar spirit.
We are not ready yet, but things rarely go according to plan.
Ling Xiao could not help but complain slightly as he heard what was happening. But fortunately, the situation was not the worst possible option, although the battle was beginning sooner than they had expected. Bai Tianyi and He Gao were both contemplating and comprehending their respective Daos, so it did not trouble them to be interrupted, and both also understood the severity of the current situation. "We will all go to No Man's Land together to see what we might face, and if the 3 of us can fight these groups off on our own, then you have to visit the various continents and begin recruiting soldiers so that we can protect our homeland." Bai Tianyi understood the severity and hoped that the groups of creatures were not too strong. He feared that Xue Wei would have no time to gather troops, which was an important aspect of their battles.
We can't fight too many of the mortal creatures,
Xue Wei interjected as he explained what Hui Yu and Lan had explained to him earlier.
I plan to deploy the White Tiger sect and make them my first subjects. When we leave for No Man's Land, I will bring some of their elite teams with us and let them face off against the invading forces. Although they cannot fight them all, they should be able to hang on until I gather enough reinforcements.
Good. He Gao understood best how important the Holy Sun was to the various beasts, and Xue Wei was not only the Holy Sun, but also had gone down the Tao of Sovereignty. He had already felt the strong reverence and admiration towards Xue Wei. He was the belief in which he followed blindly. When he, who was Xue Wei's friend, was this blinded by the bloodline power and the Tao together, other beasts would be even more fanatical, and he was relieved to know that Xue Wei would no longer face the enemy alone.
I would suggest that you summon all elders from the White Tiger sect and explain the situation,
Hui Yu quickly suggested Xue Wei prepare, as he understood how important the groundwork was when an inter-realm war arrived. Xue Wei gave a quick nod to show his agreement, and then he used the power of the realm to send a mental message to all elders of the White Tiger sect. Having become the sovereign of this realm, Xue Wei had many abilities and rights which he was using to their best advantage. After sending the mental message, he quickly teleported to the main hall of the White Tiger sect and witnessed how the sect leader and the various elders rushed towards the hall, their eyes fervent with reverence and admiration as they looked at Xue Wei, all wishing to almost lie prostrate in subservience. Their fervent glances were filled with power, and Xue Wei could feel how he could control more and more of the ancestral world power that deities controlled. His cultivation base was rapidly increasing, and his understanding of the Tao of Sovereignty was also skyrocketing.
Everyone sit down.
Xue Wei had taken full control of the main hall, and even the sect master was respectfully standing aside, waiting for orders from his most respected master. Xue Wei spoke, and no one dared to disrespect him. They all sat down and looked at him with expectation.
I have succeeded in ascending to immortality and have become a deity. My bloodline is fully merged, and I have become the Holy Sun, the true sovereign of this world.
Xue Wei paused slightly as he decided to send a mental recording of everything happening here to the minds of all leaders throughout the entire realm.
My ascension is not a moment too late, as our realm is facing unprecedented danger. Various foreign creatures are invading our realm from No Man's Land, and they are plundering and massacring in our realm. From the news I have gathered, the current small groups of creatures are merely the vanguard of the enemy's troops. A whole army is waiting to invade our realm.
Xue Wei paused as he finished speaking some solemn words, hoping for everyone to understand the severity of the matter.
I will draft all cultivators in our many continents to face off against the enemies. We will band together to make an army capable of fighting against the enemy's army. Together, we will protect this realm which we call our home.
Chapter 76. Betrayal. The meeting in the main hall of the White Tiger sect was sent as a mental projection to all leaders throughout the entire realm. Some were instantly converted into fervent followers, while others rejected and disliked this new sovereign that had appeared out of nowhere. A small group of leaders were even worried and scared. For Xue Wei's enemy to have been lurking in this realm for so long, he naturally had his own subordinates, and among them some were leaders in various regions. Witnessing Xue Wei's plans, they began to sweat and worry about whether this counterattack would interrupt their own master's plan for invasion. What these leaders were unaware of was that Xue Wei was not just a sovereign in name. He had merged with the formation of life, so when he transmuted this event to each group of leaders, he also observed their facial expressions and listened in on their reactions. It did not take him long before he could see who were the traitors among the group, and who just did not want to allocate their powers. While Xue Wei did not feel much emotional fluctuance within the majority of the traitors, he quickly noticed a group which he could not ignore. Chu Huiyin was seated in a main hall similar to the one Xue Wei was currently in. However, the only difference was that while Xue Wei was surrounded by the elders of the White Tiger clan, Chu Huiyin, the Ice Harpy, was surrounded by the clan of Azure Dragons. While a few people within the Azure Dragon Council appeared to be genuinely shocked by the sudden mental projection and the information contained within, the majority were glancing at one another, sharing messages without speaking any words, and then all focusing their attention on Chu Huiyin. Chu Huiyin was a primordial beast, and the Azure Dragons were all sovereign beasts. But looking at the way they all focused on Chu Huiyin, it appeared as if the natural hierarchy of the beast world did not appear here. Chu Huiyin was the leader of the group. Xue Wei paid extra attention to this side, and could not help but wonder why they were already gathered in the main hall before he projected his meeting. But he soon found out why. "This is bad luck," one of the Azure Dragon elders said. "Xiao Lei has escaped, and we do not know where he is now. And at the same time, the realm is about to enter a realm war." The elder who spoke was of a certain age. His hair was white, and he had a long, silver-colored beard. His brows were furrowed, and one could hear the noticeable frustration as he spoke. Chu Huiyin could also not help but frown as she thought of the coincidence where Xiao Lei escaped at the same time as the war was about to begin.
The sovereign that has sent out the mental projection is somewhat familiar.
Chu Huiyin had not seen Xue Wei for many years, and she could not help but feel that his voice and appearance was familiar. But due to the message being merely a mental projection, the bloodline superiority was not that clear.
Wait,
she suddenly interrupted herself, and her expression turned increasingly ugly.
That voice and appearance. I think it is Xue Wei, Xiao Lei's nephew and the Holy Son.
As she spoke, her voice was getting harsh. Anger was boiling beneath each word, and her eyes lit up in fury. She hated Xue Wei and wished for him to die as soon as possible. She had not seen him for many years, and her hatred had slowly diminished. But now that he was in front of her again, her hatred flared with newfound power. However, while Chu Huiyin hated Xue Wei, the rest of the Azure Dragon clan became uneasy. Although they were also sovereign beasts, their bloodline pressure from the Holy Sun was much more powerful than others could imagine, and their heritage and nature made them so that they would always take the Holy Son or Holy Daughter as their undisputed leader. However, now the Azure Dragon clan had turned the realm to their back and had sought refuge with the enemy of the Holy Sun. The many elders could feel their hearts beating rapidly, and cold sweat began to soak their robes as they slowly tried to calm down their panicked souls. They were not afraid of Xue Wei himself. They were afraid of his identity as the Holy Sun.
Do you think that the Holy Sun might have helped Xue Wei to escape?
One of the younger elders asked with hesitation. Everyone within the Azure Dragon clan knew that Xue Wei had been raising Xue Wei, but when he turned 15, he had to return to the clan. Since then, the clan had sealed his bloodline and imprisoned him in his chambers, never letting him out again. If Xue Wei had helped him escape, then it did not bode well for them, his prisoners.
I doubt it.
Xu Huiyin did not have the same respect for the Holy Sun as the others.
He should have regained his memory of when his father was murdered right in front of him. Who would ever free his father's murderer?
Xu Huiyin did not take Xue Wei and Xiao Lei seriously, but she knew that her master had given the Azure Dragon clan the task of keeping Xiao Lei imprisoned, and now that he had escaped, which was likely to make her master angry, so she did not want to focus on Xue Wei, but instead on how to locate Xiao Lei.
We, the Azure Dragon clan, do not need to consider this realm war. Our side has long since been determined, and we just need to do our part well. Our main task was to keep Xiao Lei locked up, but now, as the war is about to start, he has escaped. I suggest that we ignore this mental projection and focus fully on finding and apprehending Xiao Lei so that our task here can be fulfilled.
While Xu Huiyin spoke, a group of elders in the Azure Dragon Council furrowed their brows or frowned in displeasure. They were the ones unaware of how the Azure Dragon clan had turned their faith to the invading forces, and Xue Wei quickly paid attention to their reactions.
Miss Chu, although you are a respected guest of the Azure Dragon clan, it is not your position to decide who the clan should support. We are a part of this realm, and we should naturally protect it from invading forces. Also, although Xiao Lei has been sent into isolation, it was with the purpose of making him understand his mistakes. He was the one who supported his sister in being together with a human man, but in the end he was also the one who killed this human man when his sister died. Things would have been better if he allowed us to sacrifice the Holy Sun and use his bloodline to create another holy daughter, but he refused to let us touch Xue Wei, and as his bloodline is the purest, we have no choice but to accept. Our only choice was to use the clan rules to punish him, but according to you, his imprisonment was not due to his refusal of creating a new holy daughter, but because some unknown enemy has decided that Xiao Lei needs to be imprisoned?
The elder who spoke had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He looked stoic and respectful, but from his words one could clearly sense that he was rigid and conservative when it came to the Azure Dragon clan. Listening to their words, Xue Wei did not get insulted, but instead gained some new understanding of what had happened and the actions that had led to his current life. Xiao Lei was his uncle, the brother of his mother. His mother was the old holy daughter, but she had gotten pregnant with a human, and due to the rules of the world, a child of mixed races should not be possible to be born. However, Xue Wei's mother had used her special bloodline to protect Xue Wei, and even shared her own life force with him, making his birth succeed, but also paying her own life in the process. Xiao Lei was likely to blame himself, as he had approved of his sister and the human being together. However, after knowing that the human man had gotten his sister pregnant, even after knowing that children born of different races could not survive, Xiao Lei had been filled with hatred towards the man. When he located him, he could not hold back his anger and killed him with his own hands. But he also found his nephew. To protect his mind, he sealed the memories of his father's murder, and instead raised Xue Wei on his own, not letting him know about his origin. Unfortunately, Xiao Lei could not escape the Azure Dragon clan, and could only use his bloodline superiority to keep Xue Wei alive, but in return, he had to be imprisoned in the clan. Xue Wei was not aware of the whole picture and had only experienced part of it. So when he found out it all, he had mixed emotions. He could not completely forgive Xiaolei for murdering his father, but he also had to admit that he understood his fury when his sister had died. If someone had treated Lolo like his mother was treated, he would not be able to act much differently. Because of this, Xue Wei felt a wave of relief flood his body, and a sense of lightness enveloped him. It was as if he had let go of a heavy past, and the journey ahead was much smoother. However, Xue Wei did not have much time to focus on his own emotions as the meeting in the Azure Dragon main hall continued.
Elder Wang, although I understand your points, we need to look at what will benefit the Azure Dragon clan the most.
The one who spoke was the patriarch of the Azure Dragon clan.
Although this realm is our home, it will not stop being our home if the Master arrives. His aim is not to destroy the world, and it will not harm our interests to follow his lead. He will ensure that the human race will become our slaves, and we will control the realm for him. We will become the true sovereigns in the future, and only he will be above us.
Elder Wang looked around and could not help but frown unhappily. He quickly found that it was not only a handful of elders who supported the patriarch and Chu Huiyin. The majority were nodding their heads, and only a few were looking at the others in dismay and disagreement. Seeing this, Elder Wang's heart sank. He had always tried to support the conservative way of leading the Azure Dragon clan, but it would appear that many had other plans.
I am sorry, but I cannot support outsiders that try to take over our realm.
Although Elder Wang knew that he was likely to face a dangerous situation now that he disagreed, he could not make himself approve of the actions that the patriarch and the others were doing. The few other elders who were unaware of the betrayal were hesitating. In the end, 3 decided to join the patriarch and Chu Huiyin, while another 4 refused to accept and joined Elder Wang to show their displeasure.
Elder Wang, although I respect your willingness to stand strong on your own determination, I cannot approve of your decision to go against our clan.
The patriarch was unhappy that so many had gone against him. He felt that it was a show of disregard for him as the patriarch.
As such, I cannot let the 5 of you interfere with how I control this matter. So you will, as Xiaolei was previously, be locked up until the war is over, and the Master has time to deal with you.
Chapter 77. Teleportation. Xue Wei had observed the various traitors throughout the entire realm, but he found that only in the Azure Dragon clan was the whole faction betraying the realm, and he felt relieved after seeing this. Even so, he did not stop his surveillance of the Azure Dragon clan, and as soon as the 5 elders had been placed in a closed-off room with guards outside, he used his newfound abilities and teleported both them and Xiaolei to his side. At first, Xue Wei had intended to merely teleport the 5 elders and use them for his own purposes throughout the war. But after considering the news he had gotten and the importance that the enemy was putting on Xiaolei, Xue Wei still decided to take him over alongside the others. Hui Yu and Lan were still standing beside Xue Wei as they had followed him into the main hall, but neither of them was surprised when they witnessed the arrival of 6 new people. Although Xue Wei was the sovereign of this world, the 2 of them were overlords, and it was still not even close to one another. They were aware of all his actions and what was on in the entire realm. However, while the 2 were aware of what was going on, the White Tiger elders were all shocked to see the arrival of 6 people, and they were even more surprised when they felt the resonating bloodline, a feeling they had never experienced before, but had read about in the records of the clan. "Little Wei!" The first to react after the teleportation was Xiaolei, and when he looked at Xue Wei, his eyes were filled with complex emotions: guilt, sadness, longing, and miss. It was not only Xue Wei he missed, but also his sister, whom he had cared for the most since childhood. Looking at his uncle, Xue Wei was reminded of all the time they spent together back in the kingdom of Heping. There was no doubt that to Xiaolei he had always done the best he could for his sake, and he also prepared enough resources and techniques for him when he left. But Xue Wei was still unable to fully forgive him for murdering his father, so the emotions were very subtle. Even so, he did not want to be held down by the past, so he sighed gently.
Welcome, Uncle. And welcome to the 5 elders of the Azure Dragon clan that did not wish to betray the realm.
Xue Wei began explaining that he had projected the words he said to all leaders within the realm, and also that he had encountered traitors throughout the realm. But most of the factions only had 1 or 2, but the Azure Dragon clan appeared to have fully turned towards the enemy. The White Tiger clan's elders were all shocked to hear that Xue Wei had such abilities, but they quickly accepted it, as they had long since taken him as their spiritual support. Everything he did was reasonable, and he was able to do anything without surprising them. The members of the Azure Dragon clan were much more shocked. Elder Wang had always advocated getting rid of Xue Wei and using his blood to create a new holy daughter, as Xue Wei was born half-human and thus a flawed creature. Now that he had finally met Xue Wei and seen what kind of abilities he had, he quickly changed his view, and he also felt the growing admiration towards this young man. He was born to be the Holy Son, and he was the most suitable sovereign that they could imagine. Xue Wei could feel the conversion into a follower, and he smiled slightly. At first he had feared that the entire Azure Dragon clan would have to be eradicated, but after seeing that 5 elders refused to bow their heads to the enemy, Xue Wei had decided to let them be the Azure Dragon clan that supported the realm.
Elder Wang, do you have a method to inform the common members of the Azure Dragon clan about their patriarch's decision of betraying the realm, and informing them that if they wish to protect their homeland, they can give some sort of sign, and I will take them away? In this way, we will be able to protect more of the Azure Dragon clan, and also rebuild it after the war.
Elder Wang was relieved to hear that Xue Wei had intentions of saving the common members of the clan, and he paused for a moment.
I have a few disciples in the clan. I am able to send them a message and let them try out the rest of the members. After getting a list of those who reject the Patriarch's methods, then you can take them away.
Xue Wei nodded his head, approving of Elder Wang's solution, and at the same time walked aside while Elder Wang contacted his disciples. During the time he walked aside, he contacted the Emperor of the Demon Phoenix continent, and also gathered a group of elite cultivators who could go to No Man's Land alongside him and the White Tiger sect's elites. When the Azure Dragon clan members arrived, they would also be able to send a group of those, and the 3 groups should be able to handle the current groups of invading creatures. Xue Wei intentionally wanted a group of each of the sovereign beasts, as he wanted to make them compete against one another and fight harder than they would do normally. The sovereign beasts were used to being the top of all hierarchies on their respective continents, so it would be beneficial for them to suddenly face off against someone with a similar bloodline pressure, and no longer be the strongest by default. Only when there was enough competition would they be able to rapidly advance.
With your ability to teleport people anywhere in the realm, it makes things much easier, and you will be able to regroup the troops easily. However, before you make a large army, I would suggest you to ensure that everyone considers you their spiritual belief first. The more people under your command, the stronger you are, but you need to be their belief, or it will easily capsize. If they begin to doubt your rule, even the most fervent followers might be convinced that you are not worthy of their support.
Lan was standing beside Xue Wei, and although he was not going to personally participate in the battle, he still intended to guide Xue Wei from the side. Xue Wei knew the benefits of the Tao of sovereignty, but he also understood that there were dangers along the way. If he was not able to handle the situation, and too many people arrived without the same belief in him, they might be able to dilute or change the previous situation, and his hard-found subjects might decide to no longer support him. Even the most powerful sovereign could be overthrown if his citizens rioted against him. Every Tao had its strong points, and also its downsides. Xue Wei's strength depended on the spiritual belief of his subjects. Ling Xiao's power required spiritual familiars or others to increase his strength. He Gao could devour almost anything, but he could not create anything out of nothing. And Bai Tianyi was able to use swords with everything, but it was, after all, only swords. The Demon Phoenix continent had just gone through a war, and the leaders of the continent were sovereign beasts who already admired the Holy Sun. So Xue Wei's words had already made all higher-ranked leaders become his supporters. Knowing that they had just gone through a war, Xue Wei also teleported some of their specialists to the White Tiger sect, so that they could help prepare for battle. They needed not only soldiers, but also resources to heal the wounded, and to help the fighting force increase their strength. Xue Wei, knowing where everything was in the entire realm, also teleported various treasures into the White Tiger sect main hall, and began placing these rare treasures in various jade boxes.
These treasures are going to be used as rewards. Although we are fighting for the survival of our realm, there also have to be other sorts of incentives to make the younger generation stride into battle. Every enemy kill on the battlefield will provide contribution points, and the stronger the enemy, the higher the points they harvest. When enough points have been gathered, these can be traded for various treasures or healing medicines.
Xue Wei looked around and noticed that the majority had thoughtful and enlightened expressions on their faces.
I can understand that when it's a national war and the soldiers are sent out by the rulers, it is the responsibility of the commander to ensure that the soldiers get medicinal aid when they are injured. But the battles we are about to face are different. This is not a question about expanding our territory, but simply protecting our lives. Even the healing medicines and pills have to be exchanged through contribution points, although the healing ones should be much cheaper than those that assist increased cultivation.
Xue Wei was not going to harvest all the rare treasures in the realm. He knew that the current battle was important, but he could not drain the world of all its energy and wealth from the start. In case he needed more rare treasures later, it would not be too late to get them by then. The leaders of the Vermilion Bird clan were all in approval of this decision. They had just gone through war and knew how expensive it was for them, so when it came to the entire realm, it could only be many times more expensive. They also felt that it was everyone's responsibility to protect the realm, so it was not wrong to require contribution points to exchange for medicines and resources. Xue Wei had gathered the remaining elders of the Azure Dragon clan, some of the leaders of the Vermilion Bird clan, and the leaders of the White Tiger sect, the 3 clans with the highest bloodline in the realm, ready to band together and plan for how to resist the invasion. Unfortunately, the Black Turtle clan was no longer within the realm, and Xue Wei could only turn to the remaining 3 clans. But he also contacted many of the other members of the realm who he had contacted previously. He had contact to Tao Wu and Jiang Jingyu, whom he had not seen since they left the Sea of the Enchanted, and both also made it clear that they and their friends were already on their way towards No Man's Land, willing to do their part of protecting the realm. It was not only individual people and their friends whom Xue Wei encountered. He had also gotten a clear reply from the principal of the Garden of Shadows that their students were also waiting for dispatch, that they too needed to show their value in this important battle that was to be fought. Even the priestess Jiang Fengmian, who had guarded Bai Tianyi when he was sealed, had appeared once more. After leaving Jiang Fengmian to become a true priestess as she wished, she had taught others about the importance of a life, and later her group of followers had banded together with Wang Xiaoyun's group of experts, all trying to end the interracial war in the Chang'an continent. But now they also decided to protect the realm and hoped that this external enemy could bring an end to the internal conflict. Chapter 78. War Begins. Xue Wei was standing on top of a large hill, looking down over the vast plain spreading out in front of No Man's Land. The plain used to be dry, but with a few plants here and there, before it merged with the first portal in No Man's Land, the desert-like area. This area was usually left to itself, and it was very rare for anyone to enter. The creatures from the various portals within No Man's Land were also unwilling to leave their natural habitat. But what met Xue Wei's gaze was completely different from before. The plain was black in many places, either scorched by high temperatures or covered in dried-up blood. Many traces of fighting were littered over the vast area, and gashes could be seen in the ground where attacks had previously hit. Even in the distance, the sounds of fighting could be heard, and a slight metallic scent of blood had permeated into the surrounding air. A week had gone by since Xue Wei had gathered the leaders from all over the world, and an emergency response had already been made. During the last week, Xue Wei had been discussing and planning for the incoming war. He had been appointing various generals to handle the many battalions that would battle. He had found a group of weapon refiners that were able to create countless bracelets for recording contribution points with each kill made. He had also found a group of experts to manage the exchange point, to ensure that the various treasures and medicines were available for those who had enough contribution points, and keep track of how many resources had been used. Much planning had been needed, and Xue Wei had been rushing from one side to the other, trying to keep all ends together and ensure that they were as prepared as possible. During this week, many factions had gathered an elite team which had been sent to engage in battle with the creatures that were already leaving No Man's Land and invading their realm. It was these elites that had left behind countless traces of battles. While some had succeeded in their battles, others had also experienced loss. But overall, the realm had killed more enemies than their own people had sacrificed. Xue Wei knew that this war was going to cause losses to the citizens of the realm, but he could not stop. They had to move forward with all the energy they could gather.
Wei, I just got the latest update from the elite teams, and our losses are getting fewer and fewer.
Wang Xiaoyun walked towards Xue Wei. She held a jade tablet in her hand, and various information was being transmitted through inscriptions and formations at a rapid speed, letting her get the most recent update to the situation of the war. Xue Wei nodded his head and looked at the woman that was now standing by his side. The two had not spent a lot of time together, but whenever he was by her side, he felt his heart settle down, and a strange tranquility surrounded him. The young girl he first met had changed just as much as he himself had changed. Wang Xiaoyun was no longer a young and naive girl. Instead, she was now a woman with her own ideas and the power to fight for her own beliefs. When one looked at her appearance, Wang Xiaoyun was as beautiful as she was when she was younger, but the previous innocence had been changed with determination. Her eyes were like brilliant stars, but they shone brightly with conviction of doing good for the realm, and during the long time away from Xue Wei, she had chased her own dreams and beliefs. She was now a powerful figure in control of the strongest anti-war faction in the Chang'an continent. Without the help of Xue Wei, Wang Xiaoyun had found her own path in life, and now that the two were together once more, Xue Wei could feel just how capable she was when it came to the practical aspects of war. Wang Xiaoyun was the one who kept gathering information from all the various teams and departments. After gathering the information, she was quick to file it into different levels of importance before she analyzed and cut through to the important information, leaving all the extra unnecessary details behind. Just like now, she had received the newest updates on the elite teams that were out fighting, and she quickly compared the rate of sacrifices with the previous updates, finding that through the last few updates, the amount of casualties had dropped significantly.
How about the amount of enemies killed?
Xue Wei was relieved to hear that the number of casualties had fallen, but he still needed to know if the amount of enemies had dropped, or if they had gotten more used to the fights and thus able to survive better.
Wait a moment.
Wang Xiaoyun looked down at the jade tablet in her hand and traced various runes with qi, making the information displayed change. She spent a short time to compare and analyze the numbers before a gratified smile appeared on her lips.
The number of enemies killed has been steadily increasing since the start of the week. In the beginning, it was hard to defeat the groups of enemies without at least a couple of sacrifices in each squad. But now the kills have gone up. The time spent on each group kill is shorter, and the amount of losses we suffer is also decreasing.
Wang Xiaoyun was happy as she read, and the smile on her face was spreading wider and wider until she was grinning in happiness. Although she knew that losses were necessary in war, she still hoped to minimize the losses they faced when possible. Xue Wei was also happy to know that the elite teams were getting better and better when it came to battles, and he nodded his head in approval with a rare smile on his face.
How many elite teams do we have now?
Xue Wei looked at the plain in front of him. In the horizon, a group of experts were slowly making their way towards the base camp, returning from a long day at the front line battling.
We are currently at 79 elite teams.
Wang Xiaoyun had all documentation about the elite teams up on the Jade tablet.
We had 47 teams at the start of the week, and more teams have appeared since then. We have had some teams that merged due to casualties, but the elite teams continue to grow. All the elite teams are commanded by Xiao Lei and He Gao together, and their overall control is very good. They keep track of every team and their performance. They have even made a list to promote who has earned the most contribution points, which all teams will see when they arrive in camp. After the list arrived, the aggressiveness of many teams has increased. Ling Xiao and an elder from the Vermilion Bird clan are in charge of the various resources and ensuring that there is enough medicinal pills and other treasures ready for those experts that return to exchange their contribution points. And they have also gathered a group of inscribers, formation masters, and refiners to create treasures that can be exchanged for. Especially the weapons and formations have proven to be very popular amongst the elite teams.
Xue Wei nodded once again, thinking that although the resources he could take from the realm were valuable, most would trade for more useful items at the start. Only the treasures that could instantly boost the cultivation base would be highly sought after, and not so much the medicinal herbs and ores used for pill refinement or weapon crafting. Thinking of this, Xue Wei decided to gather some more of the various spiritual fruits he could find throughout the realm. Although they were not as valuable as the different ores, they were much more useful now as they contained energy that could give a significant boost to either spiritual energy, chi, or physical strength. He was also going to find some 1,000-year-old jade stalactite milk. This was treasure he had heard about before but never seen with his own eyes. It was said that if a drop of this was added to one's bathwater, the whole body would be reshaped and the talent improved. To Xue Wei, this did not have much effect any longer, as he had shed his mortal body and become a deity. But to the majority of the experts fighting this war, it was a treasure that they would risk their life to get.
How is your team doing?
Xue Wei turned around and looked at Wang Xiaoyun. The sharp eyes softened slightly, and a gentle gleam flashed within. Although Xue Wei and Wang Xiaoyun were focused on practical work, they both were part of an elite team. Xue Wei's elite team had not directly participated in any battles yet, as it consisted of him and his comrades, but they were all currently busy with practical work. However, Wang Xiaoyun's elite team consisted of the strongest members of her faction from the Chang'an continent. While Wang Xiaoyun did not participate in the direct battles, she was familiar with the ones battling, and she was paying extra attention to them. When they were out battling, she often got worried from time to time, but she knew that it was an important task she had on her shoulders, so she did not dare to leave it behind to fight with the others on the front line.
It is going well. So far we have lost 3 experts, but the 3 were not among the strongest in the elite team. All 3 fought to the very end, and they deserve respect. The comrades in the team managed to bring back their remains, and they got buried in the mountain cemetery.
Although Wang Xiaoyun was sad when she mentioned the loss of 3 lives, she was aware that there would be losses, and 3 was a number she could handle. She was also very grateful that the others had brought their bodies back, and they had gotten buried in the war cemetery at the mountain a bit away. Although many died during this war, not many managed to be brought back. The creatures that the elite teams were fighting were beasts and creatures they could not even imagine what their origin was. Most of them were eating those that lost their lives, so to be able to bring back the bodies was already a great feat. It was also because of this that Xue Wei had ensured that all those who returned would be able to be buried in the ground to ensure that their remains would be protected at the very least.
It is good to have you here.
Xue Wei was grateful for Wang Xiaoyun's assistance. He could not help but sigh as he witnessed more and more groups returning to the camp. He had never before expected that he would have to become the ruler of this realm, and that a direct war would be under his control. However, things had come to this point, and he was not willing to back down. I am going to give some moral support to the elite teams. I am sure that they will also be happy to hear that we are improving rapidly. Tomorrow I will be visiting the various armies that have started to gather in the different continents. It is time to let them see what the front line is like, to make them feel that this realm is worth it for us to fight for having our fates in our own hands. Xue Wei looked worried as he once again glanced at the various portals in No Man's Land. He could not forget how he had lost Lolo during the escape from that place, and he also did not forget that it was likely built as a farm for soul power. If this unknown enemy managed to take over their realm, Xue Wei had no doubt that this realm would also become another soul power farm for him to absorb. Chapter 79. Gathering the Army. Xue Wei stood on top of a hill, looking down on the sea of experts standing in neat rows beneath him. All of them were showing different expressions. Some were hesitant, others timid. Some were excited, and others grieving. The conscription for the army had taken everyone by surprise, and the sudden war had not been expected by the common cultivator, so many did not have time to adjust their emotions before the leaders had gathered them together, ready to be sent to the front line.
The war was unexpected, and the enemies are invading into our lands with the sole purpose of occupying our riches and enslaving our citizens. Many elite experts of our realm have already answered the call to arms, and they are already fighting on the front line, meeting the enemy every day, fighting for our world's freedom, and some are also giving the ultimate sacrifice in this war.
Xue Wei looked at the cultivators below as he spoke.
I understand your worries and the fear of the unknown. We do not know who will never be able to leave the battlefield again. But we need to protect our world and protect our dear ones. Our freedom and our lives are worth fighting for.
It never occurred to Xue Wei that his words might scare the cultivators more than if he had not spoken. Although the elites had adjusted to the war, more and more groups of enemies were departing No Man's Land, and he needed the army to gather at the front line so that when the actual enemy troops arrived, they would be able to answer in kind. Xue Wei also knew that among those in the crowd beneath, there would be sacrifices during the war. He hoped to minimize the amount of deaths, but he also knew that no deaths was an impossibility. Having traveled from one location to another, he had moved 7 armies to the battlefield, and the one in front of him was the last batch of cultivators that needed to be teleported. Amongst many of those that had already arrived, some had decided to wait patiently as a part of the army, while others had applied to create groups and fight alongside the elite teams against the enemies that had already invaded. The group beneath was similar to the others, and Xue Wei had no doubt that when they arrived at the front line, some would also choose to create teams and begin battles already, while others were more hesitant and waited for the army itself to be deployed. Everyone had their own way to handle the battles, and Xue Wei could not help but feel a newfound pride in the world he had taken over. Before, he only thought about himself and his friends and dear ones, but now he also wished for his home world to be doing well. Seeing that many experts were willing to risk their lives to improve, he was proud of their decisions, as he had understood during his journeys that only when taking risks could one advance quickly.
I am going to teleport you all to the battlefield. The teleportation will be instantaneous, but you might feel a brief discomfort due to the warping of the surrounding space.
When teleporting 1 or 2 people around, there was not much cost to the world. But now that Xue Wei had been teleporting whole armies to one location, it did cause a slight strain to the energy of the world. Even so, Xue Wei knew that this was the only way to ensure that they were ready when the full-out war arrived. He did not doubt that his hidden enemy had a powerful force waiting for him. Everything so far had been prepared, so now that they began invading the realm, he was sure to have planned well beforehand. Xue Wei gave one final glance at the ones below. Even those who were timid took a deep breath and waited for the teleportation to arrive, and Xue Wei nodded his head in approval. With but a thought, the surroundings began to twist and warp, and by the time it had straightened out again, the army and all the surrounding leaders had arrived at the battlefront. Looking around, everyone were filled with surprise and awe. Next to this army was another 7 groups like their own, some smaller, others larger, but all of them were filled with soldiers like them. Some of these soldiers were cultivating in groups, others were training their various professions, and yet some were talking together. Although it was clear that there were 8 armies in total, the other 7 appeared to mingle more and were all in a state of promoting their abilities and cultivation bases before the battle began. Xue Wei also glanced at the other 7 armies and nodded his head in approval. Many of the soldiers which were focusing on their professions were either concocting pills for themselves to use during the battle or to trade for contribution points. The same for the other different professions. To trade their crafts for contribution points was able to support both the elites already fighting, but also let these soldiers prepare better for the war to come. All 8 armies have arrived at the battlefield. If you wish to form a group and begin battling against the roaming enemies, please contact the captain in charge of your battalion. If you wish to trade resources for contribution points, you can go straight to the tent where contribution points are being exchanged. If you do not plan to exchange contribution points or make a team for fighting, I would suggest that you take this time to cultivate. I have increased the heaven and earth essence in this area, and the results of cultivating is better than in your home continents. Make good use of this opportunity. Xue Wei looked around and noticed the excitement in many of the experts' eyes, and could not help but smile. The stronger they were, the better chances their continent had. It was not a lie that this area had a higher concentration of heaven and earth essence. Xue Wei had guided most of the heaven and earth essence from the entire realm to this place to help them improve rapidly. Since most of all cultivators from the entire realm were here, it only made sense that the energy followed. After ensuring that the final army had arrived, Xue Wei took a breath of relief. He felt a little confused as to what his enemy was planning. So many days had passed since the enemies began roaming the realm, giving him enough time to gather their armies and prepare for a full-out attack. Did this hidden enemy want him to gather everyone and then kill them in one attack, so that he did not have to roam the realm later to find them? Was he so certain of his own abilities that he could without a doubt defeat Xue Wei and his realm?
You are deep in thought. Lan's voice suddenly arrived, dragging Xue Wei from his thoughts.
Xue Wei could not help but furrow his brows and shake his head in resignation.
I feel a little uncertain, he said. I can't help but wonder what plans this hidden enemy has. So far, the battles have only been skirmishes, but the increase of enemies is almost constant. The time has been enough for us to gather our armies and send them here to prepare for war. This is very beneficial to us, but he lets us do this. Is he so certain of his own abilities?
Xue Wei frowned as he spoke.
From what you have experienced, you should know that the worlds connected to the portals within No Man's Land are all likely to be soul power farms. Although there will be living creatures in these worlds, their strength will not be overwhelming, and their numbers will also be fewer than in a free world like this.
Lan began to explain.
The owner of a soul power farm needs to be careful with many things. He needs to ensure that the population will not get too many so that they can revolt. And he also needs to ensure that none of those living in the world will get strong enough to threaten him. Although we assume that he is an overlord, these worlds should only have a few deities each, and they should have been enslaved to oversee the rest of the worlds. Since this is the case, he is naturally able to gather experts, but he cannot get an overwhelming amount of experts to fight a battle for him. His main strength is that No Man's Land has many portals and thus many worlds. But even so, if he wants to take over this realm, he will need to get rid of all cultivators in one go. As such, it is in his best interest for you to gather the armies like this, and he hopes to get rid of them all in one go. I can imagine that he was planning to participate himself, which is why he is so certain of his success. Although you are a deity now, you are nothing when compared to an overlord, and this enemy is likely to guess that I have no warm feelings for this realm, so I should not be classified as an enemy for him. Unfortunately, he is slightly wrong. While neither I nor my uncle plan on interfering with the various deities and other experts, we will participate if he steps in personally.
Xue Wei listened and nodded his head from time to time. The deities of the enemy worlds should be dealt with by Xue Wei, his friends, and also Tao Wu, who was a deity as well. Those below deity rank should be handled by the common cultivator of the realm, and the overlord enemy would be left to Lan and Hui Yu. Lan was about to continue his explanation when Xue Wei's expression turned solemn and his eyes ignited with anger.
A group of deities has arrived. As Xue Wei spoke, he already teleported himself, Ling Xiao, Bai Tianyi, He Gao, and Tao Wu to the location not far from this group of enemies.
Is it time?
Although the group were shocked by the sudden teleportation, they all knew that if deities appeared on the battlefield, it was time for them to step up, and with the sudden arrival on the front line, they had no doubts.
There is a group of 6 deities heading this way.
Xue Wei began introducing their enemies.
The deities are from different realms, and none of them resemble humans. There is an oversized scorpion, which looks a lot like the black-scaled vine scorpions we encountered before when crossing No Man's Land. There is also a boar-like beast. It is smaller than the scorpion, but the tusks are shining in a green light, and the flesh is filled with rotting wounds. It has to be a very poisonous creature, so Bai Tianyi has to deal with this boar.
Bai Tianyi was a sword spirit, and his natural state made him invulnerable to all poisons.
There is a human-sized flower, which is moving with its roots, slithering across the ground as snakes. I cannot see what kind of abilities this flower uses to attack, but you have to keep an eye out for it. There is one enemy that looks human-like, but although the shape is humanoid, the skin is made from wood. It is also somewhat stiff when moving, but the ground keeps sinking under each step it takes, so the sheer power behind this creature can be imagined. The other 3 are the same kind of creatures. They are all small monkeys, but their fur is made from fire, and they keep moving together to toss fireballs everywhere. They are likely to fight us in a group.
Xue Wei finished explaining as he looked at them all.
Bai Tianyi is dealing with the boar. Ling Xiao will take care of the flower with his familiars. He Gao will try to deal with the scorpion, and Tao Wu will deal with the wooden man. I will try my hand at the 3 fire monkeys, and we will naturally support one another if needed, or change opponents if we cannot hang on.
Chapter 80. The Deities Fight. Xue Wei took a deep breath. After becoming a deity, the group had spent a lot of time training and getting familiar with their new strengths. Even so, this was the first real battle they were to have, and he could not help but feel the tension in his body. He was not afraid. He was excited.
Good luck. If anyone needs a hand, call out. This is our first battle amongst the deities, and it is important to win. If we win, the morale on the battlefield will soar, and the common soldiers will fight even more ferociously against the invading enemies. If we were to lose here, not only will our lives be lost, but our world will not be able to handle the consequences either.
Tao Wu looked at the group of youngsters around him. Compared to him, apart from Bai Tianyi, the rest were all much younger, and he feared that they might not understand the severity of the battle they were to face.
Understood.
Xue Wei nodded his head with a solemn expression. Such warnings could not be mentioned too much, and they needed to truly understand the severity of the battle.
Attack!
The group of hostile deities had arrived close to their location, and Xue Wei called out for an attack. In this situation, it was not suitable for an ambush, as both groups had long since noticed one another. Tao Wu raised his arm, and a dark mist began to swirl around his palm, creating black flames made from the corroding demonic energy he possessed. Looking at the wooden deity, he had long since realized that a head-on collision would only result in his own disadvantage, if not instant death. So he instead aimed for a ranged battle to wear down the enemy, until he was able to launch a final and fatal attack to end the battle. Tinalynge was looking disgusted as his eyes swept over the oversized boar filled with rotten flesh. The eyes were pale gray, and its motions were mechanical and appeared to move solely based on instinct instead of having wisdom. The tusks were shining with a green light, drops of mucus were dripping from the mouth, and the ground beneath began to corrode rapidly from how poisonous this mucus was. Fortunately, as a spirit, Tinalynge was immune to poisons, but even though he was disgusted by the boar, he never dared to take it lightly. Although the poisons were unable to do much damage to him, the boar itself was a deity and could not be easily defeated. At the same time, He Gao had taken on his original body and raised his head, howling towards the sky. A strange phenomenon appeared where the sun was suddenly covered by a black veil resembling the night sky, and a moon appeared on the black cover, shining soft silvery light down upon the scorpion beneath. Although the scorpion was of a large size and covered by a protective exoskeleton, the beams of moonlight caused mists of smoke to be emitted from wherever it hit the oversized scorpion, resulting in it writhing in anger and pain. He Gao did not relax just because he could see that his attacks were successful. It was not long since he had become a deity, and he dared not take the current strength for granted. Nor did he know how strong his opponents were, so he was going to give it his all fighting against this oversized enemy. If he could make a quick success, he could assist the others instead. Ling Xiao was facing the strange moving flower and the countless vines it controlled. At first, Xue Wei was not certain whether or not Ling Xiao would be able to handle this enemy, but the staff kept rotating within Ling Xiao's hands, and one command after another was thrown out. It turned out that the countless vines were entities on their own, and that all of them merely followed the orders given by the main body. However, Ling Xiao's understanding of the Tao of Dependence gave him an unfair advantage as he slowly began to take over control of the countless vines, making them attack the main flower and the rest of the vines, while he continued to brainwash and take command over more vines, every second increasing his army of minions. These vines had no intelligent mind, so they were easy to take control of. Although the main flower could command them, it was different when Ling Xiao took over, and he slowly encroached on the main flower, slowly chipping away parts of the leaves and stem. Looking at this, it was clear that Ling Xiao was not merely planning on defeating the strange flower, but wished to take control of it as his first stronger minion. Everyone was busy fighting their own enemies, and only Xue Wei was still standing still, observing the three monkeys that were slowly approaching. All three were throwing fireballs around, juggling with them and throwing them to each other, constantly increasing their intensity. Xue Wei had the bloodline of the vermilion bird, and he was very sensitive to fire. He was not easily burnt by the fire of others, and could even control many different flames. But the flame of the three monkeys appeared to be different, a kind of natal flame. Although the flame would have reduced power against Xue Wei, it would still have a certain effect if he was hit. Even so, Xue Wei had no intention of backing down. A pair of flaming red wings suddenly grew out from his back, increasing the temperatures surrounding him drastically, and billowing gales began to spread, with him in the center. At the same time, his skin became black and hard, as if it was made from tortoiseshell, increasing his defenses drastically. Each of the 4 sovereign beast clans had their own element which was useful in battle. The vermilion bird's element was naturally fire, while the black tortoise was water. The white tiger controlled metal, and the azure dragon was wood. Because he was about to fight against 3 monkeys controlling fire, Xue Wei was not going to use the Azure Dragon bloodline. Although it was the one he used the most, the element of wood was weak against fire, and instead he wished to use the Black Tortoise for attacking and the Vermilion Bird for defenses. Whenever a bloodline was activated, Xue Wei gained better connection with the Tao of the element in question. So now that he had begun to use the Black Tortoise and the Vermilion Bird bloodlines, he could sense his understanding and comprehension of the Tao of water and Tao of fire get much more thorough and powerful, allowing him to use them both in battle much better than before. The 3 monkeys were impatient and angry as they attacked in a frenzy, but Xue Wei continued to protect himself with an armor controlled by the Tao of fire. And as he received more and more attacks, his ability to temper and compress his armor, the more sturdy it became. At the start, he could still feel the attacks hit his body, but as he fought, his body was completely untouched by the 3 monkeys, and their attacks were merely an annoyance. Although Xue Wei might have been able to quickly attack the monkeys using the Tao of Water, he was not in a hurry to end the fight, but instead let the 3 monkeys attack in a fury, letting himself experience the true battle and slowly get familiar with the various Taos that he commanded. It was not only Xue Wei who was getting more and more familiar with the fighting style of deities. His friends had been struggling at the start, but slowly got more and more familiar with the new way of fighting, and they soon all used their opponents as tempering stones, letting themselves become more and more adept at fighting against immortal enemies. Even so, the battle could not continue for a long time, and Xue Wei had to return to oversee the overall battlefield in case other deities would appear. So he did not drag out the fight for too long. "End it!" he called out, and quickly began wielding the Tao of Water, almost instantly extinguishing the flames on the 3 monkeys. From this, Xue Wei could see that while they were deities, it was clear that they were still too primitive in thought, and did not have a deep understanding of the Tao of Fire which they controlled. It did not take long for Bai Tianyi, He Gao, and Ling Xiao to also finish their battles, and the group harvested the useful items from the deities, as their fur, tusks, pincers, carcasses, and such were all treasures that could be used in refining weapons and alchemy. It would be stupid not to take such treasures with them back. As soon as Xue Wei returned to the main camp, he found that the battle was slowly going as planned. Many armies had moved towards the different portals in No Man's Land, facing off against the invading enemies, and from time to time a deity would appear, causing havoc on the battlefield, but quickly contained by his comrades that rushed over to take over. It was a protracted battle. Both the various portals and the armies from the homeworld were fighting day and night. When one batch of soldiers at the front line were exhausted or injured, they would retreat to heal and rest, while another would move forward. The major difference between the two sides was that while the armies from the homeworld were fewer in number, they were also all clear-minded, and only a few of the enemies had a mind of their own. The majority were either feral beasts or puppets and zombies that were controlled by a command alone. Being a non-sentient creature made it easier for the homeworld's army to deal with them, but unfortunately the enemy had been preparing for many years, and the sheer amount of troops he had created in various different worlds were numerous. So although the homeworld's army was doing better, it appeared to be an endless battle, which easily got overwhelming. Fortunately, Xue Wei and his friends would appear at the battlefield from time to time, clearing away the entire field of enemies, allowing the armies to catch their breath and see that although it was a long and arduous battle, they did not fight alone. They had the deities on their side, and they should be able to succeed in the end. Chapter 81. The Tao of Fate.
Uncle, don't kill him just yet. I would like to get some answers to why he has been planning for 10,000 years, scheming against me and even the young Xue Wei thousands of years before he was ever born.
Lan's voice sounded in the vast universe, stars shining around him, and mists of shimmering dust floated about.
Do you want him to explain it himself, or should I use Soul Search?
Xue Wei looked at the deity that had been trapped in a space lock not far away. Although neither he nor Lan had intended to capture Xue Wei's enemy right away, however, the moment Lan laid eyes on him, his eyes turned red and he was furious. Such reaction made Xue Wei not able to hold back and wait for the fight to end on its own, and to ensure that Lan did not react in anger, he imprisoned the deity in a space lock.
This guy is from the same family as Mo Lian.
Lan took a deep breath and looked at the man in front of him.
Unlike Mo Lian, who was abandoned by her family, like her, he was a mixture of different bloodlines. However, where Mo Lian was a failed descendant, he was a genuine success, and he was known to be one of the greatest geniuses ever born in the tribe. He was often used as a comparison with Mo Lian. The tribesmen often complained why Mo Lian was so weak, not even a tenth of this guy's ability.
Lan closed his eyes in pain as he thought of Mo Lian, the one woman he had ever loved, but also the one he would never be able to reunite with.
Mo Lian was weak. No matter how much you loved her, you could not change her fate as a failed specimen.
The man appeared to know that he would be dead no matter what, so he decided to speak instead of keeping quiet. If he spoke of his origin, then maybe he would be able to suffer less.
I was indeed born in the same family as Mo Lian. Unlike her, I was talented and powerful. All the tribesmen admired me. All the resources were sent to me. My talent was rapidly increasing and my potential unlimited. I could soar to the heavens and had the opportunity to become a deity, a true sovereign beast like the 4 previous tribes. Back then it was well known that to become a sovereign beast, the tribe needed a member which had become a deity. But so far only 4 families had done so, and these 4 had bestowed special bloodlines to their descendants. Their ability to control others was what we all wanted, so whenever a talent of my status was born, all the hopes and dreams of the family were placed on the talent's shoulders. I did everything that was expected from me. I never slacked off, and I trained hard. I was constantly doing my best and aimed to become a god. In fact, to me, a god was not enough. I always felt that there had to be something even better than that. Something above the ranks of deities. I had to become invincible in the universe. Unfortunately, after returning from a training journey to the forests, the family had been eradicated when I returned home. Eradicated by you, in your vengeance against the family for Mo Lian's death. Everyone had died, and none of those at home had been able to escape. Even my own survival was merely luck due to my training. At that time, I hated you. I hated the overwhelming strength that I could not fight against, and all my resources had vanished. I spent 10,000 years training hard to become eminently closer to the ranks of a deity, but it became more and more challenging, as I no longer had anyone to educate me, to give me resources, or to guide me on the right path. I experienced the development and changes of the world, but I never really found a way to easily ascend to godhood. However, hard work pays off. One final day I was almost ready to ascend into godhood, but instead of succeeding, I met Xue Wei. This young man, 10,000 years younger than me, was equally as strong as I was. Just because he had a special bloodline, just because his talent was better than mine, he was able to save thousands of years while cultivating. I examined all the information I could get about him, and I soon found that his blood could be used to stimulate other experts. His bloodline carried the bestowment of 4 sovereign beast ancestors, and anyone who consumed it would become much more powerful than ever before. I naturally also desired this special blood. Who knew how far my talent would evolve with the blessing of 4 sovereign beast bloodlines?
However, even with my 10,000 years of age, I was not the opponent of Xue Wei. He was ruthless and cold, killing me without batting an eyelid. However, just as I died, I felt the fluctuations of the Tao of Fate, and with a strange space fluctuation, I was reborn back at the time when I was 10 years old. At this time, I was still the talented genius of the family tribe, but all the knowledge of the future was present in my mind. Everything that would happen in the future, I knew of it already. And I also knew that my greatest opportunity to become a deity, or even more powerful than a deity, was from absorbing and consuming Xue Wei's activated, pure bloodline. After already having cultivated for such a long time, it did not take me more than 2,000 years to ascend into godhood this time, and the next 8,000 years had all been planned to catch Xue Wei. Originally, Xue Wei had nothing to do with Lan. Lan would have left the world long ago, and no one should have stopped my plan. However, something seems to have changed. My many plans and alterations have caused Lan to linger in the world, and also given Xue Wei a chance to get to know him. In the end, it is my loss. I spent 10,000 years, but I still failed. The deity sneered with self-mockery. He had planned everything, but forgotten that with each change he made, the future would become increasingly different from the one he remembered. Small changes could have great consequences, and now he had to face the least wanted result. Xue could not help but look at the deity with curiosity. He had not done anything heinous, as it was natural in the world of cultivation to plunder resources and kill for treasures. But to think that he had the patience to scheme and plan for 10,000 years just for some blood. Lan was also surprised after hearing the reasons.
So, have you never considered getting a good relationship with Xue Wei and getting blood that way? You do not need to consume much of his blood, as it is not a question about quantity but quality. You can see that he has been generous to his friends, and if you had been by his side, he was not likely to reject your request.
The deity looked a bit sheepish. He knew that he did not have to kill Xue Wei to upgrade his talent, but he could not let go of his first death. Xue Wei had killed him in his past life, and the humiliation of being killed by such a young man was impossible to ignore. He had always felt that if he planned well, with 10,000 years of head start, it would not be difficult to gain the bloodline, return the humiliation, and kill Xue Wei.
You can choose to die now, or you can choose to become my slave.
Xue looked at the deity, and although he was looking solemn, he still had a bit of curiosity within his eyes whenever he looked at the man in front of him. The deity was shocked. He raised his head in shock and looked at the unknown cultivator in front of him. He had always known that Lan was the most powerful cultivator he had ever met, but this white-haired man was even stronger than Lan, and seemed to be of an older generation, too. Although it was a humiliation to become a slave, it was much better than dying, so he quickly kneeled down in the space lock and swore that he would forever be a slave to Xue as long as he could keep his life. Xue smiled happily, but instead of accepting the oath alone, he also waved his hand, and a silvery gleam of light shot straight into the forehead of the deity in front of him. His eyes turned dull for a moment before they regained clarity, but unlike before, he now looked at Xue with absolute devotion. He was clear that he had become a faithful follower of his master.
Uncle, why do you want him to follow you?
Lan frowned as he looked at the man in the space lock. Although he was mainly annoying, he did not seem to see any value in him. But he did not oppose Xue's decision. He was just uncertain as to why he had chosen this.
Although his talent is only good, he has touched upon the threshold of the Tao of Fate. To be able to be reborn at the age of 10 is an opportunity that is extremely rare,
and the Tao of Fate is one of the strongest Taos in the world. If I train him well, he will become a great assistant in the future.
Hui Yu was not a good person. Although he saved the man's life, he was serious about making him a slave. The silvery light that had shot into his mind was a special kind of seal that made it impossible for the inflicted person to ever harbor malicious thoughts against their master, and would revere them and put them above all else.
We will bring him back and let Xue Wei ask him all questions he might have on his own. Although the final boss is caught, the young ones still have quite a battle to fight against the invading species.
Hui Yu waved his hand, and the space lock disappeared. The deity quickly went to stand behind Hui Yu like a guardian spirit, following behind him as a faithful servant, and looked at his master with admiration and respect. Lan was used to watching such scenes, so he did not care. Instead, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes.
No matter whether it was in his past life or in this new one, Mo Lian did not survive. Although this guy has caused some troubles and annoyances, he has not influenced Mo Lian's life and death. As such, the grudges I have with him are minor. After Xue Wei finishes his war, and when he has finished asking all his questions to this guy, I will follow you back home. I guess it's time to see my dad and the others again.
Lan sighed deeply as he looked into the endless universe. Although he had spent a long time in this world, he still felt that it was worth it. Although he was not willing to let the past rest, he still did not regret the emotions he had spent and invested here, and even in the future, he would not forget the emotions he had experienced. Even so, the future should no longer be shackled down. He had eternal life, and so many places to experience even more emotions and adventures. He should also remember his family and friends whom he had grown up with, and let them be at ease by visiting them from time to time. Chapter 82. Answers.
What are the results of the battle on the east side?
Xue Wei rubbed his forehead as he asked, his eyes looking down on a sand table in front of him. On the sand table were various figures resembling the locations of the armies battling against the invading species, and while some of the battlefields had become more peaceful recently, others had gotten more aggressive.
The east side is completely contrary to the peace we have seen at the western and central battlefield. It is as if someone has injected them with a bloodthirsty potion. All of them have become much more aggressive and violent. But their intelligence seemed to have been severely damaged, so although they are more powerful, they are still fairly easy to deal with.
He Gao leaned against the chair in which Xue Wei was sitting and answered the battle report he had gotten not long ago.
I am not sure what has transpired, but all of a sudden, the western and central battlefield suddenly died out. All the teleports are losing power, but while the western and central teleports have made the enemies hesitant, the eastern side appears as if the enemies are taking all methods to escape from their original world and into this one as swiftly as possible while the teleportation is still active. The more dim it grows, the more frantic their advance becomes.
Xue Wei nodded his head.
These teleportation circles are all controlled by our unknown enemy. The only one who can control them is him. So the sudden dimness is likely to have something to do with Lan and his uncle Hui Yu. However, we cannot be certain. Both of them said that they would only interfere if it was necessary, so it might also be a trick to let us relax our vigilance. We need to keep focus. Does the eastern battlefield need more soldiers, or are they able to hold on as it is now? Also, how many resources are left to trade for the cultivators who are participating in the war? Do we need to restock our rewards?
Xue Wei had been spending the last half-year fighting a constant battle of attrition against the many teleportation portals in No Man's Land. Fortunately, the many soldiers and cultivators who were participating in the battle were happily fighting, as each kill they made gave them points, which could be exchanged for rare materials and resources for their further training. Although Xue Wei was looting many resources in the world and using them as rewards, there were also many uninhabited islands after the world was split into many continents, and these places were filled with ancient and valuable treasures that he could take without interfering too much with the rest of the resources available in nature. So far, the price for the war was still manageable, and he constantly kept an eye on everything that was happening.
Although the eastern battlefield is more aggressive now, due to their lack of intelligence, it is fairly easy to hold their own. I do not believe they need reinforcements. In fact, they might become unhappy if others appear to grab their kills.
He Gao could not help but smile slightly as he spoke.
As for the treasures, most of the rarer items are still plentiful, but we could use some more ordinary items, especially those used for healing.
Xue Wei nodded his head. Fortunately, those resources used for healing were easy to get, as they grew plentifully all over the entire world, and they did not require long before they could be harvested. With a wave of his hand, a large portion appeared on the ground next to him, and He Gao quickly picked them up, placed them in his storage treasure, and left Hui Yu's side, quickly aiming to add the new rewards to the place where one could redeem treasures for points. "Xue Wei!" Not long after He Gao left, a loud shout sounded out close to the commander's tent where Xue Wei was looking at the sand table of the battle. Hearing the familiar voice, Xue Wei raised his head and looked out the door, seeing Bai Tianyi rush into the tent with a smile on his face. "The teleportation portals have closed. No Man's Land has turned into a barren desert, and the only proof of the previous battles are the corpses and marks left behind after the war." It was clear that Bai Tianyi was filled with excitement, as the closing of the teleportation portals meant that the war was coming to an end. It was not only Bai Tianyi who was excited. Everyone present, Xue Wei included, felt relieved and thrilled as they had managed to protect their home and fight back against the invading enemy.
It would appear that Lan and his uncle did interfere after all.
Xue Wei could not help but feel relieved as he muttered. Knowing that the two experts were taking care of his hidden enemy, he understood that there was no way to fight back, and that the threat and danger that had been hovering above his head for all those years had finally vanished. A genuine smile spread on his face, and he lifted his hand, rested it on his beating chest, and felt that the future was filled with opportunities.
Send messages to all armies that they should return to camp after clearing up all the remaining enemies. We do not know if anything unexpected is going to happen, so we will stay here for a month. But if nothing special happens, the war has ended in our victory.
It did not take long before the cheerful yells and roars spread throughout the entire campsite, spreading to the various armies and filling the entire continent. A battle of attrition had caused casualties, but because of the united strength of the whole continent, the losses had been reduced to the absolute minimum. Those who had participated in the battle all gained great benefits from the treasures they had exchanged. It had been a difficult and challenging half-year, but it had been rewarding and made every participating member grow in strength and mind. Everyone also held a much more united attitude towards one another than they had before, and many of the different tribes and families began to converse with one another, planning for long-term contact across the various continents of the world. Just as everyone was celebrating the cheerful victory, Xue Wei was standing on top of a hill, looking at the area that had once been no man's land, but had now become a deserted wasteland. The dry ground was soaked in blood of the many lives lost, and although it no longer had numerous different environments, it was still filled with a gloomy and dangerous air. It was clear that it would require a long time of recuperation to be restored to previous condition. "You are here," a voice sounded behind Xue Wei, and he turned his attention from the desolate land in front of him to the three men that had appeared behind him. He knew two of them. They were Lan and his uncle Hui Yu, but he had never seen the third man before. He was focused solely on Hui Yu, standing rigidly behind him and looking at the other with a pious expression, confusing Xue Wei.
"This is the culprit who has been scheming against you,"
Lan said with a helpless expression on his face. As an overlord, he had never taken in a slave before, so he was not used to the ardent admiration that this man was showing Hui Yu. But he hoped that he would have gotten familiar with it by the time they arrived at their own homeworld. Xue Wei's eyes focused on the man, but he could not understand why he was looking at Hui Yu with such reverence. Noticing his confusion, Lan's lips twitched, feeling relieved that it was not only him who was somewhat disturbed by the sight.
He has been made into a slave by my uncle, and the process does make the slave more devoted to their masters. We decided to bring him here to answer your questions, and afterward I will leave with my uncle, return to my own home.
Lan smiled slightly, feeling both excited and also uncomfortable about the departure. However, his explanation helped Xue Wei, and he nodded his head gratefully.
Do you know why he has been scheming against me in such a detailed manner?
As Xue Wei asked, the man looked at Hui Yu, and after getting the order to answer any question asked, he once again explained his origin and reasons for his actions. Hearing his words, Xue Wei could not help but furrow his brows in annoyance. He had never expected his bloodline to cause such trouble.
What about all those places in this world where they are gathering soul power?
Xue Wei could not help but wonder about the many different places he had come across throughout the whole world.
It was not only one or two, it was spread throughout the whole world, and I have never seen its origin.
The man's face became blank for a moment before he began answering.
Those chambers are likely to be the reason for my rebirth. Although I have spent the past 8,000 years planning the perfect battle against this world, I also did it in this manner because of these chambers. I do not know their origin, but it is clearly used to harvest soul power, and I can feel a connection to them with my Tao of Fate. Whenever I enter, I feel enlightenment, so my thoughts were that if I could harvest more soul power, perhaps I would have a greater enlightenment with my visits. I have visited many primitive worlds, and it is these worlds which I have connected to the no man's land. If I were to sacrifice something, I would prefer to sacrifice the creatures from the primitive spaces, rather than worlds filled with living and thinking beings. My plan never included a full-out war of attrition. I had hoped that the beings from no man's land would slowly invade the world, and they would then be sacrificed at the chambers, giving me more soul power and hopefully unravel the mysteries of my rebirth in the Tao of Fate.
Hearing the man explain like this, Hui Yu was quite curious, and he scanned the world with his senses, quickly locating the countless chambers used for harvesting soul power. He looked at them all, and could not help but gain a look of understanding.
They will not give you any benefits, but they did indeed have something to do with your rebirth, he explained. They are ancient sacrifices meant for sudden boosts in understanding, but they are cruel and seem to have been left alone for many thousands of years, even thousands of years prior to Lan's arrival in this world. I would imagine that an ancient race used it, but due to the high cost, it became taboo. I would suggest that you destroy them.
Xue Wei nodded his head solemnly. He understood that it was hard for some to ignore the temptation of a sudden boost in power, but he was not willing to see anyone make such sacrifices. After knowing the origin, he only needed a thought, and all the chambers in the world slowly ceased to exist.
I do not have any more questions,
Xue Wei sighed as he looked at Lan. In fact, he just wanted to know why he had been targeted. He had nothing else to ask afterward, and now that he knew the reason, he felt relieved. He was finally free and could move on with his new life without worries and fears of what might be waiting for him. Chapter 83. Epilogue.
Mom, when will Dad be back?
A little girl's voice sounded in a beautiful meadow, filled with the scent of lush grass and blooming flowers. The little girl was not much more than 5 years old, and she was squatting down to pick up some of the most beautiful wildflowers she came across.
Don't worry, it won't be long now.
The woman stood not far away and looked at her daughter with love in her eyes. A gentle smile adorned her lips, and she slowly walked down the animal trail inside the meadow.
His journey is not very long this time, so he should return within the next few days,
she continued as she sat down on the grass next to her daughter, and together the two began to weave the many blooming wildflowers into 2 flower crowns, which both of them wore happily.
Then let us go home and wait for him.
The little girl was filled with excitement, and her mother smiled happily as she shook her head. Reaching out her hand, the two suddenly disappeared from within the meadow and reappeared thousands of miles away.
Xiao Yun!
As soon as they arrived in the village, a loud voice called out, and both the woman, Wang Xiaoyun, and her daughter, Xu looked at the one calling for them with happiness radiating from their entire beings.
You're back!
The one who had come back was none other than Xue Wei. Countless years had passed since the war against the invading species, and many things had changed. After the war, a prosperous era began. Teleportation spaces appeared on the various continents, and most of the different kingdoms, families, and races began to interact with one another, learning from each other and motivating one another to move forward in the pursuit of immortality. Xue Wei had stayed in the world until everything had settled down, and afterwards he had brought his friends to visit various worlds, seeing different methods of cultivation, different types of lives, and learned things he had never heard of before. But no matter how far he traveled, he would always return home to his own world after each journey. Slowly, more and more deities appeared, and it was no longer the rarity for people to leave. Some came back, while others were never heard of again. Xue Wei's group also grew. Not only did he bring He Gao, Ling Xiao, and Bai Tianyi, he also brought Wang Xiaoyun, Tao Wu the king, and the plant version of Lolo. Together, this group of experts explored the endless worlds, and after countless journeys, Lolo once more returned to her human form. Along the way, Xue Wei and Wang Xiaoyun also got married, and together they found the feeling of family that they had always longed for. However, one day as they were returning home, Wang Xiaoyun felt a small sprout of life growing within her, and since then she had remained at home, waiting for their child to become strong enough to traverse the universe alongside them. Since then, Xue Wei no longer took on long and exciting journeys, but instead began visiting all the known friends, bragging and showing off that he was about to become a father. His journeys were shorter, and each time he returned home, he stayed for much longer, spending time with his wife and waiting excitedly for their child. When Ling was born, Xue Wei could not contain his excitement, and the entire world was filled with sounds of bells, cheering alongside the controller of the world, and everyone were sharing the happiness, feeling genuinely happy for Xue Wei and wishing the best for the child. After her birth, Ling was spoiled by her uncles and aunts. He Gao and Ling Xiao were the most silly and would do anything she asked of them, while Bai Tianyi and Lolo were trying to teach her cultivation even before she could understand human speech. The happiness was overflowing, and even Lan came to visit the newborn, giving her the blessing of an overlord, letting her journey of cultivation become much easier than many others. Like this, the world that had been in turmoil was now at peace, and the man who had grown up in adversity finally found his own happiness alongside his friends and family. This has been a Podium audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. Hungry for more adventures? Warp over to podiumentertainment.com for a treasure trove of sci-fi and fantasy stories, and sign up for our newsletter. Fear not, our newsletter is troll-free and spam-proof. You can also join our army of listeners, fans, and mythical beings on social media. Let's traverse realms and galaxies together, because in this universe, the more the merrier. You have been listening to The Deities' War, Book 11 of Condemning the Heavens, produced by Troy Odie, written by Tinalynge, performed by Scott Merriman. Text copyright 2025 by Tinalynge. Production copyright 2025 by Podium Audio, all rights reserved.